I never expected it. The adorable girl from back then, the pink little furball who kept insisting on marrying me, would grow up and bravely confess her feelings for me. Not only did she casually find some guy, but she also slapped me in front of everyone. My friends all knew I was like a lovesick idiot doting on her for 20 years. Everyone saw my pathetic clownish state, laughing so hard they couldn't close their mouths. Just as I wanted to crawl into a hole and disappear, Shen Qingqiu held the strange man's hand and sneered at me. Mu Chen, we are childhood sweethearts, that's true. But we're not conjoined twins. Why should everything be tied to each other? Honestly, sometimes I find you incredibly annoying. Even if you don't do anything, just standing next to me bothers me. I really don't want to be tied to you anymore. Even if I'm alone, I can still study in this unfamiliar city. In the days without you, I can live much more happily. Can you just stay away from me? I didn't reply a single word, just silently turned and left. Perhaps at that very moment, the pathetic lickspittle named Mu Chen had died. Tonight, the class organized a KTV session, but for some reason, a strange atmosphere enveloped the entire hall. The atmosphere grew increasingly stifling, and eventually, everyone dispersed unhappily. Friends called cabs back to school one after another. Finally, only our group remained, the four of us who were usually inseparable. Xiaobing and Lin Mo, understanding the situation, gave us some space, but Shen Qingqiu and I were like strangers, going our separate ways. Finally, Shen Qingqiu couldn't help but speak. Mu Chen, come back to school with us. But as soon as she said it, she regretted it. Although she was unwilling inside, she thought that as long as she swallowed her pride, I would surely, like all the times before, happily run to make up, right? But this time, I wouldn't. I smiled and shook my phone. I've called a car. I'm not going back to school tonight. Going out with a friend. Shen Qingqiu froze on the spot. She never expected Mu Chen to dare refuse her. Since I was 5, I had never disobeyed her, no matter how she pouted or how unreasonable she was. But the next second, the ride-sharing car arrived, cutting through the biting wind. I got in without looking back, not giving her a single chance to say another word. Her proud, swan-like figure immediately stiffened on the spot. Until the car drove off, she angrily stomped her foot and sat in the back seat with Xiaobing. The most arrogant campus belle of Jinling University just stared out the window with a scowl, not saying a word for a long time. Did you quarrel with Mu Chen? Xiaobing asked softly. Did that guy tell you all? Shen Qingqiu suddenly turned her head, clearly feeling wronged inside, but her words were stubborn. Fine, now he knows how to rely on outsiders. Let's see how long he can be stubborn this time. Xiaobing gently took her hand, her eyes held a hint of complexity. Qingqiu, don't you think this time is different? You said some really harsh words this time. Were they harsh? Shen Qingqiu pursed her lips and whispered, I just told him to stay away from me. How was I to know Mu Chen would be so petty? Those were just words, said in anger. He clearly understands me the most. The pale yellow streetlights shone through the car window onto her face. It must be said, in this tumultuous era, her face truly possessed a beauty capable of toppling nations. No wonder she had such a proud and arrogant self-assurance, but if I had heard those words, I would be angry too. It wasn't Xiaobing who suddenly spoke, but Lin Mo, who had been silent in the passenger seat until now, a very, very angry kind of anger. This was the first time he, for his brother's sake, had spoken so boldly. Shen Qingqiu opened her mouth, finally, with a hint of uncertainty. Really? That's the person who brought you breakfast for over a decade, helped you cover up skipping class. No matter what happened, he was always the first to rush to your side. Xiaobing held her hand tightly, sighing. Shen Qingqiu, do you know how many girls dream of having someone like that by their side? Yet only you don't know how to cherish him. Listen to my advice. Quickly apologize. Don't wait until you truly lose him. You'll cry tears without end. It's not that exaggerated. Shen Qingqiu pouted indignantly. Which argument before this? Didn't he come to coax me first? This time will probably be the same. This stubborn little princess, like an elegant white swan, absolutely refused to lower her pride easily, because once she bowed her head, that splendid crown would shatter. The princess' glory would also vanish, and her pampered stubbornness would no longer be noticed by anyone. This crazy girl, sooner or later, she would regret it. Xiaobing pursed her lips. Ultimately, only a helpless sigh remained. The night wind carried a touch of chill, but it made me sleep soundly. Free from worries until the morning sun's warmth enveloped my face, I lazily awoke from bed. I sighed in relief. So this is what it feels like to wake up naturally. For 3 days, my body clock finally forgot about Shen Qingqiu. By this time, I would have already been queuing at the school cafeteria because the Jinling soup dumplings at counter number 5 were the best seller and also the indispensable breakfast of that stubborn girl every day. Have I let go today then? I muttered to myself in the mirror. Perhaps I have let go. At least she no longer appears in my dreams. Nor do I need to worry about that stubborn girl and her clumsy beauty mark getting scalded by boiling water or spilling her takeout. Even less do I need to check my phone messages 24/7. But right at this moment, my phone suddenly vibrated. What was it? My first reaction was that it was her, but a quick glance revealed it was a message from my older sister. My eyes accidentally passed over the pinned profile. Picture in WeChat. I pressed and held for a moment, unpinning it, but then I hesitated, or should I just delete it? This thought flashed through my mind. I shook my head again. Well, we're friends after all. Doing that would be too intentional. Never mind. But how to forget? My eyes suddenly fell on the notes section of my phone. It was an unfinished travel plan. Chengdu, huh? A wave of emotion swelled in my heart. The next second I had clicked on a plane ticket to Chengdu. On the other side, Shen Qingqiu, in her pajamas, sat blankly in front of an empty table. Xiaobing, where's my breakfast today? Xiaobing walked over and touched her forehead. Think carefully, did you forget something important? Forget what? Xiaobing looked at her feigned innocence, her expression serious. You really have lost him. The 8:30 a.m. sunlight streamed into the room. The air still lacked the familiar scent of soup dumplings. Actually, before Xiaobing spoke, Shen Qingqiu had already woken up long ago and realized where the problem lay. But for some reason, even though she had personally driven him away when everything actually happened, her heart felt a little uncomfortably strange. Shen Qingqiu suddenly turned her head, awkwardly tidied the table, trying to suppress the agitation in her voice. If he's gone, he's gone. We were just friends after all. As we grow up, of course we have to find the right distance for each person. We can't be like when we were little, where he indulged my every whim, and I could cling to him every day. Aren't friends just there? Then gone? She turned her back and whispered to Xiaobing, unsure if she was talking to the other person or trying to convince herself. The notebook and pen on the table were fiddled with by her in an irritated mood. Xiaobing quietly watched from beside her, sighing endlessly in her heart. This girl is truly stubborn. Her whole body exuded annoyance. Finally, Shen Qingqiu stopped her hand, seeming to have come to a realization. Just like I told Mu Chen, we are childhood sweethearts, not conjoined twins. Why should we cling to each other every day? After we part ways, at least I can live better. Xiaobing blinked, saying nothing, just watched Shen Qingqiu trying to appear calm. I'm going to buy breakfast, and I'll bring you a portion too. She didn't dare look into Xiaobing's eyes. In her sparkling eyes, trying to regain her composure, she softly snorted. From today on, I'll buy my own breakfast. With that, she grabbed her student ID and turned to leave. Xiaobing, uneasy, followed from a distance. Passing through the alley beneath the dorm, then past the small forest and convenience store. This 10-minute walk seemed not as easy as she imagined. Turns out the cafeteria is that far from the girls' dorm. Shen Qingqiu's face was slightly flushed. Looking back at the long road behind her, an indescribable irritation rose in her heart. Shen Qingqiu, you have to be strong. It's just going to buy breakfast. After encouraging herself, she strode into the cafeteria. Counter number 5, selling Jinling soup dumplings, turned out to be run by a small couple, but why was the line so long? Isn't that Shen Qingqiu? The campus belle also came to the cafeteria. Heh, she has a thoughtful best friend by her side. I can't be jealous. Standing in the long line, occasionally hearing familiar chatter, Shen Qingqiu pretended not to hear, trying to suppress the myriad thoughts in her heart. After 10 minutes of effort, it was finally her turn. Auntie, 1 special soup dumpling set and a glass of snow fungus sweet soup. The moment she ordered, she still thought to herself, see, it's actually not that hard. Just standing in a long line is enough to get breakfast. The auntie at the special soup dumpling counter shook her head, happily saying, we're all out already. You don't come here often, do you, student? Where's your little best friend? Why didn't he come to queue for you today? Our counter soup dumplings were already sold out by 7:30, and the snow fungus sweet soup is also gone. Only steamed buns and soy milk are left. Perhaps you'd like to try those? The confidence Shen Qingqiu had just built up instantly crumbled like cracker bits. She clutched her student ID tightly, forcing a smile. Then, it'll take 2 steamed buns and a soy milk. Here you go, the auntie at the counter quickly packaged it. 3UN5, swipe your card. Shen Qingqiu just wanted to leave quickly, hastily placed her student ID on the scanner. Come on, enter your password. Girl, this is the anti-theft password for your new home. Did you forget it? You all set this up yourselves. Auntie, wait for me. Someone behind her had already started to complain. She could only stand aside in embarrassment, awkwardly taking out her phone, reflexively opening her contacts, quickly finding my phone number. Mu Chen, what's your password? Shen Qingqiu, urged on by the auntie and fellow students, her face flushed with anxiety. However, only a sound came from the other end of the line. Beep, beep, hello? The subscriber you have called has switched off their phone. Please call again later. Auntie, I'm sorry. He's not in a good mood today. Let me swipe my card for her. Beep, card swipe successful. Under everyone's gaze, Xiaobing had arrived in time, pulling the silent Shen Qingqiu away from the cafeteria, found a quiet corner and sat down. Eat. Why are you just standing there, lost in thought? Xiaobing looked at her absent-mindedly and couldn't help but ask Shen Qingqiu. Shen Qingqiu lowered her head, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. He's turned off his phone. Xiaobing comforted her. Turning off his phone is normal. Maybe his battery died? No, I don't blame him. Shen Qingqiu looked towards the long line of people and the long road outside the cafeteria, muttering, "You know, Mu Chen has never turned off his phone. When we were 16, we bought our first phones together. He saved my number first in his contacts. He promised me as long as I called him, he would definitely answer immediately." Xiaobing pursed her lips, squeezing her hand tightly. Shen Qingqiu turned her head back, her voice carrying an undisguised sense of loss. Did I really provoke him this time? Otherwise, how could he bear to turn off his phone? Shen Qingqiu heard the rustling leaves outside the window, and for the first time, a feeling called regret welled up in her heart. "Hello, esteemed passenger. This flight is about to land in Chengdu. Before the aircraft takes off, please turn off your mobile phone or switch to flight mode. I don't know why I bought 2 plane tickets. Perhaps because there were only 2 tickets left, or perhaps because that plan was originally meant for 2 people. I just felt that if I didn't follow the plan, something would be missing." At this moment, the seat next to me was empty. There should have been a girl in a wine-red camisole dress, her face full of joy and pride. But going alone, my mood was unexpectedly good. It was as if after finishing this, the story between that girl and me would also draw a complete conclusion. I silently watched the people passing by next to me, loud and bustling. Just then, a piercing argument suddenly erupted from afar. "Miss, we are truly sorry. Our flight has encountered a small scheduling issue. As you know, to avoid situations where passengers book tickets and then don't show up, wasting seats, we often overbook a number of tickets. But unfortunately today, the plane is truly full. Your ticket is actually a standby ticket, not part of the plan, so..." This girl is truly pitiful. She was already on the plane and then told to get off. How unreasonable. "You can't do that, young lady. Uncle will sort it out for you. Overbooked plane tickets like this are only seen on TV, the dramatic plots I used to watch. I never expected them to happen to me. So today, is fate destined for me to be a good person?" I touched Shen Qingqiu's ticket and looked towards the center of the crowd. It was a girl wearing an oversized hoodie, carrying a seemingly old suitcase, lonely, with her head bowed. "Hello?" I slowly stood up, saying loudly, "Actually, there's not enough room." The surroundings suddenly fell silent, all eyes simultaneously turned towards me. "What is it?" A flight attendant quickly approached from afar, seeing the empty seat next to me, her eyes lit up. "What do you mean?" I shook the ticket in my hand. "I bought 2 tickets. But the other seat is empty. Please help me return this ticket and give the seat to that girl." A small storm quietly dissipated. "Thank you." As soon as I sat down, preparing to close my eyes and rest, I subconsciously looked up and saw that vintage-style suitcase. Not only did it look heavy, but it also looked like it had been used for many years. The owner of the suitcase had a very clear voice and carried a hint of shyness and gratitude. "Let me help you put your suitcase away." Out of gentlemanly courtesy, I proactively stood up. "No need to bother, thank you." This girl seemed afraid of being indebted. She clearly looked slender and petite, but her hands suddenly erupted with astonishing strength. Before I could react, she forcefully pushed the suitcase into the overhead compartment, leaving me slightly stunned. Only then did I start to look closely at her. This girl had simple long hair. Her height was not short, probably around 1.7 meters. The oversized hoodie she was wearing looked like men's clothing. Probably because she was too thin, it looked so loose, combined with a faded pleated skirt. The canvas shoes on her feet were also slightly coming apart. "Is there anything else?" She bowed her head slightly, shyly tucking a few strands of hair from her forehead. I collected myself, giving an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry. I just thought you looked like a close friend of mine." I lowered my head but secretly thought to myself, this way of striking up a conversation is so outdated. How outdated indeed. I shook my head again, smiling earnestly. Completely unlike. The girl pursed her lips and chuckled softly, then quietly turned her face away. The plane taxied onto the runway. The strong push backward came, and it immediately soared into the sky. Waiting until the airflow stabilized, I sat upright, inadvertently glancing at the airplane ticket she had placed on the small table. "By Ningbing, huh? That's a lovely name." She was intently watching the safety instruction video, but her eyes seemed to inadvertently glance over the locations of the oxygen masks and parachutes. "Excuse me." She probably noticed my gaze, thinking I was mocking her. She, slightly embarrassed, tucked her hair. "This is my first time flying." I noticed. I, on the contrary, felt a little awkward. "Get some good rest. This journey is still long." After the plane stabilized its flight, the cabin gradually became quiet. When I woke up, it was already noon. The sunlight outside the window was dazzling and bright. The faint scent around my nose became even more pronounced. Only then did I discover that Bai Ningbing was taking out her camera, leaning slightly, carefully photographing the sea of clouds outside the window. It's just that in the quiet cabin, facing the occasional glances of other passengers, this girl seemed a little embarrassed. Her actions were at times awkward, at times unnatural, but the longing in her eyes couldn't be hidden. So I turned on Bluetooth, put on my earphones, opened my playlist, and quietly listened to music. The girl next to me finished taking photos and did the same thing as me. Why do I suddenly need to reconnect? I looked at the notification on my phone, muttering. I pressed confirm without thinking. Could it be because I just turned on airplane mode? Bai Ningbing on the other side didn't think much of it either, as long as the music didn't stop. But 2 minutes later, I felt something was wrong. I pressed the pause button, but it didn't respond. So you also like listening to Drifting in the Mortal World? Bai Ningbing next to me asked softly. I turned my head and smiled at her. It turned out that my phone had accidentally connected to her Bluetooth. Could life be full of so many coincidences? Just happened to buy an extra plane ticket, just happened to sit next to her, just happened to connect to the wrong Bluetooth, and just happened to be listening to the same song. But as many people say, looking back many years later, these seemingly insignificant surprises and helplessness perhaps were the script of destiny itself. The choices made in this moment, whether missed or encountered, are all predetermined outcomes. Time seemed to stand still. Bai Ningbing and I looked at each other and smiled, and so we quietly and knowingly listened to the same melody. The song in our headphones just reached the second chorus. The lyrics were like an evening sea breeze, stirring up waves deep in my heart. The unfinished plan in my notes, the trip we had promised to take together. I listened to the music and stared blankly outside. Do you want some candy? A slightly timid voice cut through my thoughts. Bai Ningbing slightly lowered her head, tucking her hair back. Thank you for giving me the window seat. I took the candy, looked out the window, and smiled. My mind was filled with past events with Shen. Back then, whether as lovers or childhood sweethearts, there always seemed to be one person who was proactive and one who was passive. Every day, I racked my brain trying to find things to talk about. Every day, I shared everything I saw. Every day, I used every means possible to carefully maintain this relationship. But in the past, I always seemed to be the proactive one. After getting off the plane, I looked at my phone with dozens of bright red missed calls and glaring messages. But deep down, there was no schadenfreude as I had imagined. Instead, there was a pang of sorrow, wanting to laugh at my past self. Is life truly so ironic? When you desire something, you can't have it, only able to humble yourself and beg. But when you finally lose heart and decide to let go, the things that were once unattainable automatically come to you. To love and be loved, sometimes it's truly ironic. I looked out at the vast mountain city, my heart heavy with thoughts for a long time, then slowly raised the phone to my ear and pressed the redial button. Hello? The other end was silent for a long time. Only after a while did the familiar voice come through. Hello? Muchen, why did you turn off your phone? Hearing that slightly accusatory tone, I calmly replied, I was just on the plane. Where did you go? Chengdu. I uttered just 2 words. The other end fell silent again. Chengdu? Isn't that the place we promised to go to together? I paused for a moment, my voice very soft. But like you said, I need to stay away from you for a while. The other person seemed to choke up for a long time and only took a deep breath when they finally spoke. You're right. I feel like this is for the best now. My heart should have felt relieved, but at this moment, a subtle sadness welled up. Truly, when it came time to decide to leave, I still felt a little melancholic in the end. We both fell silent at the same time until I saw a roadside breakfast shop. That breakfast shop you like, it's at the 5th window of the cafeteria. I know, she answered quickly without waiting for me to finish. The special Jinling soup dumplings, right? You have to queue before 7 a.m. every day and wait at least 5-10 minutes, right? Her words stunned me. I was a little surprised. I almost forgot to tell you. The anti-theft password for your student ID. I set it to your birthday, right? She answered first again, her tone strangely calm. I already checked. You just need to log into the school network to see the anti-theft password. Isn't the birthday 0603? I checked. It's the same as your password. I hummed an affirmation. Then I'll change it as soon as I get back. Next came a series of dialogues like, a last will and testament. You also need to reserve a library seat. I know it's on the school library's website. You don't need to remind me or else I'd have to go out at 6:30 a.m. to fight for a seat with the grad school exam preppers, right? There are several pickup points. Remember to pick them up yourself later. I remember. There aren't that many, are there? I held the phone in my hand. Well, I'm hanging up now. Have fun. The other end hung up decisively as well. An indescribable feeling settled in my heart, as if a burden on my shoulders suddenly vanished, a heavy shackle for over a decade. But there was no sense of relief or liberation as I had imagined. I hailed a car, casually recited an unfamiliar place name, and watched the tall buildings outside, the window disappear into the looming rain clouds. A gentle breeze brushed my face, carrying a hint of post-rain freshness. Just like that, I headed in an unknown direction, unhesitatingly escaping from the past's bitterness and weariness. Meanwhile, on the other side, the moment Shen Qingqiu hung up the phone, she didn't turn back immediately, but took a deep breath. Only when she had composed her expression did she purse her lips and let out a soft huff to Xiaobing. You heard that, right? That guy is deliberately pretending to be angry. Breakfast codes, parcel codes, whatever. He's actually not letting me go. But without him, I'm clearly still living just fine. Xiaobing held the item, still a little dazed. Do you really think so? Just 2 hours ago, this crazy girl was still sitting in the cafeteria, crying tears of regret. Her eyes were still red from rubbing them. How long has it been? And she's already back to being the stubborn little princess from before. Of course, Shen Qingqiu turned her head. That guy just wants to tell me that without him, Shen Qingqiu, won't be able to survive. This guy deliberately turned off his phone. Isn't it just to see me embarrassed? I will definitely not let him gloat. I want to show him that I'm doing perfectly fine on my own. Xiaobing looked at Shen Qingqiu, mumbling to herself. An indescribable bitterness suddenly rose in her heart. She opened her mouth, but then couldn't utter a word. Finally, she could only sigh. All right then, let's go, let's go. Shen Qingqiu was stunned. Go where? Xiaobing patted the box in her arms. To pick up the next item, of course. Aren't they all here? Shen Qingqiu looked at the pickup station in front of her with a completely bewildered expression. Looking at her innocent expression, Xiaobing showed a knowing look. Tulip Apartments has a total of 8 pickup points. This is just the first one. Let's go. From now on, without Mu Chen, you'll have to get familiar with these places yourself. Watching the scorching midday sun burn the leaves, Shen Qingqiu stood frozen in place. The next second, she could only drag her body, already limp with fatigue, and grit her teeth to follow. This city truly is a wonderful place. Everywhere you go, there's a faint scent of hot pot. Walking past countless stacked staircases, the air carried a hazy dampness. These were all the exclusive breaths of this city. I took long strides down the unfamiliar street, gazing at unfamiliar people and scenery, taking pictures here and there, looking exactly like a tourist. From bustling streets to deep, secluded alleys, from crowded tourist spots to hidden corners few knew about, my plan was perfectly prepared. As soon as I arrived, I began this long-planned journey. Although I was alone, my mood was unexpectedly relaxed. If Shen Qingqiu were here by now, she would surely be screaming to drag me back to the hotel to rest. I was just lost in thought, unaware of when I had arrived at the monument to the people's heroes. This is one of the most famous tourist attractions in this city. Looking out, it was a sea of black, teeming with people. I shook my head, but since I was already here, even if it was just to see the crowds, I had to see it for myself. I used all my strength to squeeze myself to the base of the monument, amidst the noisy and bustling memorial, quickly raised my camera, and snapped several beautiful shots in succession. Looking back at the satisfying photos in my camera, a wave of excitement surged within me, but reflexively looking at the empty space beside me, I still felt a little unaccustomed to it. Ah, watch out for the girl behind you, a startled cry interrupted my thoughts. Instinctively, I put down my camera and reached out, pulling back the figure who was about to be pushed over, wrapping my arm around her and bringing her back from the railing. Just as I managed to catch her, we both sighed in relief, and everyone around us also relaxed. But when our eyes met, we both exclaimed in unison, "It's you!" She was wearing a loose baggy hoodie and dragging a suitcase beside her. Her white canvas shoes were peeling and covered in footprints. Although her long hair obscured her face, I recognized her immediately. I looked at Bai Ningbing, who was still startled, with an expression of disbelief. What a coincidence, why are you here? Bai Ningbing patted her chest, her voice sounding very relaxed. Just here to check in, I helplessly shrugged. She looked at the dense crowd. We looked at each other and smiled. I suggested, let me take a picture of you. My heart stirred slightly. Just then, I spotted an empty space by the railing, and without allowing refusal, I pulled the person who was still, staring blankly towards it. I quickly positioned my camera, waved and called out to her. Bai, my friend, come on, tuck your hair back. I can't even see your face. Bai Ningbing was still a little shy, but being urged by me and seeing the hurried people around, she reluctantly tucked the hair covering half her face behind her ear. The moment she revealed her entire face, the air seemed to still. The noisy glances from around that swept past all turned into surprised pauses, many even stopped in their tracks. The click of the shutter sounded, but I remained silent for a long time. Bai Ningbing shyly lowered her head, blinking and asking, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." I pressed my lips together and sobered up. "It's just, you are truly very beautiful." Bai Ningbing's eyes flickered slightly, clearly not expecting me to speak so directly. She awkwardly tugged at her clothes, her gaze starting to avoid mine. Truly very beautiful. I looked at her. In that instant, it was the face from just now. A gentle, fair oval face, smooth skin, delicate features without makeup, truly like a lotus blossoming from the water, naturally possessing a demeanor that made people want to cherish and protect her. On the plane, I hadn't looked closely. Plus, she always liked to use her hair to cover her face. The contrasting feeling after the clouds cleared to reveal the sun truly astonished me. Shen Qingqiu's beauty was radiant, moving people's hearts like a dazzling pearl capable of instantly captivating people. As for Bai Ningbing's delicate beauty, it was like a lotus silently floating on a lake quietly, making it impossible for people to forget. "I'll send you the photos." I calmed myself, seeing her face was flushed, and quickly changed the subject. Bai Ningbing paused for a moment, hesitantly refusing. "No, there's no need. Can I have your contact information?" I raised the camera in my hand. This is also a kind of fate, isn't it? The shy girl no longer refused and gave me her contact details. Waiting until another wave of tourists arrived, we also had to part ways. "We won't meet again, will we?" I playfully waved goodbye to her. She also pulled her suitcase and waved back at me, and her eyes, curved like crescent moons when she smiled. A strange light clearly flickered. Watching her figure disappear, my heart felt empty. It wasn't that I had already changed my mind, but rather that this trip, which should have belonged to two people, after meeting a new friend, was about to end in separation. It truly made one sigh. Life is probably just like that. A brief encounter, happening to see the most astonishing moment of the other person, will in turn leave the most beautiful impression. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was midnight. I remembered the way and took a taxi back to the hotel. The night wind in this city was a bit chilly. I hadn't even stepped into the lobby when I saw a girl with an elegant aura and a hint of wretchedness, dragging a familiar suitcase behind her. Bai Ningbing didn't notice me. She was standing at the reception desk, whispering something to the staff. "Excuse me, do you have any rooms available? The cheapest kind would be fine." "Welcome, esteemed guest. We only have one business suite left. There's a recent special offer. After the discount, it's only 599 yuan per night." The receptionist noticed her predicament and cleverly advised her. "This city has a lot of tourists lately. I recommend you stay, otherwise it will be very difficult to find another room tonight." Bai Ningbing quickly turned her face away to wipe and tried to force a hesitant, apologetic smile. "No, thank you. Sorry to bother you." Just as she was pulling her suitcase, preparing to turn around and leave, I reached out and stopped her. "We meet again." I smiled gently, winking at her. Bai Ningbing's beautiful crescent moon eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Then she suddenly thought of something and quietly asked, "Are you staying here?" Thinking of the embarrassing scene just now and her pathetic appearance at this moment, she shyly lowered her head, gripping her suitcase tightly. "I didn't book a room before coming to this city," I casually explained. Bai Ningbing hummed in acknowledgement and whispered with her head bowed. "I wanted to stay at a youth hostel, but the one I wanted to go to was closed." "Let's go." I said nothing more, pulling the suitcase of this timid girl. "Where are we going?" Bai Ningbing was flustered, following with a bewildered and panicked expression. "I have a room," but she snatched the suitcase back. "Your room? How can that be? We just met." I turned back only to see Bai Ningbing continuously waving her hands. "No need, truly no need. I can just sleep at an internet cafe for a night." "Why sleep at an internet cafe when there's a room available?" I continued walking forward, finally stopping in front of a room door. "Here, take these 2 room cards. Stay. If you feel uncomfortable, then we can. I'll charge you 100 yuan for the auxiliary room of this suite, okay?" I turned and walked straight into the room. The view suddenly became spacious. Bai Ningbing only now saw clearly. This was a spacious and bright double suite with 1 entrance, 1 living room, and 2 separate bedrooms. "Why aren't you coming in yet?" I stood in the living room, turning back to smile at her. Bai Ningbing gripped her suitcase tightly, slightly bowed her head, and pressed her lips together, recalling the expensive lodging prices, the crowded and dirty youth hostels, and the dark alleys. "Is it really okay?" "Of course it's okay." I shrugged, left 1 room card, and went into my own room, closing the door casually. Only Bai Ningbing was left alone in the living room. She hesitated for a long time, trying to suppress the hurt in her eyes. Finally, she pressed her lips tightly and gently took the room card. "Thank you very much." At 7 a.m. sharp, the windows in this city were covered with a thin layer of mist. I stepped out of my room. Just then, I saw Bai Ningbing in the bathroom, carefully scrubbing her dirty white canvas shoes. I suddenly glimpsed a pair of clean men's sneakers placed beside them. I immediately froze. From beside me came Bai Ningbing's slightly awkward voice. "You don't mind that, do you?" "No, I don't." I gently picked up my shoes, still in a daze. "Of course I don't mind." I thought for a moment and then calmly accepted this small gesture of gratitude from the timid girl. The hotel served breakfast. After we finished getting ready, I led Bai Ningbing to the dining hall. She was still a little awkward. At the buffet, she only took a small amount. If I hadn't coincidentally met her, what would have happened to her last night? Would she have had to search for cheap lodgings before I appeared? How many rejections would she have received? Thinking of this, a wave of compassion rose within me. While drinking porridge, I casually pretended to suggest, "Shall we travel together today?" No need. Bai Ningbing instinctively wanted to refuse, but seeing my seemingly displeased gaze, she unconsciously blurted out, "Okay." A solo trip, just like that, turned into the two of us traveling together. I held the camera, leading Bai Ningbing everywhere in the city, its strange streets. Perhaps the light drizzle made people feel comfortable, or perhaps a day spent together had made her drop her guard. Bai Ningbing became much more natural. She always kept her head down, awkwardly following behind me, only occasionally looking up, secretly glancing at the scenery along the way. Whenever I encountered a beautiful check-in spot, I would raise my camera and invite her to be a model under my lens. "Friend Bai, be my model." Stand there, a little more to the left. "Can I leave a space empty? I want to save it for someone." "Okay, like this, 123, click." Actually, I've always loved taking photos, it's just that I didn't have time to study it before. Even when I occasionally traveled, my true love would absolutely refuse to be my model. But now, these beautiful photos have finally found their most suitable leading lady. In the blink of an eye, it was noon. We casually found a small noodle shop to rest. I finished eating in an instant, then held my camera to review the day's results. The more I looked at the photos, the more satisfied I felt. "But why do you always leave a space empty, friend Bai Ningbing?" I looked at her. The curiosity in my heart truly couldn't be suppressed. Who is that empty space really for? For some reason, a vague sense of discomfort suddenly flashed in my heart, hard to describe, hard to express. Bai Ningbing was eating small mouthfuls of noodles, as if savoring some delicacy she was reluctant to swallow. Hearing my question, her movements immediately stiffened. She slightly lowered her head and softly uttered two words, "Mother." I was stunned. Something immediately came to my mind, and I suddenly felt a little guilty, instinctively wanting to speak, but thinking again, I realized asking like that would be too abrupt. My gaze became hesitant, afraid of touching upon the sad and heavy things in her life. "My mother isn't gone. She's just sick." Bai Ningbing shook her head, her voice soft. "Lung cancer. I'm sorry." I pressed my lips, took a deep breath. Bai Ningbing seemed not to notice, her gaze fixed in the distance. She continued, "My father was from this mountain city, but my mother and I never came here. Since my father left, my mother always wanted to visit this mountain city. It's just a pity that her health was always poor. She could only cut out photos from newspapers and make them into a scrapbook, but she still couldn't come to the mountain city herself. And then over half a year ago, she was diagnosed with cancer." I unconsciously put down my chopsticks, silently listening to the confessions of this timid girl. It turned out that scrapbook wasn't hers, but her mother's. Bai Ningbing didn't come here to travel this time, but to fulfill her mother's dream. I just quietly listened for a very, very long time, until Bai Ningbing emerged from her memories with a trace of bewilderment and remorse on her face. "I'm sorry, I think I just..." She gently bowed her head, stroking a strand of hair, seemingly realizing her loss of control. "It's all right." I waved my hand, my gaze lingered on her notebook. "Is there anywhere else you want to go next?" Bai Ningbing was slightly stunned. "Let's go." "Go where?" I looked into her eyes, saying each word carefully. "Let's go. Let's go. Fulfill your mother's wish." No sooner had I finished speaking than Bai Ningbing, still dazed, was pulled by a large hand, giving her no chance to refuse. When she finally came to her senses, she was awkwardly following behind me. That travel notebook had somehow ended up in my hand. "Let's go. Our next stop, Subway Residential Area 6. Our two hands intertwined. This was the first time Bai Ningbing had held a boy's hand, and she was holding it so tightly. For the first time, she felt the warmth from another person's palm. Bai Ningbing's ears instantly flushed crimson. But strangely, she didn't even think of pulling her hand away. A day passed quickly. From the elevated train line beneath the residential area, to the endless sky staircase, from the hot pot in the shelter tunnel area, to the ethereal mist on the Yangtze River cable car, I pulled Bai Ningbing. Our steps hurried, walking through the streets of this city. From one check-in point to another, measuring every inch of the scenery with our footsteps. Two young people who should have been strangers, yet on this journey, felt an unprecedented sense of freedom. No ties, no worries, just moving straight ahead, carefree and unburdened, forging onward. Like two souls who had known each other for a long time, understanding each other in every little thing. After taking another photo, Bai Ningbing awkwardly approached again and again bowed her head, asking softly, "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me again?" "It's because you're truly beautiful." Bai Ningbing's ears immediately flushed crimson again. She turned her face away, pressing her lips together in slight embarrassment. "Thank you for taking my picture." Bai Ningbing was always so polite, but it wasn't a casual politeness, but a genuine sincerity coming from her heart. Every time I heard her say thank you, I always felt she was truly shy, as if afraid to accept any kindness, afraid she couldn't repay such a favor. "Don't be so polite with me anymore." After hearing her say thank you again, I looked at her intently and said very seriously, "We're friends now, aren't we?" Bai Ningbing still bowed her head slightly, but her eyes were full of doubt. "Shouldn't friends say thank you? Mu Chen, don't you have any friends?" I found it both amusing and helpless. "No, if I really did, then you'd be the first." After hearing this, Bai Ningbing took a deep breath, feeling a pang of sadness. "Then let's be friends from now on. Friends don't need to say thank you too much. Because I can feel it." Bai Ningbing pursed her lips, doubt in her eyes. "But shouldn't friends care more about each other? If I don't say thank you, how will you feel my concern for you?" This sentence almost burst out instinctively. As soon as she finished speaking, Bai Ningbing suddenly realized something. Her pale cheeks immediately flushed red. As for me, I remained silent. Hearing these words, my heart felt a little confused. That's right, if it's not said, how can I feel your concern for me? The atmosphere seemed to become a little subtle. Bai Ningbing looked at me, dumbfounded, thinking of the airplane tickets, admission tickets, and the room reserved for 2 people. She seemed to gradually understand something. "So you also came to travel alone? That girl named Shen Qingqiu, is she pretty?" Hongya Cave under the night sky. Splendid like a celestial palace lit by a myriad of stars, illuminating the entire mountain city as brilliantly as the heavens. Amidst the bustling crowd on the bridge, Bai Ningbing bit her lip, stealthily glancing at me, her small hands unconsciously clasped tightly behind her back with an expression full of inner conflict and worry. A day of traveling together had opened both our hearts, talking about the past, talking about the present. Bai Ningbing finally understood a little about me. My eyes were a little distant. I answered honestly, "She is indeed very beautiful." Bai Ningbing bowed her head. "Then how beautiful? As beautiful as you. Am I also considered beautiful?" Bai Ningbing's breathing suddenly became rapid, her face almost buried in her chest, seemingly able to hear her own pounding heart. "Of course." I suddenly stopped. "You are, of course, very beautiful." My voice was extremely serious. My gaze also lingered on her cheek. Bai Ningbing's almond eyes seemed to meet my gaze in that moment. Right then, she instinctively looked away, pretending to look at the dazzling lights of Hongya Cave. "Look, it's so beautiful." Her attention was immediately drawn, rarely showing such astonishment. As for me, I didn't move. My gaze lingered on her profile, gently murmuring, "Yes, it's truly beautiful." "Mu Chen, it'll treat you to hot pot." The hot pot at Hongya Pavilion, Hongya Cave, it's the last hot pot my mother wanted to eat with my father. Bai Ningbing, with her hands clasped behind her back, turned to look at me, speaking softly. "I want to fulfill all of my mother's wishes on her list. And thank you for taking care of me these past 2 days." This shy girl seemed to have mustered all her courage in this moment. The light in her eyes made even the splendid Hongya Cave behind her fade. The surroundings seemed to suddenly fall silent, the noise receding like a tide. I looked at her intently and smiled. Bright red chili oil shimmered in the characteristic 9-grid hot pot. The simmering hot pot broth released a rich aroma, rushing into our noses. So fragrant, so spicy, truly enticing, I ate with great enjoyment. "Eat, why aren't you eating?" I urged Bai Ningbing, while continuously putting food into her bowl. "No need, I eat very little, really very little." Bai Ningbing only tasted a little bit, as if afraid to eat even a little more. Her gaze still secretly scanned the table, calculating how many dishes had been served and the total cost. Although she felt bad about the money, seeing me eat with such relish, a gentle smile couldn't help but grace her lips. I, of course, quietly noted her small, inconspicuous actions, but I didn't expose this shy girl's good intentions. Instead, I fully demonstrated my enjoyment of the sumptuous meal, completely, just to make her trip more joyful. After more than an hour, this lavish meal was finally finished by us. The 2 of us walked out of Hongya Pavilion and went to the bridge opposite Hongya Cave. The river wind blew fiercely, blowing away the stuffiness of the hot pot meal and bringing a touch of peace to our stroll under the night sky. If your mother could eat this hot pot, she'd probably be very happy, wouldn't she? I crossed out the last item in the notebook, asking idly. "Mm-hmm." Bai Ningbing nodded, pressing her lips together. "So if that girl named Shen Qingqiu came to Shancheng with you, would she also be very happy?" "Perhaps." I murmured to myself, the corner of my mouth curved into a complicated arc. "Or perhaps not. Shen Qingqiu is my childhood sweetheart." I stopped, leaning against the railing. More than 10 years together. But she's long since grown tired of me. I'm truly tired as well. It's that feeling of more than 10 years of giving and waiting. The grievances and sorrows in my heart. In the end, I could only bear them alone. I looked at Bai Ningbing seriously. My smile carried a hint of bitterness. "Do you understand this feeling?" "Mm-hmm. I think I understand." Saying this, her clear, almond-shaped eyes looked up at the pitch-black night sky. "From childhood to now, I've never had a single friend. But I also longed for others to care. When I was very young, my father, trying to earn money for our family, died in a car accident. My mother could only go out and work alone. But everyone around us said my mother was a woman who brought misfortune to her husband. Bai Ningbing's long eyelashes glistened with tears. So I also became the unlucky child in their mouths, a comet no one wanted to get close to. I completely understood that feeling, the feeling of not being cared for by others, clearly giving all your true affection, only for it to be taken for granted, even to be mocked. My heart fiercely tightened in that moment. I suppressed all my expressions. Frowning, I said, but clearly we are not the ones at fault. From now on, you have a friend. I am your friend. Bai Ningbing looked up at me and softly replied, okay. Shen under the night sky, the wind whistled. But why did it feel so warm? Lying in my room, I absently fiddled with Bai Ningbing's photo. The corner of my mouth unconsciously curved into a smile. Although I didn't want to admit it, but after that heart-to-heart by the river, a seed seemed to have been planted in my heart, giving rise to an indescribable feeling, like two people lost in the dark, instinctively seeking each other for warmth. Perhaps it's just because she and Shen Qingqiu are two completely different people. With Shen Qingqiu, I only felt her capriciousness and perfunctoriness, and never dared to hope to experience this kind of thoughtfulness and understanding. 7 a.m. downstairs at Tulip Apartments, a beautiful figure in a wine-red camisole dress appeared. Shen Qingqiu, wait for me, Xiaobing's voice echoed from behind. But the footsteps of Shen Qingqiu didn't stop at all, because if she slowed down even a little, dining hall window number 5 would have a long line. The reserved seat in the library would also be cancelled for being late. This hurried life forced her to quicken her pace. It was only the third day. The capricious girl who was once like a princess also gradually developed a steel-like resilience. Her beautiful feet finally touched the ground of reality, beginning to tend to her own life. Xiaobing looked at the hurried figure ahead, often feeling helpless and puzzled. Compared to these trivial, annoying things, is it really that hard to humble herself to Mu Chen? But an unintentional remark from Lin Mo suddenly enlightened him. Making up isn't that easy. That Mu Chen has been by Shen Qingqiu's side since childhood. His subtle arrogance in his bones is like a huge mountain propping up his chin. If Shen Qingqiu really humbles herself, then what kind of relationship would they use to continue interacting with each other? That's right, it's just a simple apology. But those past events, does it also mean she has to admit that everything was her fault? This is like a relationship. Even if the scales have tipped, it was always good at the beginning. But with the giving and inequality accumulated over days and months, the accumulated fatigue and hurt will only make that crack impossible to erase. It looks like a simple apology, but behind it lies the responsibility of personally mending each and every past hurt. Even if wrong, one can only grit their teeth and move forward. Everyone knows this could be a path where each goes their separate way, but who would willingly become a slave to emotions? Moreover, carrying mistakes, this relationship itself is very difficult to continue. Xiaobing dazedly watched Shen Qingqiu grow further and further away. She didn't understand why when witnessing these childhood sweethearts 4 years of being together day and night. At the moment they parted ways, Xiaobing and Lin Mo felt even more uncomfortable than the couple themselves. After buying breakfast, Shen Qingqiu immediately went with Xiaobing to the library in a hurry. After all, there were people standing and people sitting. This place was more competitive than a battlefield. In a frantic rush, she finally managed to arrive at her seat, but before the first seat cancellation. Just because she woke up too early, her head was still a bit dizzy. How on earth did that Mu Chen manage to always get a seat so early? Shen Qingqiu pressed her lips together and opened her book, forcing herself into study mode, but her mind was a tangled mess. Until she casually opened WeChat and saw the chat with me had been empty for 48 hours, she took a deep breath, muttering to herself, "Snap out of it, Shen Qingqiu. You can't let that guy look down on you. You don't want to humble yourself to him, do you? No, absolutely not. You have to persist. You have to live well on your own. To show him, without him, you'll only live more brilliantly. Only then will he obediently come back to your side, just like he used to wait for you." This capricious girl had a stubborn personality. Even after regretting and being angry for a long time, Shen Qingqiu finally figured out what she truly wanted. Life still went on, studies still progressed. She also couldn't tell if this was self-motivation or rivalry, but just thinking of her proud look when she turned her head to show that childhood sweetheart a triumphant look that she was living very well, and then seeing Mu Chen dejected, coming back to her side, Shen Qingqiu holding her books and pens was instantly filled with energy. Just like countless times before, you're surely still angry with me, right? But as long as I turn around, you'll still be standing right there. This time, even though I was the one who let him go, but that guy will definitely come back, right? The 3-day trip to Shansheng finally came to a perfectly timed, regretful ellipsis. Bai Ningbing and I boarded the plane back to Jinling. Your mother's wish was finally fulfilled. I asked her what her plans were after returning. Bai Ningbing didn't answer immediately, only quietly directed her gaze out the window, looking at the clouds on the horizon. After a long while, she spoke seriously. I want to work hard to earn money, to take my mother for treatment, and I want to take her to see this big world. The smile on my face gradually faded. Looking at this girl who seemed shy on the outside but was full of courage on the inside, I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. Both in their 20s, both graduating students from Jinling University? Why is it that some people are like Shen Qingqiu, born with a silver spoon, while others like Bai Ningbing have to carry the burdens of life and move forward? My heart ached. Looking at the shy girl slowly drifting off to sleep beside me, an unspeakable heartache rose within me. Her father passed away early. Her mother was gravely ill. The family was heavily in debt. She could only rely on working part-time while studying to attend university and had to scrimp and save to buy medicine for her mother. This trip to Shancheng, Bai Ningbing had planned for a very long time. To fulfill the wish of her mother on her sickbed, she had been frugal, secretly saving money for 2 or 3 years. Was a mere 200 yuan her entire savings? So for the several years her mother was sick, how did she get through it? I gazed at Bai Ningbing's profile, 100 thoughts swirling in my mind. That small amount of money had made her so awkward, one could imagine how frugal her daily life must have been. My gaze involuntarily stopped on Bai Ningbing's white canvas shoes. The shoes were already coming apart at the seams, and she hadn't changed them for days. Her old suitcase creaked, the lid even had patches. I just quietly watched her, 1,000 thoughts flashing through my mind. More than 2 hours passed in a flash. The plane landed at Jinling Airport. The two of us shared the same path, returning to this familiar city. But Bai Ningbing felt as if a lifetime had passed. The freedom and comfort in Shancheng were immediately replaced by a heavy pressure on her shoulders. We took the subway and then a taxi. When we arrived back at the gate of Jinling University, it was already late at night. Bai Ningbing was just about to say goodbye to me, but I directly shook my head. Let's go. He'll take you home. Take me home? Bai Ningbing pressed her lips together, hastily waved her hand. No need, really, there's no need. It's decided then. Without another word, I picked up her suitcase. Aren't we friends? You'll still need to know the way later. All right. Fine. Bai Ningbing hesitated for a long time, looking at the pitch-black night road, finally nodded, then silently led the way ahead, leading me to a small alley outside the school. Because she worked while studying, she often stayed at her workplace. This way she could save on lodging expenses and also save time going home. In the quiet alley, aside from the hustle and bustle of the snack street outside, only the sporadic chatter of neighbors remained. At the end of the alley was a small bun shop, its storefront so narrow that 2 people couldn't squeeze past, but it seemed especially cozy. The expression on my face immediately became a little complex. I never expected Bai Ningbing's part-time job to be here. Grandma Bai Ningbing pulled her suitcase. As soon as she saw the bun shop, her steps also lightened considerably. Is that little ear? Grandma's little ear is back. At the sound of the call, the dim light in the bun shop flickered. A figure stumbled out, a kind-faced old woman taking small steps. It's good you're back. It's good you're back. Ah, this handsome young man is. Her eyes held a hint of surprise and joy, lingering on me. I hastily and respectfully stepped forward, a polite smile gracing my face. Bai Ningbing's cheeks were slightly flushed. Grandma, this is Mu Chen. He's a friend I met on my trip to Shancheng. She then turned and softly introduced me. This is Grandma Chen, the owner of the bun shop. I nodded slightly, feeling incredibly touched. The scene before my eyes spoke volumes. I could guess 7 or 8 parts of the story. A good girl like Bai Ningbing. In this world, there will always be kind people willing to treat her with sincerity. Hello, Grandma. Mu Chen, Ningbing's friend. Grandma Chen didn't speak immediately, just quietly observed me. Her aged eyes shimmered with a knowing light, as if assessing me. After a moment, she smiled. Good, very good. Young people should make many friends. Our little ear is a good girl. But Grandma Chen's gaze still lingered on me for a long time, then turned to look at Bai Ningbing with a pained expression. After a long while, she let out a drawn-out sigh. Unfortunately, there aren't many good people in this world. To have a sincere friend by her side, Grandma is truly very happy. Decades of storms and hardships, old people can always see through everything with just a glance. With just a few words from Grandma, the atmosphere suddenly became a bit strange. Young man, I have nothing to thank you for. Have 2 buns to warm your stomach. Grandma Chen smiled kindly. Saying that, she quickly turned around. She grabbed a plastic bag and picked 2 large, still warm meat buns from the steamer. The moment the steamer lid was opened, the rich aroma of meat spread throughout my nose. Instinctively, I was about to politely refuse, but Grandma wouldn't let me say a word. She directly put the buns into my hand. I moved my lips, but in the end, I could only accept them helplessly. Grandma quietly left, leaving us two some private space. In the quiet atmosphere, only she and I stood silently. I'm leaving now. I looked at Bai Ningbing, who was right in front of me. She lowered her head, her cheeks flushed, and stammered a few words. Then please be careful on your way. The streetlights in the alley were dim and yellowish. I pulled my suitcase, waved goodbye without looking back, but my heart felt inexplicably empty. It was already 8 p.m. when I got back to the dorm. Lin Mo was playing games, furiously smashing the keyboard. Seeing me enter, he immediately put the keyboard aside and ran over to ask, Mu Chen, are you all right? I ignored him and packed my luggage myself. Lin Mo quickly came to help, occasionally glancing at me secretly, and inwardly let out a sigh of relief. 3 days ago, after the party, Mu Chen had disappeared. When there was news, he was already in Shancheng. Lin Mo and Xiaobing had contacted each other privately quite a bit, only worried that Mu Chen might do something reckless. But it seems now, the situation is much better than they expected. It doesn't look like it was planned beforehand. It's so late, why did you bring back 2 buns? Could it be a specialty of Shancheng? He muttered to himself, then tore open the plastic bag and put a bun into his mouth. Lin Mo ate until his mouth was greasy, chewing and leaning closer to ask softly, Mu Chen, these past few days, has Shen Qingqiu made up with you yet? Has she made up? I froze. Facing Lin Mo's curious gaze, I let out a soft sigh. You're thinking too much. She and I really have to keep our distance from now on. I shrugged, my voice holding both helplessness and a hint of liberation. Lin Mo froze with the meat bun in his mouth. He and Mu Chen had grown up together since childhood, so he naturally knew these words were heartfelt. Are you serious? Xiaobing and I thought you wanted to retreat to advance, to force Shen Qingqiu to bow her head first, and then conquer her that way. This spontaneous trip has changed my mood a lot. Perhaps I was already tired to begin with. My repeated devotion always sank like a stone in the ocean. Tasting freedom once again, that feeling is like the vast sea for fish to dance and the high sky for birds to soar. I don't want to go back to the old state anymore. Perhaps it's truly time to let go. Whether it was love or obsession, it no longer matters. Currently, I just want to do something meaningful. I thought aimlessly, just silently looked at Lin Mo without saying a word. After tidying up, I took a shower, then quietly sat at my desk. But for a moment, I didn't know what to do, only feeling a bit disheartened. Before, at this time, everything around me, whether little or much, revolved around Shen Qingqiu. Now that I was truly free, I surprisingly felt confused. I wonder what Bai Ningbing is doing. In my hazy state, that resilient figure reappeared in my mind. I looked at the remaining bun on the table. As if by some divine intervention, I picked it up and tasted it. That delicious flavor immediately awakened my taste buds. The bun was clearly cold, yet it still surprised me. It was surprisingly delicious. Early the next morning, as soon as dawn broke, I left the school gate. As familiar as family, I went to the entrance of the Snack Street alley, and from afar, I saw the bun shop at the end of the alley. The small alley was both quiet and bustling, filled with the breath of everyday life. Instinctively, I slowed my steps, and from afar, I smelled a sweet aroma, carrying rising steam. Layers of steamers were piled high, and the neighborhood aunts and uncles were gathered there, bustling. Girl, give me 5 meat buns. Here, 5 yuan. Ningbing is finally back. A few days ago, only Grandma Chen was manning the stall alone, which made us, the regular customers, feel so sorry. Today I'll take 10. Give me 10 more yuan and another cup of soy milk. Between 2 towering stacks of steamers, the girl who was usually a bit clumsy and shy was briskly rolling up her sleeves, so busy that her forehead was dotted with sweat. Uncle Niu, here's yours. Please take it. Auntie Liu, this is your soy milk. Auntie, you gave me 5 yuan too much. No matter how delicious, I can't take more. Please take it back quickly. I slowly walked from the alley entrance. My gaze swept past the simple, kind neighbors, then settled on the face of the usually timid Bai Ningbing. I saw a rare, joyful smile. It's finally my turn. Excuse me, can I have 2 meat buns? Yes, please wait a moment. Bai Ningbing didn't lift her head, completely unaware it was me. When she finished wrapping and looked up, she finally saw me. That burning gaze made my heart race like a fawn, pounding nonstop. This is Ningbing's friend, isn't it? He looks very handsome. The neighbors around, several decades old, all curled their lips into a knowing smile of experienced people. Seeing us both blush, they all teased. Amidst everyone's laughter, Grandma Chen, who was busy, also saw me. She gave a kind smile and pulled me into the bun shop. Ningbing is a good girl, young man. Grandma sees that you treat her well. Although I don't know what you're thinking. Having weathered so many years, Grandma's words revealed a bit of the worldly wisdom of an experienced person. I turned my head to look at Bai Ningbing in the distance. After making sure she couldn't hear, I leaned in closer. I heard Bai Ningbing say, "Her mother seems to be seriously ill." Grandma's gaze rested on me, with a deeper meaning in her eyes. Yes, mid-stage lung cancer is not a minor illness. It will cost a lot of money. On her kind face, a hint of sorrow and helplessness appeared. She took out a stack of documents from a metal box. Ningbing here looks fragile, but in reality, she's stronger than anyone. I casually flipped through them. These documents turned out to be half a year's worth of papers, test results, and payment receipts. The amount on each paper was considerable. It was signed Yang Qiaoyun, presumably Bai Ningbing's mother. My heart tightened, a mix of emotions swirling. I immediately guessed that a significant portion of this money must have been help from this old lady. No wonder Bai Ningbing kept staying here. It turns out there was a reason. Grandma is a very good judge of character. Young man, you are a good person. But this girl Xiaobing, later in life, it certainly won't be as simple as you think. I looked up, just as I met her gaze, which was worldly, yet carried a sense of scrutiny. Xiaobing has never been close to any boy. Grandma doesn't want you to abandon her halfway. If that's truly the case, it'd be better to break off this connection from the start. My mood was a bit complicated. I softly said, "Grandma, you're overthinking. I sincerely want to help her." I leaned in closer and whispered into her ear for a long time. Grandma's expression changed several times, and after a long moment, an indescribable look of emotion appeared. "Young man, are all the things you said true?" I smiled and asked, "Does Grandma disagree?" "Why would I disagree?" She shook her head and smilingly said that this shop only had 2 tables, 1 sign, and not much money left. "Grandma, I have no relatives or kin. If it weren't for this poor girl, I would have fallen back long ago, half my body already buried." While talking, Bai Ningbing happened to walk in. Grandma didn't allow unlucky words. What is she saying to Grandma? Bai Ningbing turned her head to look at me, her face full of curiosity. Grandma said she wants me to take over her shop, make it prosper, and restore its glory. Bai Ningbing blinked her beautiful eyes, her face filled with disbelief. Grandma smiled and waved to the girl again, pulling her closer. "I'm old. I can't do it anymore. This shop will be yours from now on." "Grandma." Bai Ningbing was immediately stunned. This was the first time she had seen Grandma so serious. "This old woman has no other relatives. This young man is a good child because he is willing to help you. I'm entrusting this shop to both of you." Bai Ningbing's heart was a tangle of emotions, completely unsure what was happening, only feeling that Grandma seemed to be leaving her. She said that and then let go of the girl's hand, gave me a meaningful look, then turned and left, leaving a private space for the 2 of us. Bai Ningbing lowered her head and softly asked me, "Mu Chen, why exactly did you come to find me?" "Of course, it's to help you fulfill your wish." I stared at her, my eyes incredibly firm. "Don't you want your mother to recover and take her to see the whole world? As your only friend, I must help you fulfill this wish. Let's make money together." Bai Ningbing stared blankly at me for a long time. "Why, are you willing to help me?" After a moment of silence, I looked at her seriously. "We're about to graduate. We have to find something to do anyway. Moreover, being by your side, I feel very comfortable. Who says this bun shop can't be my career?" Bai Ningbing was immediately stunned, her cheeks flushed bright red. "Don't joke anymore. Mu Chen is an excellent student of Jinling University. After graduating, he can easily find a good job. Giving up a bright future just to help me? How could that be?" "I'm not joking." I shook my head, my expression extremely serious. "I am serious. In your eyes, this is a bun shop, but in my eyes, this is absolutely a fantastic startup project." As I spoke, I picked up a still warm bun and took a large bite. How delicious these buns are, you surely understand in your heart. It's very delicious. But so what? Bai Ningbing's mind was a mess, her face full of bewilderment. Grandma's buns are truly unique. Neighbors have loved eating them for decades. The ingredients and method are different from outside. I looked at the naive girl in front of me and smiled helplessly. Delicious is the biggest selling point. Who says a bun shop can't become a chain? Sateshe Xiaoyan and snail noodles haven't. They all become famous nationwide. Why can't our buns become a hot trend breakfast item? Yesterday, I tried this bun and immediately had an idea. This 100-year-old shop absolutely has the potential to become a big brand. Now is the internet era. The old saying, good wine needs no bush, is outdated. Grandma is old. How can we, being so young, not know what to do? As long as operations and strategy keep up, we can use small costs to achieve big profits. Even if it can't become a national brand, it should at least become the most famous old shop in Jinling. I envision the future, my eyes shining brightly. Don't you want Grandma's buns to be tasted and loved by many people? Bai Ningbing unconsciously muttered, of course I want that. Her thoughts suddenly surged, revisiting the scene of her first encounter with the old lady. It was a bone-chilling winter night. She had just finished her part-time job and was rushing back to the dorm, but it was too late. She was both cold and hungry. On the way, only this bun shop remained, still lit with a warm light in the distance. So she spent 1 yuan and bought a hot meat bun. That delicious taste and warmth, she could never forget it her whole life. And it was from that moment that she got to know this kind old lady, began to help her with small tasks, then she helped her work at the bun shop, and her life gradually improved. Grandma paid her a monthly salary. She could both pay off debts and buy things for her mother. It's been 4 years. She has developed deep feelings. For this small bun shop has developed deep feelings. I've already spoken with Grandma. With 30,000 yuan, I will buy back half of the bun shop's business rights. I looked at Bai Ningbing. Shall we run this bun shop together from now on? Bai Ningbing slightly opened her mouth and only came back to her senses after a long time. Are you serious? All of this feels like a dream. She felt it wasn't real. Of course it's real. My eyes sparkled with light. I've even thought of the future path, starting from Jinling University to make our buns famous within the school. I already have a small plan in mind. So I began to ramble on, describing to Bai Ningbing how to fire the first shot at Jinling University, how to make the business grow like a snowball. As Bai Ningbing listened, her expression gradually became moved. She couldn't help but ask curiously, "Muchen, you are? How did you come up with all this? How did you think of it?" I pressed my lips together, saying nothing. My gaze drifted through the small alley and fell towards Jinling University in the distance. I seemed to see that cafeteria again, seeing below the 5th window the long lines of people. "Muchen, you're back this morning? King Q, do you know?" On the path from the cafeteria to the library, Xiaobing held a packet of soup, secretly observing Shen Qingqiu's expression. Shen Qingqiu suddenly stopped, but after that moment of stiffness, her usual smile returned to her face. "Of course I know. Are you really not going to ask Muchen out to talk things over clearly?" Xiaobing's face was filled with worry. "What's wrong?" Shen Qingqiu deliberately pretended not to understand and turned her head. "Nothing is wrong with me. Isn't it good the way we are now? At least my life has gotten better." Xiaobing fell silent. Though she didn't want to admit it, this crazy girl, after leaving Muchen, really seemed to be getting stronger step by step. The alarm clock rang on time every morning, each time rushing to grab a spot in the library, going alone to pick up packages from far away. In just a few short days, these bothersome little tasks, Shen Qingqiu had actually adapted to them all. Xiaobing looked at Shen Qingqiu's back and could only helplessly shake her head. Perhaps she had deceived even herself. But in unintentional moments, Shen Qingqiu would still stare blankly at her phone and would sob in some late-night corner. On the other side, Bai Ningbing, under my relentless persuasion, was finally moved and reluctantly agreed to run this bun shop with me, to try her best for Grandma's bun shop. Although she had agreed, but to persuade Bai Ningbing, I had to put in a lot of effort. This timid girl seemed to always feel a bit guilty towards me, not wanting me to waste time on her. Initially, I just wanted to help her, escape her difficult life. But the more I thought about the plan, the more deeply involved I became. Added to that were the buns that I could never get enough of. A burning flame of excitement also ignited in my heart. But regarding the future profit sharing of the bun shop, Bai Ningbing refused to yield. "That's too much." Bai Ningbing lowered her head, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. "You're the one who gave money to Grandma? I'm just a helper. Even without a salary, giving me 1 or 2% would already make me content." I felt helpless and advised her wholeheartedly for half a day. 3 parts then, 3 parts it is. I subtly cleared my throat, quickly moved past this topic, afraid Bai Ningbing would change her mind. While we were negotiating, the old lady kept watching from the side, watching us young people plan our future. Didn't she also recall her own youth? It's just a pity that she didn't meet such a good person back then. "Xiaoer, you are much luckier than me," the old lady whispered softly, looking at Bai Ningbing with eyes full of pity and affection. Since I had taken over the bun shop, I immediately put on an apron and got to work, quickly adapted to this busy work, my face full of smiles as I greeted everyone around. This bun shop has been open for decades. Not a few neighbors grew up eating Grandma's buns. Many older aunts and uncles teased us, and I was quite thick-skinned, but Bai Ningbing's small face was bright red with embarrassment. The old lady stood behind us, the smile on her lips irrepressible. After only half a day of work, I directly felt the hardship of running a business. Don't look at how crowded Grandma's shop was. A bun, whether savory or vegetarian, only sold for 1 yuan. Working hard all day at most, only 500-600 pieces could be sold. This meager profit each day didn't even earn 200-300 yuan, and labor costs, utilities, and rent still had to be deducted. It was truly very tough. In a blink, it was 8 p.m., finally done cleaning up. Now it's time to learn the exclusive bun-making secret. On the chopping board were flour, sauce, green onions, a rolling pin, all sorts of dazzling tools. I stood neatly in an apron on one side, watching the old lady's skilled movements on the board. The first step is, of course, kneading the dough. Not long after, a smooth white ball of dough appeared before my eyes. The old lady looked at me. This step has no special technique. The key is the ratio of water to flour. 2 bowls of flour to 1 bowl of water. Too much water and the dough will be sticky. Too little water and the dough will be hard. Next, I watched the old lady wash the pork thoroughly and mince it, put it into a large bowl, and swiftly add various seasonings to mix the filling. This type of sauce has its own specific requirements. Xiaobing will teach you the recipe later. The old lady was patiently wrapping the buns while giving instructions. This bun must have 12 folds, not a single one missing. A bun made like this, whether in shape or appearance, is a masterpiece. I never expected that an ordinary bun would have so many secrets, both inside and out. When I brought a bag of meat buns back to the dorm, it was already 11 o'clock at night. Linmo was sitting by the computer, dazed for some reason. Curiously, I went closer for a look, and on the screen was a series of recruitment posters. Seeing Linmo's dejected face, I suddenly understood. After all, graduation is in half a year, and now is the campus recruitment period. Linmo's family isn't well off, so if he still hasn't found a job by graduation, losing his status as a fresh graduate, his future would be even more uncertain. I entered very quietly, and Linmo didn't notice at all. By the time he reacted, he hastily closed the page. Laomo, you're finally back. Appearing and disappearing day and night. What have you been busy with lately? I didn't answer directly, I just held up the bag in my hand. You hungry? Brought you some buns? Are these the buns from that shop yesterday? Linmo drooled with desire, grabbed one and took a big bite, devouring it like that. Damn, which shop are these buns from? I've never eaten anything this delicious. Delicious, right? I lifted my chin proudly. This is a hidden gem in a small alley outside school. I don't tell just anyone about it. It's a decades-old shop. I'm going to shower first. You can eat slowly. After saying that, I went into the bathroom. Linmo truly couldn't resist. He ate a few more, then sat back down at his computer, satisfied. The day's fatigue was washed away by the hot water. I showered for a full 20 minutes before getting out. As I dried my hair, I glanced over, and sure enough, Linmo was looking at the recruitment information again, worrying. Lao Lin, how's the job hunt going? I asked casually while drying my hair. He instinctively wanted to close the web page. Seeing that I had caught him, he figured there was no point in hiding it anymore. He sighed. What can I do? It is what it is. Linmo has always been honest and simple, with average looks and grades. That year, he had also barely passed the exam to get into Jinling University. That was probably the most glorious moment in his entire life. If he couldn't find a good job right after leaving school, his life would probably go downhill. It was no wonder he was so dejected. I watched him while drying my hair and suddenly asked if he had ever thought about starting his own business. Linmo was clearly stunned, then shook his head with a bitter smile. Me? Start a business? But he quickly reacted, his eyes widening. Wait a minute, Laomo, are you planning to start a business? That's right, I nodded, my gaze falling on the table. I really am considering it. Linmo reflexively followed my gaze and ended up seeing the remaining meat buns on the table, his expression becoming even more confused. If I really do this, it'll definitely be short-staffed then, Laolin. Do you want to come and help me? Linmo hesitated for a long time, still with that timid expression, and said quietly, Laomo, you know me. I'm not cut out for big things. My mom has it all planned out for me. I'm only suited for a stable government job and then live a peaceful, ordinary life forever. I stared at him. Then when are you going to pursue Kui Xiaobing? Linmo's face immediately flushed red. Laomo, don't talk nonsense. Xiaobing and I don't have that kind of relationship. Not that kind of relationship? You think I can't tell? Couldn't help but chuckle. This kid has been following me around since we were young. All his little thoughts are written all over his face. Lao Lin, think carefully about what I said. Our vision used to be too narrow, always staring at one person. Like how I used to stare at Shen Qingqiu. Now you're staring at Kui Xiaobing. But we forgot that this world has many more interesting people and things. Linmo opened his mouth, wanting to retort, but under my calm gaze, he strangely fell silent. He watched my back as I climbed into bed, not saying anything for a long time, then turned his head back to look at the screen, filled with recruitment information, advertisements, and an empty inbox. His eyes were filled with confusion and conflict. The next day, just as the sky was getting light, I was on my way to the bun shop. As soon as I left, I went straight to a nearby ATM, withdrew exactly 35,000 yuan in cash, and carefully stuffed it into my backpack. This was the secret stash I had saved for several years, my entire fortune. Carrying it felt heavy. I was really about to start a business, and I felt a bit apprehensive, but even more so, a surge of passion. With these complicated feelings, I strode towards the small alley. From afar, I could see the warm light coming from the bun shop, so I quickened my pace and went in. I gently placed the paper package into her hand. Granny, I've decided, She didn't seem surprised at all and smiled as she nodded. You've decided? I nodded firmly, my gaze extremely resolute. Yes, I've decided. Bai Ningbing's gaze was a little cold. She turned and took off her coat, nimbly tied her apron and started working. Everything felt so hazy, so unreal. What are you thinking about? I walked over after washing my hands, smiling. Don't you dare slack off. This is a joint business for the two of us. Bai Ningbing suddenly snapped back to reality, swallowing the words on the tip of her tongue and finally just smiled gently, continuing to work with her head down. When she wasn't looking, I secretly used my phone to take a picture of her busy silhouette. Her beautiful face, dotted with sweat, and her delicate figure were faintly visible in the rising steam. This natural beauty gave me the urge to change it to my phone wallpaper. The corner of my mouth lifted slightly, but when I opened my phone and saw the radiant, heart-stirring face on the screen, I fell silent for a moment, but ultimately still changed to the new wallpaper. After that, we divided the work and were busy for a whole hour, finally finishing steaming 2 large baskets. Don't think that just because it's my first day, but since I learned from my chef grandfather as a child, I have some foundation, so these kitchen tasks are not unfamiliar. Plus, with Master Bai Ningbing guiding me, my speed was incredibly fast. Finally done, a sense of accomplishment swelled in my heart. My gaze also unconsciously fell on the girl beside me. Bai Ningbing felt a little unnatural being stared at by me, looking a bit flustered, so she had to turn away and pretend to be busy. Just then, my phone vibrated once. I took it out to see. It was a message from Kui Xiaobing. If that kid Lin Mo had been looking for me, I would have definitely refused. But since it was Xiaobing who asked, 7:30, it is then, I happily replied with a single word, okay. Time quickly passed 7 o'clock, right during peak hours, and a long line soon formed in front of the bun shop. I was in charge of the heavy lifting and carrying, while Bai Ningbing was in charge of collecting money and packing. The two of us had a clear division of labor, and amidst the busyness, there was an indescribable chemistry. Busy from early morning until noon, more than half of the 500-plus buns were sold, and business was even better than usual. In the morning, during some free time, I walked around a few nearby bun shops and found that their buns were small with little filling, tasting both greasy and dry, and they were even more expensive than ours. Even so, there were still quite a few students lining up in front of those shops. Many were frowning as they ate. Clearly, in this hurried morning, they didn't have any better options. Where do you get this lightbox sign made, do you know? I turned and asked Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing thought for a moment, looking a little lost. I had someone fix it before the new year. I have the phone number here. Are you planning to open a branch? I shrugged helplessly. To open a branch, the rent for one shop would be at least 5,000 yuan, plus equipment, miscellaneous decorations. You can't do it without tens of thousands of yuan. Looking at Bai Ningbing's blank expression, I still voiced my thoughts. Our bun shop's location and foot traffic simply can't compare to the food street. A direct comparison is unrealistic, so I plan to do delivering straight into the school, door-to-door delivery to each building. Your secret recipe buns can definitely beat the buns from window number 5 in the cafeteria. After hearing my plan, Bai Ningbing was completely astonished, standing there dumbfounded. With the remaining 5,000 yuan, getting a lightbox sign, buying 2 more steamers, it seems it's still not enough. I couldn't help but mutter and calculate to myself. But I didn't expect that these words would be heard by the person cleaning up next to me, who was Bai Ningbing. Her heart stirred and she lowered her head, seemingly calculating something. By 6 p.m., the remaining buns were all sold out. I have something to do, so I have to go first. I cleaned up a bit, remembering the dinner Xiaobing had arranged this morning, so I rolled up my sleeves and hurried to the old spot. As soon as I left, Bai Ningbing also took off her apron and somewhat hastily said goodbye to Granny. Silly girl, don't wear yourself out. Granny looked at her, seemingly understanding everything, her face full of heartache. If you need money, I have some. Saying that, she took Bai Ningbing's hand. Granny, I already owe you enough. Mo Chen is willing to help me. I can't let him bear the burden alone. I have to help him. Student Shen. About the invitation to the graduation party. What have you decided? At the gate of Jinling University, Shen Qingqiu and Kui Xiaobing were about to head to the food street when a voice suddenly sounded from behind them. The two turned their heads to look and saw a person dressed smartly, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, looking very handsome and elegant, walking towards them. Look, it's Lu Chen. Who's that? You don't even know our school student union president? How ignorant. Is that Shen Qingqiu next to him? Truly a perfect match. From time to time, people passed by, looking at the 2 famous figures from the school forum, and couldn't help but point and whisper among themselves. Student Lu. Shen Qingqiu was a little surprised, waiting until he got closer to speak. Isn't the graduation party still 3 months away? I haven't decided yet. Xiaobing beside her glanced at her, silently thinking how just a week ago she had rejected Mo Chen over this very matter, and now she was saying she hadn't decided. Lu Chen laughed upon hearing that. Then can I invite you to join our startup group? What? Shen Qingqiu was stunned. Startup? Lu Chen casually took out a flyer and waved it. Haven't you heard? The school is organizing a support competition for graduating student startups. As long as the project is good enough, you can participate. They not only provide a venue, but also prize money. If you guys are interested, you can join my team. Our project is to create a film and television platform. Seeing both Shen Qingqiu and Xiaobing turn serious, a smile curved on Lu Chen's lips. You're both like me, both directly admitted to graduate school. Even if the startup fails, we don't have the pressure of finding a job. So, what do you say? Want to join? Thank you, student Lu. Well, think about it. Lu Chen just gave a polite smile, then turned and left. About 10 minutes later, Shen Qingqiu and Xiaobing finally arrived at the meeting place, Yucheng Hot Pot. Lin Mo had arrived long ago and was waving to them from a distance. They sat down in a corner of the hall, and the familiar smell of spices made Shen Qingqiu feel at ease. Mo Chen used to save our seats. Xiaobing mentioned, whether intentionally or not. Every time winter came, as long as you said you wanted hot pot, Lao Mo would skip class to save a spot for us. If we were even a little late, there would be no seats left. Do you still remember? Of course I remember. Shen Qingqiu pursed her lips, looking at the empty chair, uncharacteristically silent. It's fine today too, Lin Mo casually said from the side. It was already past 6 when I arrived, and there weren't many people in the restaurant. I remember this place used to be so crowded. I heard it has a new owner now, and the taste isn't the same as before. It wasn't until he saw Xiaobing desperately giving him looks that his voice trailed off. Only then did Lin Mo realize that the usually proud Shen Qingqiu had her head down and tears were glistening in her eyes. Long time no see. What's with this? I finally rushed over. Shen Qingqiu quickly turned her head away, hastily wiping her eyes. Neither Xiaobing nor Lin Mo said a word, and Shen Qingqiu's gaze was evasive. Long time no see. Have you ordered yet? My gaze didn't linger on Shen Qingqiu for long. I turned and asked Xiaobing. Not yet, Lao Mo. You go order. Xiaobing hurriedly tried to ease the atmosphere. After I went out to order, Xiaobing pulled Shen Qingqiu's hand and whispered, Didn't you say you'd just be normal friends? Can't normal friends have feelings? Shen Qingqiu turned her head away, muttering to herself. She didn't understand what was wrong with her either. She had clearly prepared herself mentally these past few days. Clearly life went on without him. But the moment she saw Mo Chen's calm gaze, the defense line in her heart collapsed instantly. The steaming hot pot brought a fragrant aroma to their faces. Tripe, beef, coriander. The aroma of the various side dishes diluted some of the subtlety in the atmosphere. How have you been lately? Lao Mo, was Shancheng okay? You didn't even wait for us to go with you. Haha. Xiaobing and Lin Mo tried to liven up the atmosphere. Shen Qingqiu, however, lowered her head absently and suddenly spoke. Mo Chen, I heard you're starting a business. Yeah, my chopsticks paused mid-air. You all know already? My gaze swept over Lin Mo and that guy immediately looked down guiltily. I couldn't help but sigh internally. This guy really is unreliable. Starting a business is such a big deal. Why didn't you tell us? Shen Qingqiu pursed her lips, looking straight at me. Aren't we friends? We are friends, I replied calmly. It's just getting started. There's no need for everyone to know. Shen Qingqiu took a deep breath and asked, feigning casualness, I heard from Lin Mo that your project is still short-staffed. Lin Mo's eyes immediately widened, and he frantically waved his hands, signaling that he wasn't taking the blame for this. We're not short. I slowly raised my head and looked at her. I already have a partner. Shen Qingqiu's heart felt as if it had been struck by a sledgehammer. He rejected me again. In an instant, the air was filled with nothing but suffocation amidst the noise. Xiaobing and Lin Mo both knew to keep quiet. Shen Qingqiu finally couldn't hold it in anymore, her voice carrying a slight tremble. Don't overthink it. I was just asking casually. The school is supporting startups this year. Lu Chen even invited me tonight. If you're not short-staffed, then never mind. I was just worrying about it too. After all, we're friends. I was still thinking of a way to turn you down. Her words were both forced and stubborn, but my attention wasn't on her at all. Instead, I suddenly stood up and chased after a figure that had just flashed past outside the hall. Lao Lu, where are you going? The atmosphere is so delicate right now. Neither Xiaobing nor Lin Mo expected that I would suddenly stand up and leave. Shen Qingqiu, coming to her senses, was also stunned. Her hands clenched tightly. Mo Chen, you've gone too far. Finally, the tears couldn't be held back. Before, she had thought Mo Chen was just acting, that his acting was just better. But when she actually saw Mo Chen, his indifferent attitude was like an unfeeling blade, cutting deep into her heart. For the first time, Shen Qingqiu felt so broken in her life, like a princess in a fairy tale staring blankly as her knight coldly walked away before her eyes. Qingqiu, don't overthink it. Mo Chen seems to have seen someone he knows. When Shen Qingqiu came to her senses, Xiaobing quickly asked, "Who is that girl? Why did Lao Mo run off?" "I don't know her either." Lin Mo was also flustered, following their gaze out the window. He saw a girl in a mascot costume, and Mo Chen was walking towards her. "Who is that?" Shen Qingqiu stopped crying instantly. Her gaze locked onto that figure. A vague sense of fear rose in her heart. No one answered him. Xiaobing and Lin Mo also widened their eyes. The air froze. "Why are you here?" The moment I saw Bai Ningbing, an unknown fire ignited in my heart. Mo Chen. Bai Ningbing was wearing a bulky mascot costume, looking like she had been working for a long time, her small face dotted with sweat. She looked at me blankly, and a moment later, her eyes became panicked. She lowered her head and explained in a small voice, "I just wanted to earn some extra money. Don't misunderstand. I'm not in any trouble. I just wanted to help you a little more. I don't want you to have to carry the burden alone." This girl was so anxious she became flustered, her eyes turning red instantly. "Aren't we friends? You've helped me so much, I can't let your efforts go to waste. The bun shop is open now. I can just sit back and reap the rewards." Looking at Bai Ningbing's pitiful appearance, the fire in my heart felt like it was doused with ice water and was instantly extinguished without a sound. When I looked up again, my eyes were a little moist and my laugh was a little hoarse. "You're such a silly girl. Let's go, stop working." But there are only 10 minutes left before they pay for this hour's work. It's 12 yuan an hour. It's not needed. I looked at her, both amused and angry, and casually tossed the thick, smelly mascot costume out of the part-time shop's door. It's 12 yuan an hour. Bai Ningbing still wanted to resist, but in the next second, I had grabbed her hand, pushed through the bustling crowd of the food street, and disappeared from the sight of Shen Qingqiu and the other two. Shen Qingqiu stared blankly at our receding backs. At this moment, her mind was filled with the more than 10 years of her youth that had passed. And in those years of youth, it's impossible not to mention a very familiar figure. That kid Mu Chen stuck to her like a piece of sticky candy. Even though sometimes, due to her stubbornness and arrogance, she found the phrase childhood sweethearts bothersome, even detesting that kid Mu Chen. But every time she needed help, I was always the first one to appear before her. So even that day when Lu Chen's invitation made her impulsive and stubborn, she grew to dislike this relationship. Even the next day, when I, unusually, went to Shancheng alone, to the place they had once promised to visit together. Even from then on, her attitude grew colder and colder. She never once thought that the boy who had grown up with her since childhood would actually leave her. But just a moment ago, her unshakable confidence cracked for the first time. "Who is that girl?" Shen Qingqiu stared blankly at Kui Xiaobing, no longer with tears in her eyes, but with a vast emptiness. Kui Xiaobing shook her head, then turned to look at Lin Mo. Lin Mo clearly didn't know who that girl was either. Shen Qingqiu suddenly felt a chill, an autumn breeze sweeping past her. She shivered involuntarily, panicking. It was as if a treasure she had, always believed belonged to her forever, was snatched away by a stranger at this very moment. I just kept pulling Bai Ningbing, running back to the bun shop. As I walked, I suddenly remembered I had forgotten Kui Xiaobing and the others at the hot pot restaurant. I paused, stopping, but thinking it over, I shook my head again and could only give a wry smile as I continued to pull Bai Ningbing forward. "What's wrong?" Bai Ningbing clutched her clothes, looking at the hand holding hers, her cheeks still flushed. "Did I mess up something for you? I think it's too late to go back now." Then I shook my head. It was just dinner with some friends. I almost forgot about them. I continued pulling Bai Ningbing forward, and it seemed like a woman's intuition. Bai Ningbing realized something. She suddenly slowed her steps, asking softly, "Was that girl named Shen Qingqiu, right?" Her fair face looked down, her cheeks gradually lost their flush, and her eyes grew much darker. "Mu Chen, maybe you should go back." I stared at Bai Ningbing. "Why do you say that?" "Because." Bai Ningbing looked up, her voice carrying a hint of self-reproach. "I don't want you to neglect your friends because of me." In the dimly lit alley, light fell upon the girl's fair cheekbones. Bai Ningbing was a bit shy, but she wasn't stupid. She naturally guessed that the beautiful girl standing at the hot pot restaurant door today, watching her leave, was the Shen Qingqiu I had always yearned for. Women's intuition is always sharper than men's. Perhaps at that moment, even I had overlooked Shen Qingqiu's presence. For Bai Ningbing, that girl was dazzling like a princess, so beautiful it made her feel inferior. "But I'm your friend too." I took a deep breath. "Did you forget? We are the best of friends," I said with a helpless voice mixed with a hint of sorrow, my gaze fixed on the distance, recalling today's scene, deliberately putting on a serious face. "From tomorrow on, we must seriously get started on our little business. If I find out you're secretly working part-time elsewhere as your partner, I won't be happy about it." "All right." Bai Ningbing was startled by me, a little disappointed, she replied softly. Along the bluestone-paved path, the two rushed through the alley, borrowing the lamplight, seeing the shop from afar. From the colorful neon signs of the snack street to the peaceful tranquility of the alley, my vision was overwhelmed, and I suddenly lost my sense of direction. I stroked my chin, suddenly stopping in front of the shop. The sign must be finished soon. I sighed. Otherwise, even if people walk past this street, they won't notice there's a bun shop here. Then let's do it. Bai Ningbing suggested softly. I rubbed my temples. What should we name it now? Bai Ningbing thought for a moment. Let's name it Grandma's Bun Shop. For decades, all the neighbors here have called it that. Grandma Chen has been here for decades. As long as you mention a bun shop, everyone knows it's this Grandma's Bun Shop. I thought for a moment. Let's name it Grandma's Bun Shop. I slapped my thigh, hurried out of the shop, and immediately called the phone number I had saved earlier. Hello, boss. Did you receive the illuminated sign design I ordered? Yes, the name has been decided. Where's your workshop? I'll drop by to see the insulated boxes and other items. Hurried footsteps echoed in the alley. Inside the bun shop, only Bai Ningbing was left, standing dumbfounded. Following the phone number Bai Ningbing gave me, before 8 o'clock, I found a small workshop that specialized in custom orders. After selecting all the items I needed, first was the sign. It had to be in an antique style. Next were the steamers and steaming racks. I ordered 12, which is 2 sets, keeping the old dimensions, made of similar wood. Finally, the insulated boxes, designed like a delivery rider's box, but had to be bigger and thicker. A regular food delivery insulated box is only 30 centimeters high, but I wanted one that was 80 centimeters, and it needed multiple compartments inside to deliver buns. Old Man Lee, the workshop owner, had been in the business of custom catering equipment manufacturing for over 10 years. When he saw my design drawing for the insulated box, he immediately squinted his eyes and smiled. Little brother, are you planning to start your own delivery business? I didn't hide it and nodded directly. These past 2 years, there have been many delivery platforms and many students are using them. But the platform fees are too high. My small business can't bear their exploitation. Ah, you're absolutely right. Old Man Lee heard my words and also gave a wry smile. He knew too well how deep the waters of this industry were. Old Man Lee was working on material samples and designs while asking curiously, that bun shop in the alley that turns into the entrance of the snack street, is it run by an old lady and a girl, right? I was a bit surprised. After all this time, Old Man Lee, you still remember? I just remember. Old Man Lee shook his head, put down his working hands, his face full of emotion. Those buns were the best I've ever tasted. It's just a shame the location is so remote it couldn't become famous. I didn't expect to see a regular customer. I smiled. I plan to start with Jinling University. Jinling University. Old Man Lee pondered for a moment, his eyes suddenly lighting up. The faculty, staff, and students of Jinling University combined, that's at least 20 to 30,000 people. Most importantly, the dormitories are concentrated, with thousands of people living in one building. Such a place is most suitable for delivery business because one delivery can serve dozens to hundreds of portions. A few years ago, when he first entered the catering industry, he had targeted Jinling University students. But back then, delivery platforms began to monopolize the costs for vendors and consumers, prices all started to rise, and fewer people ordered deliveries. But even so, several nearby restaurants prospered and thrived thanks to delivery business in the university area. His reason for failure then was still the flavor. Although the market is large, delivery fees are getting more and more expensive. If it's not truly delicious, how would students be willing to pay for it? These things for Grandma Chen's buns are completely not a problem. On one hand, the buns are small in size and it's entirely possible to deliver a few hundred portions at once. On the other hand, the excellent flavor of these buns, if it can truly penetrate the school, will surely become famous throughout Jinling University. Old Man Lee took a deep breath and his gaze towards me had also changed. He gave a thumbs up. Little brother, I think your business has a good chance of succeeding. Soon it was 10 p.m. before leaving. I confirmed the designs and sizes of everything, and finally finalized the order at a friendly price of 6,000 yuan. Boss Lee promised to have all the items ready within 3 days. After the agreement was settled, I left alone. Walking under the dim yellow streetlights, a wave of fatigue suddenly washed over me. Still busy? Bai Ningbing sent a message. The corners of my mouth unconsciously curved into a smile. I'm done with work. Get some rest early. Turning off my phone, that feeling of fatigue also quietly dissipated. It was late at night when I returned to the dorm. Lin Mo had been waiting for me for several hours. Hearing the door open, he guiltily raised his phone. A glance at him was enough to tell something fishy was going on. Spying for Cui Xiaobing again, aren't you? I glared at him, then turned to undress and prepare for a shower. What nonsense are you talking about? Lin Mo's face was as red as an apple. He thought about it again and lowered his voice, asking curiously, Old Mu, who exactly was that girl today? I pretended not to hear and turned into the bathroom. Hot steam enveloped me. After being busy all day, I could finally relax. Perhaps it was the cold, perhaps it was being away from Bai Ningbing, perhaps Lin Mo's words brought me back to reality, but Shen Qingqiu's image unconsciously reappeared in my mind. Did she cry today? The image flashed in the corner of my eye, as if I deliberately suppressed it. I took a deep breath, my mood a little irritable. It was already 11 p.m. Chui Xiaobing still hadn't returned to her room because in front of her, a girl so beautiful she could easily lead one to sin was walking distractedly across the square carrying a bag. After the unpleasant gathering dispersed, Shen Qingqiu still refused to go back to her room. No matter how Cui Xiaobing advised her, she wouldn't listen, so Cui Xiaobing could only go along with her. But today's situation was indeed beyond everyone's expectations. Who exactly was that girl? Cui Xiaobing looked at Shen Qingqiu with complex eyes. Not to mention Shen Qingqiu, who was cherished by Mu Chen. In the palm of his hand, even Cui Xiaobing couldn't believe Mu Chen had actually let go. Let go so quickly and even found someone new. But ultimately, who could be blamed for this? Xiaobing. Suddenly, Shen Qingqiu slowly turned around, staring blankly at Cui Xiaobing. You're right. I seem to have truly lost him. The proud little princess from before was now tear-streaked. Cui Xiaobing watched, her heart aching, and quickly stepped forward to hug her. Her shoulder was quickly soaked by Shen Qingqiu's tears, from soft whimpers to deep sobs. Cui Xiaobing's heart, which had initially held a bit of anger at her friend for being so foolish, quickly melted at this moment, leaving only sorrow and sighs. The sobbing finally stopped. Shen Qingqiu, with her smudged makeup, mumbled, "All these years, have I treated Mu Chen very badly?" There was still a glimmer of hope in her eyes as she looked at Cui Xiaobing tearfully, as if Cui Xiaobing just said no, everything could still be saved. However, facing her gaze, Cui Xiaobing finally nodded. Yes. Without waiting for Shen Qingqiu to cry again, Cui Xiaobing continued with complex eyes. Old Mu has been by your side all these years, but you truly never cared about him. You were by the fire and still felt cold. Now that the fire is gone, you realize what true cold is. Silly girl, do you regret it now? Shen Qingqiu once thought she wouldn't regret it. Before, she was enveloped in my care and sacrifice. At that time, she even felt disgusted by me, disgusted by this childhood sweetheart relationship, wanting to see the outside world and meet new people. Even until I truly left, she still clung to a glimmer of hope, stubbornly insisting on living alone, as if she could explore the free world by herself. Only 1 week passed. Shen Qingqiu didn't want to admit it, but she couldn't help but admit that she truly couldn't lose Mu Chen. Today's meal. She hesitated for a long time before pretending to be indifferent and asking Cui Xiaobing to send the invitation. But in her heart, she had thought of countless ways, for example, to use her life, which was still as it always was. To provoke me, for example, to pretend not to care, and ask about my startup situation, or to ask if he was doing well recently. In reality, in her heart, the ultimate goal of everything was just to pretend to be generous and forgive me, but reality was even colder than the late-night drizzle. In Shen Qingqiu's mind at this moment, the image of me holding that strange girl's hand and leaving kept replaying. Even when I left, my eyes didn't linger on her for a second. The girl who was always beautiful and radiant at some point had curled up in a corner by the lake. Cui Xiaobing gently draped her jacket over her, her heart also full of sighs. Xiaobing, tell me, what should I do? She looked at Cui Xiaobing. The arrogant Snow White of the past was now like a defeated ugly duckling, so pathetic in the face of love. What to do? Cui Xiaobing looked at her, also falling silent and uncertain. On the other side, I finished my shower and lay on the bed resting when my phone suddenly vibrated a few times. I opened it to see it was a message from Shen Qingqiu again. Is that girl today your new friend? Her tone seemed calm and curious, as if nothing had happened today. Looking at the message on my phone, I fell silent. Actually, the moment I walked out of the restaurant today, I had already sobered up. On one side was the affection of over a decade with Shen Qingqiu, on the other was the shy yet lovely Bai Ningbing. To stay or to leave, in the end, I decisively walked away, to hold the umbrella for the girl in the mascot costume. A long while later, I finally let out a long breath, suppressing the surge of emotions. She is my friend. On the other side, Shen Qingqiu was silent for a long time before replying. Very pretty. Let's get to know each other. It's not convenient, she has few friends, a bit shy with strangers. Shen Qingqiu hesitated for a moment. But we're best friends. How can that be called shy with strangers? In the tulip apartment, Shen Qingqiu, who had just showered, hid under her blanket looking at the silent chat box on her phone screen, her lips pressed tightly together. Half a minute later, the message box lit up again. That was only once. These 5 short words kept Shen Qingqiu awake all night. About half an hour later, I looked at the 2 words. Good night, she sent on her phone, but didn't reply. My heart was filled with a myriad of emotions. Shen Qingqiu was, after all, the unforgettable Cinnabar mole. Liking her for so long without a result, but why, after I left, did she become increasingly proactive? I seemed to understand, yet I also seemed unable to understand. Past romantic relationships are always so complex. After tossing and turning under the night sky, I finally drifted off to sleep. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Life's hustle continued. No one could stay in one place for too long. Another day of waking up early. At 5 a.m., I hastily changed my clothes, preparing to go to the bun shop to help out. Perhaps because of the noise of waking up early for several days straight, Linmo also woke up very early today. He looked at me getting ready to go out, hesitated for a moment, then suddenly spoke up. Old Moo, do you know that Shen Qingqiu is also planning to start a business? Start a business? I was a little surprised and asked thoughtfully, what kind of business is she starting? A snack delivery platform. You really don't know? This is Student Union President Lu Chen's project. Besides Shen Qingqiu, there's also the head of the Student Union's propaganda department. Hui Xiaobing has also been roped in. I heard their first step is to connect the canteen and popular snack shops around to provide food delivery services to our dormitory area. The delivery fee is even half the price of outside services. How is this any different from creating a food delivery platform? There are already two giants in the market. What good is a platform created by university students? In my heart, I was silently disparaging it, but very quickly I thought of Lu Chen, that student union president title, plus whatever head of propaganda department. This was probably the project's gimmick, relying on these so-called school official positions, with connections and power within this small pond, they might be able to achieve something. But once they leave school, it's nothing. Old Moo, aren't you starting a business too? Aren't you going to join the school's startup project? I heard that participating at least gets you space support, and there might even be bonuses. What good is that? I shook my head, silently thinking that this kind of support was fundamentally not very useful. What I'm doing is a chain brand business. It's practical entrepreneurship. If it's just to get those bonuses, it probably wouldn't even be worth the effort. I shook my head, not taking it to heart. As I turned to leave, my steps halted. I turned to look at Lin Mo. That's right, old Lin. What have you thought about that? The startup. Lin Mo was a bit embarrassed. I haven't thought it through yet. You're just full of excuses all day. I glared at him, pretending to sigh as if disappointed in a friend. Hui Xiaobing has already joined the student union's project team, and she's going to pursue postgraduate studies in the future. And you don't even have a stable job yet. We grew up together as brothers. Would I lie to you? When Lin Mo heard the three words Hui Xiaobing, his expression became unnatural again. He looked at me, unable to help but ask, Old Moo, why do you seem like a different person these days? The Mu Chen of before gave him the feeling of a good student, quietly sacrificing himself by Shen Qingqiu's side. Although very intelligent, he was always modest and unassuming. But ever since returning from Shuncheng, he seemed to have become a different person, as if he had broken free from some kind of spiritual constraint, no longer doing things by the book, and even started a business. Indeed, I've changed. I slowly came back to myself, looking at Lin Mo. But I think the me now is very good. Old Lin, follow me. My eyes grew profound. We're brothers? I wouldn't harm you. This is truly an opportunity. Do you really want to spend your whole life only watching Hui Xiaobing from afar? Hui Xiaobing is so outstanding. Lin Mo's heart was a tangled mess. After a long while, he slowly looked up. I'll go see with you. I led Lin Mo through the snack street, and as we turned into the small alley, dawn was just breaking. Looking from a distance, a beautiful figure was already busy in the shop. I stood in front of the shop and patted Lin Mo's shoulder. How is it? Lin Mo looked at this grandma's bun shop and was immediately stunned. This bun shop is your startup project? Lin Mo stood outside the door, staring wide-eyed in amazement for a long time, only feeling his mind go blank. The school had a startup support program before, and many students had started new projects. There were snack platforms, social media ventures, and studios, all sorts of things blooming like 100 flowers. Yet, he and Xiaobing had guessed and guessed, but they could never have imagined Mu Chen would open a bun shop. Why the disdainful look? I said, looking at his surprised expression. That's not it. Lin Mo finally came to his senses and quickly waved his hands. Don't look down on this shop. Just a small shop like this already makes 700 to 800 in revenue every day. In a month, it can bring in tens of thousands. I deliberately exaggerated a little and patted his shoulder. Those studio projects are all just for show. They can't make money as fast as I can. 10,000 a month? From just a small shop like this? Lin Mo's eyes widened, completely awake now. I shook my head. Don't think these small businesses don't make money. The ones that are really doing well are all getting rich quietly. Of course, I wouldn't tell him that this amount still had to deduct labor, electricity, and water costs, and the actual profit was far from that exaggerated figure. With that, I led him into the shop. Seeing a stranger, Bai Ningbing instinctively stopped what she was doing and awkwardly placed her hands in front of her. Hello. I'm Old Moo's brother. My name is Lin Mo. The moment Lin Mo saw Bai Ningbing, he was both flustered and shy. His eyes didn't know where to look, and he felt even more shocked. This girl's beauty was not inferior to Shen Qingqiu's, but her aura was completely different. An idea flashed in Lin Mo's mind, remembering the figure in the mascot costume from a few days ago. Although it was a bit blurry, it matched the Bai Ningbing in front of him. I quietly watched the two of them with their awkwardness, then pulled him to meet Grandma. Grandma was very kind, and Lin Mo finally relaxed a bit. "This kid looks much more honest than you." Grandma pointed at Lin Mo and laughed. Lin Mo quickly nodded honestly. "I've been more honest than Mu Chen since we were kids." Through these jokes, the atmosphere suddenly became much more relaxed. The blush on Bai Ningbing's cheeks also gradually faded. There was still an hour until opening. I quickly took off my jacket, tied on an apron, and got to work. Pouring water, adding flour, I started kneading the dough right away. My skilled movements made Lin Mo's jaw drop. "Old Mu? So the buns from a few days ago came from here?" Grandma slowly started mixing the filling, and Bai Ningbing also rolled up her sleeves to help. Only Lin Mo was left with nothing to do, so he stood next to me. I spoke as I worked. "Were those buns delicious?" "I must say, the taste was excellent. I haven't eaten anything this early in the morning," Lin Mo said, swallowing his saliva. "Buns this delicious will definitely sell like hotcakes." Lin Mo, who had never done business before, naturally thought that good wine needs no bush and didn't consider at all how the remote location would affect the business. Things weren't that simple. I had just finished kneading a ball of dough and took the opportunity to explain everything to him. "So you plan to do delivery and sell the buns on campus?" Lin Mo listened to my grand plan, his eyes shining brighter and brighter. He also grasped the key point. "But with such a small place, how many buns can we make each day?" I smiled and pointed behind me. 2 brand new sets of equipment filled up the entire remaining space in the shop, a total of 12 large steamers, plus the 12 old ones, and the accompanying stoves. Not to mention other things, in terms of production capacity, there's absolutely no problem. We can now steam 24 trays at once, with about 40 buns per tray. We can make at least 1,000 buns a day. Lin Mo's jaw dropped, getting more and more excited as he listened. Bai Ningbing and Grandma watched from the side, the shop packed with things, and a flicker of hope arose in their hearts. Just a day before, Brother Li, who custom-made the equipment, had just delivered these new items. Before, it was just the two of them, but they had never thought of expanding to this scale. "Organizing such a big event, can we really sell that many?" Lin Mo was still muttering, but his mind was turning, and he immediately figured it out. There are only a few breakfast windows in the cafeteria, and only those Jinling soup dumplings are any good. But to buy them, the queue is exhaustingly long. As long as the delivery problem is solved, forget 1,000 buns, even double that wouldn't be enough to sell. Lin Mo thought for a moment and posed the final question. "How are we going to get the food into the school?" I slowly stopped what I was doing, looked at the newly made thermal box on the floor, then glanced at Lin Mo. Lin Mo immediately understood, meeting my gaze, his eyes widened. "You just called me here to be your delivery boy, didn't you?" I retorted righteously. "How can you call it being a delivery boy? This is business." Lin Mo stepped forward and tried to lift the thermal box with a look of resignation. "This is clearly being a delivery boy." I patted his shoulder and said earnestly, "So what if you're a delivery boy? Have you ever seen a businessman who didn't start from scratch? Which big boss hasn't had to struggle and toil? You feel wronged just by selling buns?" Lin Mo turned to look at the thermal box, a hint of emotion and hesitation in his eyes. "That's not right." Lin Mo suddenly reacted and questioned angrily. "Then why aren't you delivering it yourself? Why drag me into this? It's not fair. Who said you're going alone? I'll go too. Besides, as long as you join, it'll give you a 10% stake, for real." The anger on Lin Mo's face immediately subsided a lot. I pressed my advantage and offered more terms. "Not just a 10% stake, you'll also get a basic salary of 3,000 a month." Lin Mo was stunned after hearing this, lost in thought. He calculated in his head, over 100,000 a month, 10% is over 10,000, plus the salary, isn't that 20,000? I saw that the time was right and put my arm around his shoulder. "So, are you in?" Lin Mo didn't pull away, just gritted his teeth, and said decisively, "I'm in." With the addition of General Lin Mo, everything was ready. The few of us gathered around and started wrapping buns. Lin Mo clumsily learned from Grandma, who guided him from the side. The wrapper can't be too thick, it affects the taste, but it can't be too thin either, or the filling will leak. The morning sun broke through the darkness. Our bun-wrapping movements were swift and nimble for some, steady and methodical for others, and clumsy and slow for another. The slowest was naturally Lin Mo. Not only did he lack talent, but his 10 fingers were also rough and stiff. The buns he kneaded were indescribably ugly. I shook my head helplessly. "Forget it, you're like Zhang Fei doing embroidery. You can't do this delicate work." Lin Mo knew his limits and didn't waste any more dough. Before we knew it, it was past 6 o'clock, and the first steamer of buns was finally ready. The rising steam carried the fragrant smell of meat, so aromatic it made your mouth water. We hadn't even had a chance to taste them yet, when Aunt Guo's laughter rang out from the door. "Eyes, Grandma, your shop finally has a sign. Aunt Guo, here are your buns." I took off my apron, walked over, and handed her the buns. From now on, Xiao Air and I will be taking over this shop, so please remember to support us. We're all old neighbors. Having gotten familiar over the past few days, Aunt Guo teased. Grandma, you finally have a successor. As long as the taste is good, it'll definitely come every day. Aunt Guo laughed, paid, and left. Not long after, groups of neighbors, drawn by the aroma, gathered in front of the shop. I paid no more attention to Lin Mo and worked with Bai Ningbing to manage the front of the shop. Lin Mo watched from behind, secretly amazed. This business is doing too well. In a flash, it was past 7 o'clock, the peak hour. I took off my apron and winked at Bai Ningbing. You take care of the shop for now. Bai Ningbing nodded gently. As I turned to leave, she couldn't help but remind me in a low voice, be careful not to overwork yourself. Our shop is starting to make money now. Although we still sell over 500 a day, I've raised the price a little, and the profit has increased significantly. Plus, the scale has expanded now, so even just selling in this alley, we can make a few hundred every day. That's how breakfast shops are. As long as you're diligent and the taste is good, I can't promise much, but earning 10 or 20,000 a month is a sure thing. I smiled at Bai Ningbing, then turned to look at Lin Mo. Old Lin, have you finished packing? Done. Just a moment. Lin Mo was already drenched in sweat from exhaustion. On the work table, 2 thermal boxes, each 80 centimeters, were also packed, filled with over 100 buns and soy milk. This box was custom made by Brother Li, with a space for buns in the middle and soy milk on both sides. The buns are a secret recipe. The soy milk is made from soy powder. I took a deep breath and set off, my gaze fixed on Jinling University, full of anticipation. This is really heavy. I hoisted the thermal box onto my shoulder and couldn't help but groan. With so much stuff, it must weigh at least 30 kilos. After saying goodbye to Grandma and Bai Ningbing, the two of us sped up, went through the alley, and headed straight for Jinling University across the street. It only took about 5-6 minutes. Luckily, the men's dormitory wasn't far from the school gate. Lin Mo and I jogged the whole way, and finally caught up with the students, who were preparing to go to class after 7 o'clock. People are here, let's get ready to open for business. I glanced at Lin Mo, his face was already flushed, he was clearly nervous. I patted his shoulder to comfort him. It's okay, just take your time and get used to it. We're here to make money, what's there to be ashamed of about making money? Lin Mo also told himself to relax, but his face was still as red as an apple. At this time, crowds of people started coming out. After 7 o'clock, at this time, few people wanted to run so far to eat breakfast at the cafeteria. Buns with soy milk, big meat buns for 2 yuan each. Come get one. Eating breakfast is good for your kidneys. I started shouting towards the crowd, but everyone hurried past. No one stopped. It's just that everyone looked over with curious eyes, and quite a few seemed tempted. But because their roommates and friends were all rushing to class, no one dared to be the first to stop. I shouted for a long time, but didn't sell a single one. Finally, a tall athletic student walked over. Let me try one of your meat buns and a cup of soy milk. I didn't say another word and immediately handed him a bun. Wow, this bun is delicious. He took a big bite as soon as he got it. It's so fragrant. Then he ordered 3 more and ate them as he walked, reluctant to leave. Inside the steaming thermal box, the buns were hot and fragrant, and the aroma wafted in the wind. Before he could get far, he had already attracted new customers. This time, it was a male student with glasses, and he even brought his roommate along. More and more people came, all male students rushing to class, drawn by the spreading aroma. More and more people stopped. Give me one. I want one too. Do you have meat buns? We were immediately surrounded by people. I smiled and waved my hand. Don't rush. There's enough for everyone. One by one, please. Damn, this bun is so good. Someone got a bun, ate it too quickly, and took a big gulp of soy milk. But after just a few steps, his eyes widened in surprise. How can there be such delicious buns? I was immediately faced with demand exceeding supply. Some people were already drooling just from the smell. Hey, buddy, are your buns from the same shop as that other guy's? A fat guy with glasses saw me and saw that there was someone else with a thermal box next to me, so he asked curiously. Lin Mo mustered up his courage and nodded. Yes, we're from the same shop. The fat guy's eyes lit up. Quick, give me 5, he said as he took out his phone to scan the code and the money was transferred. Lin Mo had just clumsily finished packing the order. The fat guy asked again, Are you two also students at our school? This is a good business, but you should learn from your friend. Look how good he is at selling. Just a couple of shouts and people come over. What's there to be shy about? Lin Mo blushed, still a bit timid. He tried to shout a few times, but his low voice sounded like a mosquito's buzz. The fat guy couldn't bear to watch and took the initiative to help him shout a few times. Hey everyone, this stall is from the same shop. These are all buns from Grandma's bun shop. Come and get them. I had been paying attention to Lin Mo's situation for a while and deliberately didn't go over, just wanting to train him a little. Unexpectedly, the fat guy's shouts actually attracted a large number of hesitant people to come over. A short male student was the first to rush over. Is this also Grandma's bun shop? Lin Mo's face flushed as he replied loudly. That's right, they're all buns from Grandma's bun shop. They're delicious and big. One is enough to fill you up. The short student immediately took out his money. Give me a meat bun. Okay. Linmo handed it to him as soon as he finished packing it. Unexpectedly, even more people surrounded him. I want a meat bun too, hurry up. Is there any soy milk left? Your friend over there is about to sell out. Linmo no longer worried about being shy and dealt with the customers one by one. Unknowingly, the nervousness in his heart had dissipated a lot. I watched from the side, nodding in approval. I turned back to continue selling my buns, occasionally advertising them. Our plastic bags are all custom made, with our exclusive logo printed on them. The name Grandma's Buns, along with the delicious taste of the buns, was gradually remembered by a small group of people. On the path from the dormitory to the lecture hall, many male students were still savoring the taste, eating the buns in their hands, and only when they entered the lecture hall did they hurriedly throw the plastic bags into the trash. A gust of wind blew and the plastic bag tumbled across the ground. Carelessly, it was stepped on by a figure in a long, wine-red dress. Shen Qingqiu, who was handing out flyers in the lecture hall, suddenly stepped on a plastic bag that had blown by. Glancing at the logo on it, she thought to herself, it seems the cafeteria doesn't have this breakfast shop. Is it new? Classmate Shen, how's the flyer distribution going? Just as Shen Qingqiu was bowing her head in thought, a voice suddenly sounded from behind. It was the student council president, Lu Chen. Not bad. Many people are very interested in our platform, especially for breakfast. Everyone is really looking forward to it. Shen Qingqiu slowly turned to look at Lu Chen. Lu Chen glanced at the flyers in Shen Qingqiu's hand, saw that half of them had been distributed, and a smile formed on his lips. Don't think my project is just a whim. I did a lot of surveys before starting. Many people on campus complain that the cafeteria and snack street are too far. Sometimes they'd rather order expensive takeout and go downstairs. Besides, takeout always costs 20 yuan a meal now. After that, Lu Chen took Shen Qingqiu to the supermarket to buy some daily necessities and food. After returning home, Lu Chen got busy. He first cleaned Shen Qingqiu's room, then went into the kitchen to prepare a lavish dinner. Shen Qingqiu looked at Lu Chen's busy back and couldn't help but feel a wave of warmth in her heart. She knew that Lu Chen truly cared for and loved her very much. After dinner, Lu Chen and Shen Qingqiu sat on the sofa watching TV. They watched and chatted, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. The hot buns and soy milk were taken out of the thermal box in batches, and the payment notification sounds on. The phone rang incessantly. We were busy until almost 8:50 p.m. when the crowd finally started to thin out. We could finally take a short break, taking a few minutes of rest amidst the hustle. Just then, a graceful figure appeared at the intersection. She was empty-handed, as if looking for someone, looking around in all directions while calling out the name. Mu Chen, why did you come here? Isn't the shop busy? Hearing this, Bai Ningbing lowered her head, a bit hurt, thinking I was blaming her for not doing a good job. Sales were especially good today. It's almost 8 o'clock now. All the neighbors have gone to work or school. Grandma was afraid you two would be too busy to handle it, so she sent me to check on you. Was Grandma worried, or were you worried about me? I smiled slyly, moving a little closer, pretending to stare at her curiously. Bai Ningbing didn't say anything, just tucked a few strands of hair behind her ear and lowered her head even more. A hint of embarrassment and annoyance flickered in her eyes. Our interaction made passersby glance over constantly. Lin Mo also happened to walk over with his thermal box and asked, "Should we head back now?" Bai Ningbing curiously sneaked a peek at Lin Mo, thinking to herself, wasn't this male student fine earlier? Why is his face as red as an apple now? Go back for what? Aren't we selling anymore? Lin Mo took a deep breath and his heart suddenly started beating faster. He glanced at me, then shouted excitedly, "Sold out! Completely sold out!" With that, he lifted the thermal box down and shook it. It was indeed empty inside, no soy milk or buns left. Bai Ningbing immediately beamed with joy, but quickly restrained her expression out of shyness and confirmed in a low voice, "Is it really all sold out?" I laughed heartily and also shook my thermal box. It was also empty inside. Not a single one was left. 200 or 300 palm-sized buns. Those students bought 2 or 3 at a time. If it weren't for wanting to advertise a bit more, we probably would have sold out by 7:30. Bai Ningbing's eyes sparkled, her heart pounding. She couldn't hide the unexpected joy. The little girl whispered in amazement, "This must make a lot of money, right?" Seeing Bai Ningbing's slightly greedy expression, I couldn't help but smile. On our way back to the bun shop, the three of us tallied up today's earnings. I sold a total of 256 buns, and Lin Mo sold even more than I did. Together, we sold a total of 991 yuan. When I told Bai Ningbing this number, she nervously bit her finger, barely able to conceal the joy in her heart. How can it be this much? After all, before, she and Grandma Chen sold buns together, and even with a lot of effort, they could only sell 500 a day at most. After deducting the costs of utilities and ingredients, they would earn 200 to 300 yuan at most a day. After subtracting all sorts of miscellaneous fees, earning 50-80 yuan a day was already a great joy. I had no choice but to explain to her. Grandma Chen was too honest. She never raised prices and didn't know how to promote the shop, so she only earned labor costs. Costs already made up 70%. but now we're running a business. Even if each bun only increases by 5 mao, it's insignificant to the customers. But for us, the increased portion is all net profit. Bai Ningbing, though a bit shy, had a very quick mind. Before I even finished speaking, she immediately understood the issue. I then added another sentence. Moreover, this 991 yuan is just revenue. Our ingredient costs are not low at all. It's all good meat and good flour. Plus the utility costs, at least half has to be deducted. The remaining net profit is only about 500 yuan. That's still a lot. Bai Ningbing beside me whispered in admiration. Plus the 400 or 500 buns and soy milk sold at the shop, we can earn over 1,000 yuan a day. Our little shop in this alley, if it operates at full capacity, 1,000 a day, wouldn't that be 30,000 yuan a month? Not to mention Bai Ningbing, even Linmo and Otaku was excited. You just said I also get a share of the profit. Is that true or false? I chuckled and playfully chided him. Look at you, no ambition at all. Don't worry, your share won't be missing. Immediately, the three of us chatted and laughed all the way back to the bun shop. To my surprise, Linmo also actively put on an apron, standing at the shop's entrance to greet customers. Spurred on by yesterday's sales, he finally mustered up his courage, though his face was still as red as an apple, making the neighbors secretly chuckle. During this period, I also made a few small adjustments. The number of steamers and stoves had doubled, and the meat buns also increased in price from 1 yuan to 1.5 yuan. This price might not sound cheap, but in reality, Grandma Chen's buns were as big as a palm, with thin wrappers and generous fillings. The portion was a full size larger than regular buns, and the taste was even more delicious. Even light eaters would be full after just one. However, to expand the business, relying only on a few of us wouldn't be enough. My gaze involuntarily drifted towards the busy figure inside the shop. It was already dark, and the buns were all sold out. But Bai Ningbing still hadn't stopped, her apron tied tight, her hair wrapped in a scarf, wiping the stove and tables repeatedly with a cloth. Even if Grandma Chen advised her to rest a bit, she acted as if she didn't hear. Can't you rest for a bit? I couldn't bear to watch, so I grabbed her wrist. Bai Ningbing's face flushed crimson, and seeing Linmo's gaze, whether accidental or intentional, she suddenly panicked a little and quickly whispered, "Please let go of me quickly." I turned and glared at Linmo, and the boy immediately turned his head away, pretending to admire the view. Only then did I pull Bai Ningbing to sit down at the table, then open the bill on my phone in front of her. Today, including the shop sales and takeout, our net profit is 920 yuan. After deducting the cost of ingredients and the equipment debt to old Master Yang, we now have 2,600 yuan remaining. A glimmer of joy flashed in Bai Ningbing's eyes. She looked at me obediently, unsure what I was going to do. I said nothing more, opened the transfer app, and directly transferred 500 yuan to her. Before she could react, I snatched her phone and quickly pressed the accept button. Bai Ningbing was stunned for a moment. Large teardrops welled up in her eyes. She wiped her tears while trying to snatch her phone back, extremely anxious. "I can take your money." "What money of mine?" I held my phone high, keeping it out of her reach. "This is your share? Did you forget you're also a shareholder?" "But I only have 1% of the shares." Bai Ningbing bit her lip, still struggling. "But I'm 1.80 meters tall? How could she be my opponent?" I held the phone really high, she couldn't reach it no matter what. She nervously jumped up and down twice, almost tumbling into my arms. In the end, she could only lower her head, her face red as a tomato. 1% is still money, though. Consider this 500 yuan your advance salary. Look at your clothes. How long has it been since you bought new ones? Bai Ningbing pursed her lips, looking at me with a complicated gaze for a long time. Finally said nothing and quietly walked away. The sky grew darker. After cleaning up the shop around 8 or 9 in the evening, Linmo and I pretended to leave first, but when we reached the alley entrance, we quietly stopped. "What's wrong?" Linmo behind me blinked and asked softly. I didn't say anything, just hid in the shadows, quietly waiting. About 10 minutes later, a slender figure carrying a canvas bag emerged from the alley, heading straight in the opposite direction from the university. Bai Ningbing waited for a moment, and boarded a night bus number 12. Linmo and I quickly hailed a taxi to follow. This is the way to the hospital. Linmo beside me grew increasingly confused. What is Ningbing doing at the hospital? Her mother is sick, mid-stage lung cancer. Linmo froze on the spot. Looking back at my serious expression, he seemed to understand something instantly. Getting out of the taxi, the two of us continued to follow quietly. Passing the hospital pharmacy, the evening medical staff seemed to have all left, but one outpatient clinic still had its lights on. Seeing Bai Ningbing enter, I still felt uneasy and quietly followed. Immediately, I heard the conversation inside. "Dr. Liu, I'm sorry, I'm late today." Through the crack in the door, I saw Bai Ningbing sit down, opposite a female doctor wearing glasses. "Xiaobai, your mother came for a follow-up today. Let me tell you the situation. Generally speaking, there's no change compared to the previous examination results. It's still mid-stage lung cancer. This can already be considered a blessing in disguise. But you also know, no one can predict the progression of cancer. This mid-stage is the best time for treatment. If we really wait for the condition to worsen before acting, I'm afraid it will truly be too late. Saying this, the female doctor opened the K images on the computer, and the atmosphere instantly fell silent. Bai Ningbing instinctively touched her phone, looking at the accumulated amount displayed. Dr. Liu, I've gathered 5,000 yuan. I know it's still far from enough for surgery and chemotherapy, but could the doctor please start the first stage of drug treatment? Dr. Liu quietly looked at her tone both surprised and complex. You're a student. How did you earn so much money? Bai Ningbing lowered her head, trying to force a smile. I often work part-time outside, saved up for a few months. Dr. Liu took a deep breath. All right, I can start with drug treatment first. But you must understand, this is only treating the symptoms, not the root cause. At most, it can only delay your mother's pain, but it cannot prevent the cancer cells from spreading. Bai Ningbing's hands clenched tight. I know there are many ways to treat lung cancer. Abroad, there's targeted stem cell therapy, and major hospitals in the city also have targeted drugs. Here, we can only do chemotherapy, but the price difference is like heaven and earth. She mumbled as if talking to herself. Dr. Liu beside her looked at her and shook her head. Even the most aggressive chemotherapy, one course alone costs over 30,000 yuan. 30,000 yuan is not a small sum, but having been in contact with this unfortunate mother and daughter for so long, Dr. Liu knew that this amount of money was, for them, an astronomical figure. I will raise enough money. This time, Bai Ningbing looked up, her eyes extremely serious. So doctor, please help me prepare the initial drug treatment, okay? Dr. Liu naturally didn't refuse. She nodded, her fingers rapidly typing on the keyboard. She felt that Bai Ningbing today was different from the aimlessness she showed in their previous meetings. In her eyes, there was now a hint of hope and determination. After Bai Ningbing left, Lin Mo and I boarded the bus back to Jinling University. So this is why you were so determined to start a business. I didn't answer, but my silence was the best answer. Help her? Lin Mo's expression also darkened, and he spoke as if he had made up his mind. I paused, patted his shoulder firmly, without another word. Brothers since childhood, everything was in the silence. Until the bus reached its stop, neither of us said another word. Lin Mo had witnessed that scene at the hospital, and his heart was also filled with mixed emotions. He knew I was deep in thought, so he didn't bother me further. But as soon as we got back to the dormitory, we saw a girl in a red dress in the distance. It looks like Shen Qingqiu. Lin Mo rubbed his eyes, disbelieving, and whispered. My heart also pounded. After all these years, Shen Qingqiu had almost never come to wait for me downstairs at the male dorms. It was always me who went to find her. As we got closer, the figure became clearer and clearer. It was indeed her. I stood not far away, quietly signaling to Lin Mo. That kid Lin Mo was understanding. He disappeared around the corner, leaving this stage to the two of us. The childhood sweethearts had been incredibly awkward lately. Watching Lin Mo's retreating back, I secretly cursed under my breath. The figure in front, wearing a long dress, beautiful as a dream, seemed to hear the commotion and slowly walked towards me with her head bowed. At the dorm entrance, almost 10 p.m., there was only a long bench under the streetlights and two faint figures. Why are you here so late? Are you waiting for me? I stood in front of Shen Qingqiu, took a deep breath, and asked. Shen Qingqiu nodded slightly. Her chin, usually held high, today exuded a melancholic air. I brought you cola. Shen Qingqiu seemed to remember something and a little awkwardly pulled 2 cans of cola from her bag. You like it best? Drink up. I smiled, took it, pulled the tab and took a large gulp, then stared at the can of cola in my hand. Actually, I don't like drinking cola. Shen Qingqiu was about to open her can when she heard my words. Her movements froze on the spot. But when we went camping as kids, I remember you once said you liked to drink cola. I looked at the can of cola in my hand and gently shook my head. Actually, it was just because you used to like drinking it, so I wanted to drink it with you. As soon as the words left my mouth, the corner of my lips curled into a self-deprecating smile. Shen Qingqiu stared blankly at the man in front of her, this familiar yet strange young man. Her gaze slowly dropped, falling onto the can of cola in her hand. She bit her lip lightly. If you don't like it, you won't drink it anymore? Now I prefer to drink soy milk. Why? Shen Qingqiu pressed her lips together, then, afraid I'd see her pouting, she turned her head away. My gaze slowly fell upon her, and I said seriously, because soy milk is very gentle. I continued, elaborating. I can't deny that for a very long time, I was also very obsessed with cola. Drinking cola is truly refreshing, especially in summer. That taste, even though it's been a very, very long time, is still deeply etched in my memory. After drinking it, there's a moment of comfort and refreshment. But what's left behind, it's a faintly sticky sweet feeling in the throat. It takes a lot of time, drinking more water to finally get rid of that uncomfortable feeling. Shen Qingqiu fell silent, bowing her head, carefully savoring my words. Then one day, I just happened to not buy cola. So I decisively gave it up completely. And right then, soy milk appeared. Soy milk is lightly sweet and gentle. Drinking it doesn't have the instant thrill of cola, but unlike cola, which is only most refreshing in summer. Every morning, all year round, it brings warmth to me. I no longer worry like before, each time having to digest that prolonged, uncomfortable feeling, no longer enduring such strong stimulation, no longer hurting my taste buds. I prefer this warm feeling more. However, I still thank you for this can of cola. The exquisite figure in the red dress still sat on the bench with her head bowed. As for me, I calmly stood up and left first. The moment I turned around, wasn't there also a flicker of complexity in the depths of my eyes? Some faded regrets could only be buried deep within my heart, like a flower that hadn't bloomed in time, forever unable to display its unique beauty. The very second I took a step, Shen Qingqiu mustered all her courage and stood up in her high heels. "Are you really still angry with me?" She lowered her head, her voice slightly trembling. The moment she spoke these words, she seemed to shed all the arrogance of the past dozen days. In this moment, Shen Qingqiu finally understood. It turned out I wouldn't always wait for her in this place. I truly had the ability on some clear and breezy afternoon to completely leave the orbit of her life. After that day, Shen Qingqiu was both sad and bewildered, almost instinctively following her old habits, wanting to increase the force to make me proactively approach her. But as days passed, we had truly cut off all contact. Finally, under the persuasion of her roommate, she mustered all her courage, and at 10 p.m. late at night, came to the male dormitory downstairs for the first time to apologize. At this moment, Shen Qingqiu's beautiful peach blossom eyes were filled with tears under the streetlights, and 2 streams of tears streamed down uncontrollably. Once emotions overflow, they cannot be controlled. Tonight, she looked intently for the first time at this man who once belonged to her. Taking a deep breath, she cried out with a choked voice, "Mu Chen, I'm sorry." But I remained silent, only forcing a smile after a long while. "Why are you apologizing?" Shen Qingqiu's eyes were slightly swollen and red, and she said, choking back tears, "I never considered your feelings. I always hurt you. So, I'm truly sorry." Looking at Shen Qingqiu, who had never lowered herself before, my heart stirred and my eyes were filled with complex emotions. Was this still the proud Shen Qingqiu from back then, like a white swan? Now Shen Qingqiu had cried, smudging her makeup, but she still clung tightly to my arm. "You'll forgive me, won't you?" Hearing these words, I was still speechless, and Shen Qingqiu's surging emotions were now uncontrollable. She cried and shouted, "When I told you to leave, wanting to just be normal friends with you, it was just out of anger. Actually, I never wanted you to leave. It's just, sometimes I get too emotional. I'm sorry. Truly, I promise I'll never treat you like that again. I'm sorry, I actually know I'm a bit stubborn. I know I was wrong. Mu Chen, you'll forgive me, won't you?" I looked at Shen Qingqiu, silent for a long moment. "Why forgive?" Shen Qingqiu pressed her lips together, wiping away her tears. "Because I hurt you." But can hurt be remedied with just an apology? Shen Qingqiu now stood frozen in place. I gently removed her hand. We were childhood sweethearts, the best friends there ever were. For over a decade, my whole world revolved around you. But now, you've taken a dagger, plunged it into my heart, and then you come back and tell me to forgive you. Shen Qingqiu lowered her head again. My heart was also incredibly complex. I don't know what forgiveness even means anymore. After saying that, I turned and walked away, heading towards the dormitory. But Shen Qingqiu turned around once more, gathering all her remaining courage, and asked with a choked voice, "Mu Chen, do you not like me anymore?" I froze on the spot, unable to believe she could so casually speak of this matter. "Since when did you know I liked you?" I stared at Shen Qingqiu, asking with a complicated gaze. Tears in Shen Qingqiu's eyes streamed down uncontrollably. She quickly turned her face away and said with pressed lips, "I'm not stupid. Before, perhaps I didn't know. Or perhaps I pretended not to know. But during this difficult week, how could I not know? Moreover, I've also thought it all through. Actually, I've always selfishly liked you too." I silently looked at her. She quickly continued, "So can we just be best friends first? Or maybe we can try it out. I mean, why can't you forgive me?" By the end, Shen Qingqiu's mind was completely muddled. Looking at Shen Qingqiu before me, my heart was filled with 100 complex emotions. Recalling the countless nights I yearned for her, recalling all my heartfelt efforts just to please this stubborn little princess. Back then, I never dreamed of this day, and even less expected it would be Shen Qingqiu who would proactively say these words to me. I took a deep breath and said each word distinctly. "I liked you, but that was in the past." The air suddenly fell silent for a long time. I turned away for the third time, walking quickly towards the darkness beyond the streetlights. This time, until my figure disappeared from Shen Qingqiu's sight, I didn't look back again. The night wind was truly silent. Everything seemed to have lost its sound. Her hand, just raised, remained, suspended in midair, as if searching for something in the endless night. Sadly, there was no longer any path to regret. "What's wrong with you lately?" Bai Ningbing looked at me, lost in thought, and couldn't help but ask. I met her questioning gaze and quickly waved my hand, saying I was fine. After all, those heavy old memories could probably only be entrusted to time to slowly fade. Now the most important thing was still to make the bun shop business flourish. I turned my head to look at Lin Mo, who was diligently working beside me. This was the first time I had seen him so serious. Ever since that day, we sold out all the buns in the thermal box. He almost came to the shop half an hour early every day, cleaning and learning how to wrap baozi. I understand why he was trying so hard. Spring recruitment had already begun. Not only did he not have any internship experience, but he also failed the civil service exam a few days ago. If he couldn't find any other job, he would definitely be unemployed right after graduation. So, no matter what, this shop must succeed so that everyone's efforts won't be in vain. "Xiaolin, get me a baozi." It was only 6:30 when a familiar voice was heard from outside. Lin Mo quickly wrapped one for Aunt Guo. "Xiaolin, you've been at the shop for almost a week now. Why are you still so shy? You blush every day." Aunt Guo teased Lin Mo, paying and laughing. Hearing this, Lin Mo's face immediately turned bright red. He scratched his head awkwardly. Before Lin Mo could feel more embarrassed, another wave of early rising neighbors surrounded them. The crowd grew larger and larger, and the alley in the early morning was filled with joyful chatter and laughter. After 7 o'clock, the neighborhood's business gradually thinned out. Lin Mo and I immediately picked up the insulated boxes and hurried back to school. After all, these past few days, the name Grandma's Baozi shop had already spread throughout the school. Daily revenue also skyrocketed, from 1,000 yuan to about 1,600 yuan. In the blink of an eye, we arrived at the dormitory area. Familiar with the path, we went to our usual spot. Less than 2 minutes after the stall was set up, 5 or 6 male students rushed out from the dorm. "Brother Mu, you're late today." The leading fatty was practically drooling, scanning the QR code and grinning. As usual, 3 meat baozi with soy milk. I smiled. My hand swiftly wrapped the orders, handing them out one by one. The fatty grinned. "We look forward to it every night now, just for this morning's breakfast. These baozi smell so good." His first bite, the aroma of the meat baozi spread everywhere, making those waiting in line behind him swallow their saliva. "Fatty, move aside. We're still waiting." I smiled and called out to everyone, my hands still busy, continuing to wrap quickly. In a flash, more than a dozen baozi sets were sold out. Lin Mo's side also started getting busy, and soon he was surrounded by a dense crowd. The baozi and soy milk in the insulated boxes were visibly decreasing at a rapid rate. That day, before 7:40, all of our baozi were sold out. "Sold out, everyone, this box is empty." I quickly waved my hand, signaling to the people behind not to queue anymore. "Damn it, it's gone, it was too popular today. I should have woken up earlier." "You're already up earlier." I raised the empty insulated box. The crowd behind suddenly looked desperate. Among the boys, there were quite a few pretty girls, who had also come because of the shop's reputation. At this moment, someone called out with a laugh, "Senior Mu, can you bring more next time?" "Exactly. A box of baozi only has 200 or 300. How is that enough for so many of us?" Looking at everyone's expectant eyes, my heart bloomed with joy. "Don't worry, everyone. Today's baozi aren't all sold out yet. Lin Mo and I will go back and get 2 more boxes." Hearing this, the crowd immediately became lively. "Haha, we get to eat baozi again, senior. Don't wait. Where's your shop located? We'll come straight to the shop to buy." Hearing the excited chatter in the crowd, how could I miss this great advertising opportunity? I immediately told them the secluded location behind the food street, a remote spot. Everyone was surprised after hearing it and admired the saying that good wine needs no bush. A few people followed us straight to the shop, but most of the boys chose to go back to sleep. After all, no matter how delicious baozi were, they couldn't resist the temptation of sleeping in. I couldn't let them leave like that, so I immediately shouted to call everyone back. "I'm sorry, everyone. You came all this way for nothing today. But I have an idea. Would you like to join our shop's WeChat group? It will be much more convenient to buy baozi later. Joining the group is great. Once there are baozi, we can just announce it in the group and well know, won't we?" Everyone chatted excitedly, looking particularly thrilled. Everyone took out their phones one after another to scan the QR code. After the first members joined the group, soon others started pulling more people in. A dense stream of IDs poured in, and soon the group was full. I looked down at my phone and was also surprised. The 500-person group was full in less than a few minutes. I quickly created Group 2. This time it was enough, over 900 people in total. Watching the crowd gradually disperse, Lin Mo and I also carried the insulated boxes back. Behind us, there were still a few people who wanted to see where the baozi shop was. Arriving at the small alley from a distance, we saw Bai Ningbing busy greeting regular customers. As soon as she looked up and saw me, she was about to say hello, but was startled by the dense crowd behind us. Why are there so many people? That fatty junior who was laughing and following me suddenly saw Bai Ningbing in front of the shop. His eyes stared straight at her. Oh my god, Bao Zi beauty. Let alone the fatty and his friends, even Lin Mo and I felt a bit awkward. Seeing everyone staring blankly, I helplessly slapped the counter. What time is it to still be staring? Only then did everyone scratch their heads and start buying Baozi. After some people left, I immediately told Bai Ningbing about the fan group. She blinked her big eyes, her face showing disbelief that there were so many people in the group. I casually pulled her into the group. After seeing the 2 full groups, she immediately exclaimed in surprise. Are there really so many people? Bai Ningbing lightly pursed her lips, the joy on her face undeniable. But why did we create a group? Just because our Baozi are delicious? I patiently explained to her. When the 2 of them looked at the group, they saw that everyone was already chatting very lively, especially a person named Wang Bao, who showed exceptional enthusiasm. Could it be the fatty who ate Baozi earlier? I walked up to him. What are your thoughts on running our Baozi shop? Wang Bao was about to speak dismissively, but when he looked up and saw my serious expression, he felt that all his thoughts had been seen through. Senior Mew, can I work with you? His words were within my expectations. After all, for several days in a row, I had seen Wang Bao coming to buy Baozi. Delicious Baozi were one thing, but what moved Wang Bao more was probably seeing the great potential of the Baozi shop. We talked for a long time. Now I want to expand sales in the dormitory area, and Wang Bao also had this idea, even bringing so many people. It was truly a case of finding a pillow when sleepy. Senior Mu, how about we help you with street vending? When Wang Bao said this, his heart pounded, afraid that I would immediately refuse. But you've seen it? We can't sell all of our Baozi. It's not that we're worried about them not selling. I shook my phone. On the screen was the very active member chat group. Seeing this, the other 3 lowered their heads in embarrassment. Only Wang Bao was still full of confidence. But brother, you're short-staffed. Just state your conditions, and the 4 of us brothers will absolutely have no objections. I looked at Wang Bao. He was clearly more experienced than Lin Mo and the others, a bit more thick-skinned. So I nodded and agreed to his proposal. For 1 box of Baozi, it's 30 yuan. You get paid based on how many you sell. Hearing this, everyone except Wang Bao hesitated a little. Bai Ningbing standing next to me was also surprised. A box of over 200 Baozi, selling one only earns a little over a dime. This price is really too low. I stepped forward and patted Wang Bao's shoulder, pointing to the 2 boxes of Baozi next to Lin Mo. Take these 2 boxes today and try them out first. There will be another sales peak after 9 o'clock. Wang Bao and the 4 others immediately agreed, and they carried the insulated boxes and rushed towards the school. I suddenly turned back and told Lin Mo to follow them. After all, it was the first collaboration. On one hand, I was worried they wouldn't sell well. On the other hand, a sense of unprecedented excitement and thrill rose from the bottom of my heart. After Lin Mo and Wang Bao left, the Baozi shop immediately became quiet. Only Bai Ningbing remained, wearing an apron, quietly wiping tables and chairs. I stared at her, without blinking. Bai Ningbing wanted to pretend not to see me, but under my direct gaze, she was both embarrassed and anxious. Why are you staring at me? I frankly admitted it. Bai Ningbing became even more annoyed, but dared not erupt, afraid that I would deduct her salary, so she could only suppress her anger. While we were talking, the stove next to us hummed, and 2 newly steamed Baozi baskets were ready. I immediately rolled up my sleeves, and with Bai Ningbing's help, we took down the 2 Baozi baskets. Bai Ningbing looked at the full Baozi, her eyes curved, very happy, but also a little worried. So many Baozi, can we sell them all? We can sell them all. I shook my phone to comfort her. Don't you see how many people have pre-ordered in the group? At the mention of the member group, Bai Ningbing's eyes curved into crescent moons, beaming with joy. She also took out her small phone, her eyes sparkling with joyful light. Every time she thought of the Baozi she made herself, receiving so much love from so many people, Bai Ningbing's mood became even happier. What a silly girl. I looked at Bai Ningbing, intently staring at the screen. I suddenly sighed. Why are you scolding me? I didn't answer her, just suddenly pinched her nose lightly, narrowing my eyes and asking with a smile, have you calculated yet? If we sell 2,000 Baozi every day, how much money would we make? Initially, she had slightly puffed cheeks, but after hearing this, Bai Ningbing was stunned, then exclaimed in surprise, 2,000 yuan, and there's soy milk too. If we sell 2,000 Baozi every day, then we'd sell at least 800 cups of soy milk, adding up to 2,800 yuan. Bai Ningbing's heart pounded. She didn't know until she calculated it, and was startled after calculating. This number far exceeded her imagination. 30 days a month, that's over 80,000 yuan. Bai Ningbing took a cold breath, so scared that her palms sweated, and she almost dropped her phone. Bai Ningbing asked timidly, so I can get 8,000 yuan a month? I gently patted her head. Excluding basic salary, you can get 10,000 yuan a month. This way you'll have money for Auntie's chemotherapy. Bai Ningbing looked at me in surprise. We looked at each other for a long time. She seemed to understand something. She lightly pursed her lips, then lowered her head. I just smiled too. Everything was in silence. It was exactly around 8:30. Footsteps echoed outside the shop. We both instinctively turned around. Lin Mo was carrying an insulated box, walking ahead with an excited expression. As soon as he stepped in and saw us, he felt the atmosphere was a bit strange and scratched his head, blushing. Did I come at a bad time? Brother Lin, when isn't it the right time? Wang Bao and his friends saw us inside and immediately understood, all showing knowing smiles. Bai Ningbing immediately blushed and hurried inside the house. Sold out so quickly? I was truly a little surprised. In just half an hour, they had already sold out 2 insulated boxes of baozi. Seeing my surprised expression, Wang Bao and the others looked triumphant. Lin Mo scratched his head, honestly exclaiming, Wang Bao is still the best. He came up with a great idea, and we sold them very quickly. Wang Bao was a little embarrassed by the praise. It's nothing, really. I just shouted in the group a few times. Anyone who wanted to buy baozi pressed 1. Anyone who was willing to come downstairs pressed 1 and helped bring some. As for those who were too lazy to get out of bed, I secretly brought it up to them. The more I looked at Wang Bao, the more satisfied I felt, and immediately gave him a thumbs up. Wang Bao also honestly scratched his head. Actually, it's all thanks to Mu Ji and Lin Gei for building this up these past few days. We still sold in building 1 and 2. All of them were regular customers in the group. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so convenient. I nodded, my eyes flashing. This Wang Bao is really smart, he immediately grasped the essence of the member group and applied it right away. The commission for the 2 boxes of baozi you sold is 60 yuan. I came back to my senses and had already earned Wang Bao 60 yuan. Ding. The money was already in WeChat. Wang Bao then earned 15 yuan for each of the others. Although it wasn't a lot of money, in just this short half hour, it had made everyone earn a little pocket money. On the other side, Lin Mo stacked 2 more boxes of baozi. Wang Bao led the way, carrying 1 box. Let's go, brothers, for another round of sales. The others also excitedly nodded, quickly carrying the second box of baozi, and followed Lin Mo back towards the dormitory area. I leisurely sat on a chair, listening to the notifications of money entering my wallet ringing one after another. Half the morning passed just like that. At the gate of Jinling University Library, the sun made people feel sluggish. But 2 beautiful figures were lingering at the door. In front of the library were Cui Xiaobing and Shen Qingqiu. The 2 of them had been frantically handing out flyers here all morning. Because of the conflict with me a few days ago, now Shen Qingqiu, to shift her focus, was even handing out flyers with swollen red eyes. Qingqiu, do you want to rest a bit? Cui Xiaobing next to her couldn't help but advise, but Shen Qingqiu in the distance seemed not to hear, continuing to mechanically hand out flyers under the scorching sun. Only in the corner that Cui Xiaobing couldn't see, under her false strong facade, did a deep sadness emerge. Busy all morning, the 2 of them finally finished distributing the flyers. It was time for lunch, so they went to the 2nd floor of the cafeteria. Also present were a few members of the startup team. Lu Chen also led everyone to start, discussing the Nexin song project. I wonder if you've heard of Grandma's baozi shop. Seeing that everyone had no objections, Lu Chen then proposed a few ideas. In Shen Qingqiu's mind, a familiar logo instinctively appeared. Is it a breakfast shop? Lu Chen looked at him, slowly saying, This baozi shop is very famous throughout Nanchang. At least 40% of the residents have become loyal fans of Grandma's baozi shop. Everyone looked at each other. It's just a baozi shop, how delicious could it be? But Lu Chen adjusted his glasses, narrowing his eyes and said, These baozi are indeed extraordinary. The secret recipe, meat baozi, are completely different from what's outside. I happened to taste it once, and the taste is even comparable to the top morning tea restaurants in Guangdong province. The private room immediately fell silent. Several student union cadres and rich young masters who were always arrogant all showed incredulous expressions. The head of the propaganda department, Minister Yang, couldn't help but ask, How much does one of their baozi cost? Lu Chen's eyes flashed, slowly raising 2 fingers. Everyone present immediately gasped. 2 yuan. For just 2 yuan, you can eat a meat baozi comparable to the top morning tea restaurants in Guangdong province. If these words were said by someone else, they would just treat it as a joke. But the one who said this was Lu Chen, a rich young master from Jinling. His taste was definitely not wrong. Now I have 2 ways to make them no longer a threat to us. Lu Chen sighed, rubbing his forehead and narrowing his eyes, he said. Figure out a way to use the school's channels to block this baozi shop within the school and prevent them from continuing to deliver. After discussing, everyone felt that this method was too easy to make enemies. Next, Lu Chen proposed the second option. That is to have our NXin song platform win their exclusive sales agency rights. The private room fell silent again. Everyone clenched their fists again, all raising their hands in agreement. Lu Chen glanced at everyone, his gaze finally resting on Shen Qingqiu and Cui Xiaobing. A corner of his mouth curved up. We probably need two beauties to help out. The two immediately looked confused. Why us? Lu Chen grinned. Recently, the school will be holding a graduation ball. We are all busy, so I wanted to ask the two of you to go. It's also convenient to interact with outsiders. Saying that, he handed over a piece of paper, on which was written the address of Grandma's Baozi's shop. Lu Chen looked at Shen Qingqiu and the other person and continued. Don't be nervous. I heard that the owner of Grandma's Baozi's shop is from your department. Who knows? You might even know each other. Since the words had been said to this extent, the two of them really couldn't refuse. In the afternoon, Shen Qingqiu didn't let Chui Xiaobing come along, but found an excuse and went alone to the snack street according to the address. But seeing the Baozi shop right in front of her, she instinctively stopped. May I help you, customer? A gentle voice like the wind sounded in her ear. Shen Qingqiu followed the voice and looked, seeing a girl wearing a headscarf and apron, wearing a slightly old white hoodie over a simple t-shirt. In Shen Qingqiu's heart, two words immediately came to mind. She. Bai Ningbing in the shop seemed to also notice the gaze. She lightly looked up and saw that captivating and beautiful face. At this moment, time seemed to stop for the two of them. They had never met, but in a wondrous sensation immediately understood each other's identity. Until Bai Ningbing withdrew her gaze and spoke softly again. May I help you, customer? This voice startled Shen Qingqiu awake. Realizing her gaffe, she quickly asked, What do you have in your shop? Shen Qingqiu's voice revealed a slight panic, but she quickly calmed down. Her gaze left Bai Ningbing's face, wanting to find a price list, but found that this shop basically had no sign. Besides Baozi, there were only Baozi. Bai Ningbing slightly lowered her head and softly apologized. I'm sorry, our shop only has Baozi and soy milk. Actually, Shen Qingqiu's mind wasn't on the food at all. She looked at the girl in front of her and, the side profile she saw outside the restaurant that day, gradually matched. At this moment, Bai Ningbing suddenly asked softly, You're not really here to buy Baozi, are you? Shen Qingqiu was silent, but her heart suddenly pounded faster. Give me a Baozi. No, I want all the Baozi. All the flavors, give me one of each kind. And a glass of soy milk, everything in your shop. I'd like one of each. Shen Qingqiu didn't know why she was so flustered. But the moment she heard Bai Ningbing's words, she just wanted to quickly change the subject, as if she were the wicked third party. Bai Ningbing simply nodded gently, quietly packing the items for her. Shen Qingqiu silently watched her actions, silent for a long time. Not until Bai Ningbing handed over the packaged soy milk and buns did both of them pause simultaneously. Thank you. Shen Qingqiu lowered her head, bit her lip, and softly uttered two words. You're welcome. Bai Ningbing subtly raised her eyes and softly replied, I'm the one who should be saying thank you. This conversation was laden with complex undertones. Shen Qingqiu took the buns, turned and left, but her steps were somewhat hurried. After an unknown amount of time, Bai Ningbing's gaze remained at the end of the alley, searching for the silhouette of that beautiful girl. Was that her? Bai Ningbing mumbled, that graceful figure appearing in her mind. It was the girl from that drizzling night, standing brightly under the restaurant's neon lights. The girl Mu Chen had longed for over 10 years, needing a solitary trip to forget. Bai Ningbing's gaze drifted downwards, resting her chin on her hand, watching the passing figures, her eyes seeming to lose focus. Not until I turned back did I see her expression was off. I gently shook her hand, but she didn't pay attention to me, only looking at me with a complicated gaze, then quietly walked into the shop. My heart suddenly felt incredibly wronged. Who did I offend now? On the other side, Shen Qingqiu carried a bag of buns and soy milk, walking distractedly on her way home. Looking dazed, was that her? The girl from that drizzling night, wearing a tiger print outfit with a beautiful, graceful profile. The girl Mu Chen had protected so tightly, and then decisively turned his back on. She abruptly stopped walking. The faint sadness in her heart was instantly ignited by her most painful past. The emotional wall suddenly crumbled, tears immediately blurring her peach blossom eyes. Large drops slid down the corners of her eyes, wetting her long eyelashes and her cheeks. Right there, on this bustling food street, a beautiful girl hugged her knees, suddenly bursting into tears, oblivious to her surroundings. After work that evening, once everything was paid for, Lin Mo took Wang Bao and a few others out for barbecue. Only I was left in the shop along with Bai Ningbing and Xiao Er duo. So, you earned almost 300 silver coins today. I happily pulled out a stack of money, deliberately waving it in front of her. But Bai Ningbing only bowed her head, blandly replied, rubbing her temples, a slight frown on her face. Ever since she returned in the afternoon, I felt that Bai Ningbing's mood was somehow off. But this feeling wasn't like sadness. So it probably wasn't anything at home, or was something wrong at the shop. What on earth was it? I quietly moved closer, patiently asking softly, Is nothing wrong? Bai Ningbing only glanced at me, forced a smile, then turned to clean up, ignoring me again. Anyone who's been in a relationship understands a girl's nothing is 100% something. But I didn't ask further, as nothing would come of it. I simply carried a chair outside the shop to cool off. Just then, Uncle He from the noodle shop next door also came out, and we chatted for a bit. Just as I was about to go back into the shop, I heard Uncle He lean in and whisper, chuckling, "Did you see this afternoon? A stunningly beautiful girl came to your shop, as beautiful as Xiao Bai, making my grandson stare in a daze. Truly gorgeous." Seeing me dumbfounded, Uncle He added, "You weren't here then? What a pity. What did that girl look like?" I abruptly interrupted him. "A rather pretty young girl, with peach blossom eyes and cherry lips and silky black hair." Uncle He said, deep in thought. "That girl wasn't just beautiful, but her clothes clearly showed her wealth, and she wore precious jewelry. That outfit alone must have cost tens of thousands." Uncle He kept talking, but I was completely silent. After hearing that description, I immediately had an answer in my heart. I didn't expect Shen Qingqiu to find my bun shop, especially in such an ordinary place. And this afternoon she ran into Bai Ningbing. But now the relationship between Shen Qingqiu and me was already very fragile, and with Bai Ningbing it was just one step away from breaking the final barrier. Thinking about the two of them having met, my heart suddenly felt chaotic. Bidding Uncle He farewell, I returned to the shop. Bai Ningbing and I didn't say another word, just quietly cleaned up. Not until Lin Mo and everyone returned from their late-night meal was the heavy atmosphere finally broken. The shop closed early today as well. Bai Ningbing quickly made an excuse and hurried home. Lin Mo, who was nearby, quickly stepped over to ask me what was wrong. Shen Qingqiu came. I was silent for a long time before slowly uttering these words. Lin Mo was stunned, opening his mouth, but no words came out. In the end, he could only pat my shoulder as a gesture of comfort. One is the bright moonlight, the other a cinnabar mole. It's truly hard to choose, huh? Lin Mo beside me sighed faintly, lamenting the choice. I chuckled self-mockingly, my gaze distant and filled with complexity. Before, I couldn't even get an answer, which is why I met Bai Ningbing. Now it's my turn to make a choice. How ironic. This weekend, let's arrange a dinner. I looked at Lin Mo and suddenly said, "You mean Shen Qingqiu and Bai Ningbing?" Lin Mo didn't react immediately, breathing a sigh of relief towards me, muttering, "Some things are better said outright in the end." Lin Mo didn't say anything further, just buried himself in work, occasionally looking at me with admiration. That's right. Now I held the initiative. Not only had I made Shen Qingqiu, who once broke her heart for me, but I also had a girl like Bai Ningbing by my side. What about him? The person he always longed for, Chui Xiaobing, was still so far away. As we walked home, Lin Mo suddenly said something strange. "I wish I could be like you. If I understood girls' thoughts like you do, then I wouldn't be without a girlfriend now." This guy barely got half his sentence out, and his face was already beet red, quickly turning his head away. I helplessly shook my head, thinking to myself, how could I understand girls' thoughts? The cinnabar mole in Shen Qingqiu's heart had been in my heart for over 10 years, and even now I couldn't truly let go. I looked at Lin Mo, my gaze somewhat distant. I don't understand girls' thoughts. Perhaps it's destiny. I don't understand what Shen Qingqiu truly thinks, nor can I guess her intentions. Why, just as I decided to let go, did she suddenly come back? I can only always be sincere. My decade plus with Shen Qingqiu was sincere, and these days with Bai Ningbing, I'm also sincere. Don't try to guess girls' thoughts. Sincerity is the greatest weapon. Lin Mo listened, finding it reasonable. But thinking back, why was he also very sincere? Yet Cui Xiaobing, he always felt so close, yet so far. Because you never dared to take that step. How can Cui Xiaobing clearly see your feelings? Exposed so directly by me, Lin Mo's face turned red like a monkey's bottom. But I didn't listen to his explanations anymore, just patted his shoulder, then strode forward, leaving Lin Mo alone, lost in thought. In a blink, the weekend arrived. In the late afternoon, I hastily took off my apron, said goodbye to Bai Ningbing, and left. Bai Ningbing watched my retreating figure, seemingly understanding something, her heart filled with an unknown mix of worry and anticipation. At 7 p.m., the food street was still bustling with people. Everything was just like a week ago. I walked out of the bun shop, hurrying down the street, having forgotten my umbrella, drenched by the rain. When I arrived, Lin Mo and Shen Qingqiu were already seated in their usual spot. "Old Mu, over here." Lin Mo waved me over. Seeing me so disheveled and noticing the empty table, he reflexively wanted to call a waiter for tissues. But before his words could escape, a clear voice like a nightingale's rang out, accompanied by the hurried clatter of high heels. "Waiter, do you have any tissues? Clean ones, please. My friend is all wet, thank you." The two at the table were slightly stunned. Just as I was about to sit down, a hand holding a clean tissue was extended towards me. "Your clothes are wet, wipe them quickly." Shen Qingqiu turned her face away, pressing her lips together, speaking softly. I froze for a second, hastily saying, "Thank you." The moment Shen Qingqiu turned away, she felt her cheeks flush. I glimpsed Kui Xiaobing's strange look beside me and decided to pretend not to see it. He slowly averted his gaze, his heart filling with 100 flavors of bitterness. When he looked at me again, he only sighed softly. Order something, what do you want to eat? Linmo held the menu, wanting to break the awkwardness. But Shen Qingqiu and I both sat still, not taking it, making the atmosphere even tenser. Luckily, Kui Xiaobing quickly took the menu, and Linmo, understanding, stood up and switched seats with me. How have you been lately? Shen Qingqiu and I sat side by side, in silence, I suddenly asked. Shen Qingqiu froze, her gaze slightly averted, gently replying, Clearly she had rehearsed countless times in her mind before coming. At this moment, a myriad of thoughts still surged within her heart. Is your business doing well these days? Shen Qingqiu turned back, trying to force a playful look. I only faintly replied, The appetizers had just been served. I picked up my chopsticks and took a few bites, but then suddenly put them down, staring intently at Shen Qingqiu. You don't need to pretend in front of me, really. After so many years, do you think I don't understand you? Shen Qingqiu immediately fell silent, her chin lowered even further, suddenly covering her mouth and turning away. She forcefully covered her mouth and nose. For this meeting, she had even meticulously applied makeup, but a sob still escaped and tears uncontrollably welled in her eyes. You know I went to your shop, right? When she turned back, her eyes were swollen and red, her head bowed, not daring to look at me. Kui Xiaobing and Lin Mo, who were busy ordering, separated by our invisible aura, were now silently holding their breath. How did you know it was my shop? I glanced at her, gently asking, I don't know, just a kind of intuition. Now it seems my intuition wasn't wrong. Shen Qingqiu only reluctantly replied. Grandma's bun shop really is mine. So you also met Bai Ningbing, right? My emotions were complex, but my tone had to remain calm. Her name is Bai Ningbing? Really? Shen Qingqiu mumbled to herself, her eyes a little evasive, a hint of displeasure in her tone. Why are we talking about this? Isn't today for a get-together and a meal? I had originally intended to clarify everything today, but she suddenly wanted to end the topic, which was very upsetting. I took a deep breath, looking at the face that once utterly captivated me, and very seriously opened my mouth. What? Shen Qingqiu lowered her eyes, her heart suddenly trembling. It's truly upsetting. Don't you feel it too? I took another deep breath, my gaze towards her growing increasingly complex. This time my voice was a little louder, the entire atmosphere seemed to freeze. Shen Qingqiu's chin, once proud, like a white swan, was now lowered, not daring to look at me directly. Kui Xiaobing and Lin Mo beside us were almost holding their breath, suppressed by the increasingly heavy, low pressure, unable to breathe. Shen Qingqiu's breathing gradually became hurried, the corners of her eyes slowly reddening. What's so upsetting? She suddenly looked up and yelled, her eyes filled with grievance. I remained silent. Why did you come to my shop? Why can't I come? Shen Qingqiu's eyes became even redder. She bit her lip tightly, as if even breathing had become difficult. We're best friends. Why can't I come? The atmosphere fell into a dead silence. Even the waiter bringing the food was inexplicably flustered. I took a deep breath, speaking each word clearly. Because best friends is only what we were. You clearly know that. I once liked you, for a very, very long time. Shen Qingqiu immediately stiffened. The next second, she frantically shifted her gaze, her cheeks flushed crimson. So what? Her heart pounded. She herself couldn't tell if it was joy because I admitted to once liking her, or fear of my next words. Those deep-buried feelings, those memories belonging to Shen Qingqiu, were all preventing me from speaking my next words. But the moments I shared with Bai Ningbing urged me to make a decision. Finally, I still looked up and spoke seriously. If things stayed as they were, it would hurt the person I like now. You like her now? I only softly hummed an affirmation, my gaze fixed out the window, recalling the past with Bai Ningbing. Hearing my affirmative answer, Shen Qingqiu's lips immediately lost their color. She said nothing, but even her breathing was trembling. Actually, today isn't about anyone else, nor is it about Bai Ningbing. I just want to clarify our relationship. Shen Qingqiu struggled to force out this sentence. Aren't we childhood sweethearts? Childhood sweethearts is only what we were. Just like best friends, it's all what we were. Hearing these words, Shen Qingqiu's voice abruptly stopped, and when she spoke again, it carried a hint of a choked sob. I've already apologized. I've apologized so many times. Why can't you forgive me just once? I looked at her and sighed softly. Shen Qingqiu, why do you always think that as long as you're willing to turn back, you'll definitely be standing right here waiting for you? Perhaps that was true when we were young, but now we've both grown up. I've said everything that needed to be said today. Let's eat. In this frozen atmosphere, I quietly picked up my bowl and chopsticks. Seeing this situation, Lin Mo and Kui Xiaobing couldn't sit still either, and could only awkwardly try to mediate. They carefully advised Shen Qingqiu a few words. But Shen Qingqiu, to Kui Xiaobing's surprise, didn't let the atmosphere remain tense as before. She quickly wiped away the tear streaks on her face, her makeup slightly smudged, and also picked up her bowl and chopsticks, as if nothing had happened. The four of us chatted naturally again, seemingly back to how we used to be. Just then, a piece of chili made me choke, and I couldn't stop coughing. Linmo hastily looked for water from me. Coca, is Coca-Cola okay? I was about to reach out and take it, when a hand suddenly snatched it before Linmo, handing me a white packaged drink that looked like milk tea. Didn't you used to say? You actually don't like Coca-Cola? What you like is soy milk. When the party ended, it was past 9 p.m. After Kui Xiaobing said goodbye to us, she led Shen Qingqiu away in a different direction. Linmo and I stood side by side, silently watching them leave. After a long while, Linmo finally spoke. Old Mu, I think you spoke a bit too harshly today. I didn't look at him, only asked myself in return. Too harshly? Since childhood, Shen Qingqiu has never suffered such grievance, right? I bit my lip, about to retort when Linmo spoke first. I know you feel that you were clearly the one who suffered grievances all these years. But who is she? She is Shen Qingqiu, the princess we pampered since childhood. Has she ever bowed her head to any boy? But today, she was truly very humble, wasn't she? A long time later, I rubbed my temples and sighed. Things are truly getting more complicated. At this moment, Linmo suddenly grabbed my shoulder, nervously asking, Old Mu, do you think Shen Qingqiu has fallen for you? This topic that I had always avoided was finally brought to the table. I didn't want to know, nor did I dare to know. Ever since we officially ended our childhood sweetheart relationship, I naturally noticed all of Shen Qingqiu's changes, especially that day when she proactively exposed my past feelings for her. Her attitude became even more unusual. That feeling was like a dull knife stabbing my heart again and again. I wasn't made of stone. How could I truly, just from a trip, lock away my heart? Completely forget the Cinnabar mole, who had been by my side for over 10 years, but I now had Bai Ningbing by my side. If Shen Qingqiu really liked me, what should I do? My heart was a tangled mess. I looked at Linmo for a long time before painstakingly opening my mouth. But now I already have Bai Ningbing by my side. Hearing this, Linmo didn't say much more, but clapped me hard on the shoulder, all without needing words. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kui Xiaobing watched Shen Qingqiu, who was looking lost in the crowd and couldn't help but ask with concern. But Shen Qingqiu didn't respond at all, only walking forward listlessly with her head bowed. Her meticulously applied makeup had long since been smeared by tears, looking utterly pathetic. At this moment, her heart felt as though she had lost something most precious, to the point where the 2 hours spent on her makeup had become meaningless. From Mu Chen's initial decision, to turning his back outside the restaurant, and then today, completely laying everything bare, the two of them were considered completely over. Kui Xiaobing, who was nearby, could fully understand that Mu Chen's words had, 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 that Mu Chen's words had. How deep a wound it left in Shen Qingqiu's heart. A bitter smile appeared on the corner of Kui Xiaobing's mouth, but there was a sense of loss in her heart. Perhaps life is like this. When I like you, you don't even bother to notice me. And when I turn my back and leave, only then do you feel regret. So, you must cherish the person in front of you. Don't wait until you've lost them to feel regret. Leaving the snack street, the surroundings became quiet. Kui Xiaobing continued to console Shen Qingqiu. Actually, it's just like Mu Chen said, childhood sweethearts are just a thing of the past, just like many people in our lives. Life is fleeting no matter how close friends are. There will come a time when you drift apart, and after parting ways, you become strangers to each other. Old Mu is really a good person, but perhaps the two of you have really reached the time to say goodbye. Perhaps Kui Xiaobing's words once again struck a sore spot. Shen Qingqiu recalled the pain of losing Mu Chen. Her tears could no longer be held back, welling up in her eyes. Her whole body curled up, silently hugging her knees, and began to sob silently. A long time later, she finally spoke. Actually, thinking back now, perhaps a very, very long time ago, Mu Chen already liked me. Kui Xiaobing was stunned. That early? Yeah. Really. Really early. Shen Qingqiu pursed her slightly curved lips, her gaze a little hazy, as if she had remembered something, drifting into a distant memory. I remember we were still in middle school then. Around 12 or 13 years old, we were in the same class. Just like when we first started university, Mu Chen was especially clingy back then, like a little tail, never leaving my side. Kui Xiaobing looked at Shen Qingqiu, who was lost in her memories. A smile gracing her face, she silently played the role of a listener. But at that time, there were also a lot of boys pursuing me, including the school bullies, and also the top students who were incredibly smart, and even the mischievous ones. Every day, I would receive a bunch of Alps lollipops, and also Lay's potato chips or a cup of hot milk tea. Although I didn't want to accept any of it, there was nothing I could do. A hint of helplessness showed at the corner of Shen Qingqiu's mouth. Until one day, the most arrogant bully in our grade brought a group of people with him after school and cornered me in the hallway, insisting on dragging me to the movies, and then Mu Chen appeared. Xiaobing, do you know? Shen Qingqiu turned to look at Kui Xiaobing, her expression extremely serious. That was honestly the angriest I'd ever seen Mu Chen. He was only 12 at the time, he wasn't as tall as he is now, and he usually looked like a model student. But that day, he was like an enraged tiger cub, his eyes were even bloodshot with anger. He pushed those people aside, stood right in front of that tall and fat guy, and punched him in the head. As Kui Xiaobing listened, she clearly felt a tragic atmosphere, but she was also a little touched. That guy, old Mu, must have gotten beaten up badly after that, right? Shen Qingqiu nodded, then continued, yeah, there were more than 10 of them, but that guy holding the movie tickets had it much worse than Mu Chen. When Mu Chen threw that punch, everyone was stunned, then more than 10 of them ganged up on him. But what about him? He was like a madman, just grabbing the school bully's collar tightly. He ignored everyone else. Even though the corner of his mouth was bleeding, he still held on to that guy tightly and wouldn't let go. Fists rained down on him. Kui Xiaobing could no longer imagine the scene. Her eyes widened in amazement as she exclaimed, that must have been when Mu Chen was at his most handsome, right? Isn't this a scene from an idol drama? Shen Qingqiu nodded vigorously. Mu Chen was really cool that time. Afterward, that fat bully completely gave in. The school called our parents and Mu Chen was also punished. His parents and my parents both came to the school. But do you know what happened on the way back? What did Mu Chen do? Kui Xiaobing asked with a curious expression. What did he do? He gave me a white rose. Shen Qingqiu paused for a moment, a bitter smile curving her lips. Isn't it just like a scene from an idol drama? Kui Xiaobing was a little confused again. Why a white rose and not a red one? Shen Qingqiu pursed her lips, her gaze seemingly returning to that day, and she even imitated the little boy's tone from her memory. Shen girl, in the future, someone will definitely give you lots and lots of red roses, but I think white roses actually suit you better. Kui Xiaobing slowly pondered this sentence and suddenly felt it was true. Shen Qingqiu's beauty was so clear and pure, the passion of red roses was perhaps a bit too much, while the purity of white roses was just right. Shen Qingqiu turned her head away at this moment. 2 streams of clear tears rolled down. But no matter which type of rose, don't they all represent affection? But at that time, I didn't realize it at all. Kui Xiaobing was completely stunned upon hearing this. Shen Qingqiu looked away again and continued. Xiaobing, do you believe in love at first sight, or love that grows over time? Kui Xiaobing quietly listened to her confide, thought for a moment, and pursed her lips lightly. Love at first sight. Shen Qingqiu nodded gently. I used to be like that too. Just like any other ordinary girl, I always dreamed that I could meet my Prince Charming one day. Longing to meet one night the person who would make my heart flutter at first sight. From very early on, I wanted to be in a relationship. This is probably the dream of all girls, right? Shen Qingqiu hesitated, then continued. So, since starting university, I've always wanted to be in a relationship, to meet my first love. Shen Qingqiu looked at Kui Xiaobing. You know, I've been searching for so long, but I still haven't found someone who makes my heart flutter. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Shen Qingqiu hugged her pillow, bowed her head, and murmured, Before, I thought it was all Mu Chen's fault. I thought maybe I didn't need a childhood friend, because he was by my side every day. Because of his existence, many boys didn't dare to approach me, so I gradually started to feel annoyed and even wanted to stay away from Mu Chen. I felt that only by leaving him could I meet my Prince Charming. So I threw tantrums at him time and time again, but every time, Mu Chen would patiently wait for me, waiting for me to regret it and let him come back. Until this time. Shen Qingqiu bit her lip gently and said no more. Kui Xiaobing beside her softly continued. This time, he didn't turn back. The girl in the red dress hugged her knees and curled up, sobbing softly by the roadside. A long time later, cool night breezes blew by. Shen Qingqiu wiped the corners of her eyes before turning her head. But this time, Kui Xiaobing spoke first. She looked at Shen Qingqiu seriously. After saying all that, Qingqiu, are you trying to say that you're starting to believe in love that grows over time? Shen Qingqiu was silent for a moment. No, it's... Kui Xiaobing was also stunned. I just think we met too early. So early that I couldn't distinguish if this feeling was friendship or love. Kui Xiaobing felt that she had hit the nail on the head. So you like Mu Chen? I don't know. Shen Qingqiu looked up at the starry sky, her eyes filled with confusion and pain. I really don't know if this feeling can be considered love. Shen Qingqiu suddenly stood up and shouted loudly at the night sky and the deserted campus. Kui Xiaobing stood up with her, looking at her with a complicated gaze. But Qingqiu, when you ask this question, you actually already have the answer in your heart. I don't know. It's just that every time I muster up the courage to ask myself this question, those images appear in my mind. Outside the restaurant, Mu Chen holding the hand of the girl in the tiger costume, his back as he walked away from me without turning around. In front of the bun shop, When I saw that girl named Bai Ningbing, it felt like a knife was twisting in my heart. Shen Qingqiu continued to murmur, "Do I really like Mu Chen?" Just then, Kui Xiaobing's voice rang out from the side. "But if you can't accept Mu Chen leaving as a friend, if you can't accept Mu Chen having a friend more important than you by his side, if you can't accept him liking a beautiful girl just like you, if you regret not trying to start something with him in the beginning, then a friendship like that and love, what's the difference in the end?" After hearing this, Shen Qingqiu stood there in a daze. Tears welled up in her eyes. She suddenly wasn't sad anymore and turned to look at Kui Xiaobing. "So I really do like Mu Chen, don't I?" But Kui Xiaobing didn't answer anymore. This question could probably only be answered by herself. In the bun shop at 10 p.m., Bai Ningbing suppressed the disappointment in her heart and silently cleaned up. "Is he coming back? If you don't come, I'm really leaving." Bai Ningbing lowered her head and took off her gloves, uttering softly. An indescribable sour feeling welled up in her heart until she noticed her shadow was silently enveloped by a larger one. Bai Ningbing's heart suddenly started to beat faster, and she gently bit the corner of her unconsciously upturned lips. "Who are you waiting for?" My voice suddenly sounded from behind her. The next second, I turned her around to face me. "You were waiting for me, right?" "No, I wasn't." This domineering action made Bai Ningbing's small face flush immediately. "I wasn't waiting for you." The bit of complexity and sadness in my heart the moment I heard this sentence was like ice and snow illuminated by the sun, melting in an instant. I looked at her and said with a sly smile, "Still say you weren't waiting for me." Bai Ningbing's heart was beating very fast. After a long while, she lowered her head and asked in a small voice, "Why are you back so late?" I blinked and glanced at the clock, and somehow I blurted out, "Because I want to ask you to a movie." At this moment, Bai Ningbing was a little stunned. I repeated seriously once more. I said, "Miss Bai Ningbing, I want to invite you to see a movie. Is that okay?" Bai Ningbing's beautiful eyes were dazed in the air for a moment, and after a long while, she uttered a single word, "Okay." Leaving the shop with Bai Ningbing, it was already late at night. In the small alley at 11 o'clock, it was drizzling. The two of us, just like that, shared an umbrella while strolling through it. But this pleasantness was shattered by our neighbor, Uncle He. His eyes lit up as soon as he saw us. He even forgot to drink the wine in his hand. "Little Moo, little Bai, where are you going so late at night?" Being teased like this by Uncle He, Bai Ningbing's cheeks immediately flushed, and she lowered her head shyly, unable to utter a single word. I waved at him. "Uncle He, it's so late, you're still not asleep?" Uncle He took a sip of wine and laughed heartily. "How can these old bones of mine compare to you young people? Isn't late at night the time for you all to go on dates? Little Moo, you have a good eye." I was just about to say a few more words when a small hand suddenly pulled me away. That force carried a bit of anger from embarrassment and haste. My steps also quickened unconsciously. Uncle He's hearty laughter from behind made my heart pound. The light and shadow on both sides of the alley became hazy, but I just stared blankly at the hand pulling me and her beautiful blushing side profile. Until my breathing gradually stabilized, Bai Ningbing noticed my teasing gaze, her face as red as a ripe peach. "Didn't you say you wanted to take me to the movies?" Only then did I suddenly realize the huge illuminated sign of the movie theater was right next to us. It turned out we had arrived without realizing it, just in time for the midnight showing at 11:30. All around were couples being affectionate. "What do you want to watch?" The movie theater lobby was still quite crowded. I quickly found 2 empty seats and pulled Bai Ningbing down to sit. The large screen was displaying various movie posters, making it hard to decide. "Let's watch that one." Bai Ningbing suddenly pointed to a poster in the corner, her tone firm. Two Flowers, a movie I had never heard of, seemed to be a romance film. "Okay, I'll go buy the tickets right now." I nodded, turned and went to the counter to buy 2 couple seats, deliberately choosing the last row where no one would bother us. After not waiting for long, at exactly 12 o'clock, the movie finally started. The theater immediately plunged into darkness. I had originally intended to say a few words to Bai Ningbing, but thanks to the dim light, I could only see her focused side profile. She watched so attentively and engrossed, which aroused my curiosity, so I also watched seriously. The movie was an hour and a half long, and somehow it reached an open ending. Bai Ningbing beside me suddenly whispered in my ear, "Do you think the movie is over?" My head turned stiffly. "I guess it's over. What do you think?" But Bai Ningbing just stared at me, then gently shook her head. I pretended not to notice and looked away and suddenly smiled. "Let's go." Stepping out of the movie theater, it was already 1:30 in the morning. On the way back, we still shared an umbrella in the rain. Our bodies were sometimes close, sometimes far, always wanting to quietly get closer, but avoiding each other the moment we touched. I could feel Bai Ningbing's heartbeat, beating fast like a frightened fawn. Actually, I wasn't much better than her. I clearly had another umbrella in my bag, but I deliberately didn't take it out. Actually, at some point, Bai Ningbing also saw the umbrella handle sticking out from behind me. Just as I was stealthily hiding it, her lips couldn't help but curve into a smile. She silently averted her gaze. "Let me show you something cool." I suddenly threw away the umbrella and pulled her to run under the lamppost. "What?" Bai Ningbing pursed her lips, her heart beating even faster, because my hand was holding her arm, and that handsome face was just inches away from hers. But she quickly became stunned, feeling my breath so close, and looked in the direction I was pointing. "Isn't it beautiful?" I excitedly pointed to a place and asked her. "It's beautiful." Bai Ningbing looked up and stared intently at the streetlight. That gentle, dreamy yellow light in the pitch-black night was just like a small moon hanging on a pole. Bai Ningbing stared in a daze, looking at this world that she had never seen from this angle before. The cold raindrops brushed against her face. It seemed like early winter had truly arrived. Her gaze lingered for a very, very long time. "This is a secret I keep in my heart, and now this secret has one more person to share it with. You're the second person to know, or maybe the third." Bai Ningbing's almond-shaped eyes flashed, but in the end, she didn't ask. She slowly turned around, lifted her fair chin, fully revealing her delicate face, and said softly but seriously, "Thank you, Muchen. I'm very happy. So happy. I'm really happy today." This charming night made one reluctant to leave. The small umbrella ultimately couldn't contain two hearts that were sometimes close, sometimes far. I didn't walk her all the way to her door, just stood at the entrance of the alley, silently watching her back until she completely disappeared into the night, until my phone vibrated and I received her text saying she was safe. Only then was the night truly over. Since that night, time seemed to fast forward, and in the blink of an eye, 2 weeks had passed. My relationship with Bai Ningbing wasn't like those cliché stories where you break through that paper window, but rather like warm water gradually heating up, gently absorbing every bit of warmth in life. For example, at 6 in the morning, a good morning from a vibrating phone, or at 10 at night, that seemingly casual phrase, was actually the long-awaited signal for both of us to rest well. When I was sleepy in the afternoon, I would find a jacket with a gentle fragrance on me, and I would also, when she wasn't looking, secretly add a chicken leg to her bowl. The intimacy of that night was like poking a small hole in a paper window, allowing our warmth to slowly pass through to each other. I understood Bai Ningbing's hesitation, and I understood even more that this usually shy girl, to be able to say those words at the movie theater, must have mustered up a lot of courage. Matters of the heart can't be rushed. It has to be as natural as flowing water and drifting clouds. And I was also willing to immerse myself in this ambiguity like a small stream and slowly enjoy it. Another morning, I came to the shop, looking at the 50,000 yuan we had earned in these 3 weeks. I still hadn't forgotten my original goal. I walked into the back kitchen and saw Bai Ningbing wearing an apron, washing vegetables with her head down. My footsteps were very light. She was busy and didn't notice at all. Until a certain moment, our eyes met. Bai Ningbing was startled. "Mu Chen, what's wrong?" As she asked, she unconsciously straightened up. Her wet hands were still slightly warm, and before she could dry them on her apron, I quickly walked over. Without a second word, I stuffed a hard card into her hand. Bai Ningbing stared at the bank card in her hand in a daze, then immediately waved her hands to refuse. "Mu Chen, what are you doing? I can't take your money." There was a rare hint of anger in her voice. She stared at me, the rims of her eyes red with anxiety. "What are you thinking? You still want to pay me back? Do you take me for a fool?" I smiled and shook my head. "This is your salary in advance." Bai Ningbing was stunned. "Salary?" I also quickly gave the excuse I had already thought of and said seriously, "Based on this month's profits of the shop and future estimates, we've already earned 80,000 in such a short time. You have a 30% stake, so you should get at least 30,000. I held her hand tightly, not letting her put the card back. "I don't have a 30% stake." Bai Ningbing bit her lip lightly and stubbornly looked up at me. "We clearly said I only have a 10% stake." The two of us argued about this stake issue for a long time, and in the end, I still couldn't win against her, so I had to quickly change my words. "Then consider it a 3-month advance on your salary and commission." Bai Ningbing's eyes darkened. She gripped the bank card tightly and spoke softly. "It was the week before last. You already paid me 5,000 yuan in advance. Then take another month's advance." I stared at her and finally sighed helplessly. "Don't procrastinate anymore. Auntie's illness can't wait any longer. There's 30,000 yuan in the card. Consider it a loan from the shop. I've already asked Lin Mo. He supported it even more enthusiastically than I did." With words said to this extent, Bai Ningbing's lips trembled, wanting to say something more. I made up my mind decisively and deliberately sternly shouted, "It's not free. You have to sign an EU. Do you want it or not?" Bai Ningbing was in a turmoil. Her lowered eyelids couldn't help but redden. I quickly stepped forward, slipped the bank card into her pocket, and walked away without looking back. The curtains in the back kitchen fell, leaving only an empty silence. Bai Ningbing gently took out the bank card, placed it in her palm, and carefully wiped off every drop of water from it. She murmured to herself, "Mu Chen, thank you." The next morning, Bai Ningbing took leave and rushed to the hospital. I originally wanted to go with her, but on second thought, it was better to let her handle it herself. So I put on my apron and together with Shu Nian and Shu Ning, who were new to the shop, we took over Bai Ningbing's duties. During lunch break, Lin Mo and I were in the back kitchen, chatting idly. Speaking of the shop's development, it had been nearly 3 weeks in the blink of an eye. Lin Mo was still reminiscing about when we first pooled our capital. Back then, the bun shop was just a small store of a few square meters, but because of that indescribable aura about me, he was inexplicably drawn to join my venture. From a small shop that earned $6,000 to $7,000 a month after deducting utilities and rent, to now, where it can earn $80,000, $100,000, or even more a month. Grandma's bun shop finally gained a reputation in the Jinling University district. As we were chatting intensely, my finger suddenly touched a small piece of paper on the table. The note was carefully held down by a coin. What is this? I unconsciously paused after clearly seeing what was written on it. The corner of my mouth curved into a helpless, bitter smile. What's wrong? Lin Mo asked, scratching his head. I just shook my head and helplessly uttered 2 words, an IU. Lin Mo understood immediately, nodding to show he got it. The money was given to Ningbing? I nodded. This 50,000 yuan from the shop, Lin Mo also owns a share of it. This 30,000 yuan given to Bai Ningbing is just enough for her to pay for the first round of chemotherapy. That's good. Lin Mo clearly breathed a sigh of relief. I was worried she wouldn't accept it. I thought so too. With an EU, at least she could accept it. As I was thinking this, I heard Lin Mo suddenly whisper a sentence. Ningbing is really a good girl. His remark was a bit out of the blue, but on second thought, it made perfect sense. He wasn't like me. For Lan Mo, Bai Ningbing was initially just someone by my side, a strange girl who suddenly appeared. But in these 3 short weeks of interaction, he also felt from Bai Ningbing that precious and rare quality. This girl, more precious than bright moonlight, who could not be moved by her. I guessed what Lin Mo was thinking, and couldn't help but feel a little amused, so I asked him, Are you really not bothered that I'm taking money from the shop to lend to Ningbing? Lin Mo was stunned for a moment when asked, then somewhat angrily said, Old Mu, do you think I'm that kind of person? This is a serious matter concerning someone's life. Ningbing's mother is sick. We have to lend her whatever money she needs. I was both surprised and touched. Truly no hesitation? No, Lin Mo answered decisively. We were silent for a long time. He seemed to remember something, and suddenly looked up and asked me, But I'm really curious, why did you fall for Bai Ningbing so quickly? Hearing this question, I also fell into contemplation. From our first meeting in Shancheng to the bun shop, and then to the cinema. Honestly, all of this happened too fast, so fast that sometimes I myself was bewildered. Why did just a brief encounter in a strange city make me fall for her so quickly? I remained silent for a long time before speaking. Perhaps it's because of Shen Qingqiu. Lin Mo was stunned. My gaze drifted out the window, the corner of my mouth carrying a hint of self-mockery. To like someone, doesn't it take a long time? But why do we sometimes suddenly feel a pull towards someone? Because. I looked at Lin Mo and seriously uttered 2 words. Need. Lin Mo murmured in thought. I chuckled and continued. In Shancheng, 2 strangers suddenly having a destined connection and feelings, doesn't it sound like a plot from a movie? It sounds unbelievable, right? But have you ever thought, before meeting Bai Ningbing, what kind of person I was? Lin Mo, standing next to me, gradually fell silent. Mu Chen liked Shen Qingqiu for so many years but never dared to loudly tell her. I like you. If he had only had the courage to say those 4 words at the beginning, breaking the shackles between them, perhaps the outcome wouldn't have been like today. But because of the initial cowardice, the phrase childhood sweethearts became a chain. Bai Ningbing was like a lotus flower, sunk in mud since childhood, always bowing her head, but striving to grasp hope for herself and her mother. It was Bai Ningbing who worked to push aside the mud to see the sun. So, under such an encounter, I became the light shining upon her, and she became the key to unlock the knot in my heart. We were very lucky to meet the right person at the right time. My feelings for her were no longer hesitant due to cowardice, no longer bound by more than 10 years of past suffering and sadness. After all, in the world of love, emotions are inherently paramount. Perhaps a single glance in a moment can become eternity. Just because you happen to need, and I happen to have, because you also happen to need what I could give, this 2-way affection thus slowly warmed each other. Lin Mo fell into thought after listening. If he were Mu Chen, what would he choose? On one side was Bai Ningbing, gentle as bright moonlight, almost without rough edges, and on the other was Shen Qingqiu, like a cinnabar mole, making one remember her deeply. Seeing that I was about to leave, Lin Mo couldn't help but ask more. Are you and Shen Qingqiu still in contact recently? Since it was senior year, in the academy or lecture hall, Shen Qingqiu and I occasionally ran into each other a few times. Sometimes it was truly unavoidable. The 2 of us would just exchange simple greetings, and then one of us would always pretend to have something to do and quickly leave. Sometimes, we wouldn't even greet each other. Shen Qingqiu would hold her books from afar, bury her head in the crowd, and quickly walk away. I could feel that Shen Qingqiu seemed to have changed in these 2 weeks. From a princess who always held her chin high, freely flaunting her beauty, she had become a girl who shrank into the crowd, carefully folding her wings. Was she avoiding me? I didn't want to admit it, but I couldn't help but admit that even my own thoughts were unconsciously avoiding her. I originally thought that after clarifying everything at the last party, I could completely let go, but the truth seemed to be otherwise. I always vaguely recalled her reaction at the party. Hearing those heartbreaking words, she just silently shed tears. Even though I had said such harsh words when I choked on water, she would still quietly hand me a bottle of soy milk, not Coca-Cola. It felt like everything that needed to be let go of had been let go, but there was always something stuck there. At least for now, it couldn't be let go. Lin Mo beside me also felt that sense of helplessness and complexity, like untangling a messy knot of thread. Don't overthink it, old Mu. Lin Mo didn't want the atmosphere to remain so heavy and patted my shoulder. I don't know what you're thinking, and I don't know what you'll do. I only know that Shen Qingqiu is your childhood sweetheart, and also a friend I've played with since childhood. The words I said to you that day were a bit harsh, but afterwards I thought about it again, and those harsh words actually needed to be said because that's your true feelings. But I also want to tell you, Bai Ningbing is also my friend now, and I don't wish for you to hurt her. In short, no matter what, old Mu, you're my brother. Regarding Qingqiu, whether you truly want to let go or not, I will support you. As for Ningbing, I also hope you can always protect her. To sum it up in one sentence, if you're sincere, then be sincere to the end. Don't give up halfway, otherwise it'll truly look down on you. Lin Mo truly surprised me today. Thanks, old Lin. Lin Mo truly made me see you in a new light today. Thanks, old Lin. I took a deep breath, looked at Lin Mo, and felt a little lighter in my heart. He saw my expression soften, and also blushed, scratching his head. After a long while, I looked at him and asked curiously, aside from the last 2 sentences, were those words just now taught to you by Kui Xiaobing? Lin Mo was stunned for a moment. How did you know? His foolish look made me burst out laughing. A blockhead like you, how could you come up with so many words in one breath? Lin Mo's face beside me immediately flushed crimson. I patted his shoulder. Xiaobing is a good girl. Don't miss out on her. Lin Mo heard these words and immediately became shy. As for Shen Qingqiu on the other side, these 2 weeks had passed very peacefully. It wasn't a peaceful state of mind, but a feeling she had never experienced in 22 years. The peace of living entirely on her own, quiet as if Mu Chen had never existed. Just because she had said a few stubborn words to him in that square, and he had easily taken them as truth. So much so that when she met him in the lecture hall building, she felt a bit flustered. In that moment, her heart pounded like a startled deer. Shen Qingqiu's thoughts were in a mess. Luckily, a familiar voice rang out not far away, pulling her out of the chaos. You crazy girl, I knew you'd be here. It's so late, why are you eating buns again? Shen Qingqiu quickly turned her head and saw Kui Xiaobing's face with the slightly annoyed and helpless expression. Why can I eat buns? She held up the bag in her hand and smiled. Look, 1 meat bun, 1 vegetable bun, a cup of soy milk. Meat, vegetables, carbohydrates, protein are all there. The fiber is also very balanced. Kui Xiaobing, next to her, linked arms with her, but her eyes unconsciously gazed at her profile. After that day, Shen Qingqiu suddenly fell in love with reading. So every morning at 6:30, she would wake up on time, and by 7 o'clock, she would run down to the boys' dormitory area just to buy the earliest steamed meat buns from Grandma's bun shop. Then she would go to the library and sit quietly, devoting more effort to this an Exin Song startup project. She went from being a mere ornament in the project, one who wouldn't be missed, to becoming one of its most core members. Lu Chen and Yang Xuan were both astonished by her dedication, but only Kui Xiaobing knew that she was working so hard now because she didn't want Mu Chen to see her pathetic state, right? Since today was the meeting day for the Annex in Song platform, seeing the time drawing nearer, Kui Xiaobing no longer had time for idle thoughts and dragged Shen Qingqiu, rushing towards the cafeteria. On the 2nd floor of the cafeteria, Lu Chen and the others had been waiting for a long time. Sorry for being late. Shen Qingqiu pulled Kui Xiaobing and rushed over. Everyone also stopped what they were doing. It's all right. The meeting hasn't started yet. Yang Xuan, head of the propaganda department, waved his hand and smiled, saying, Qingqiu, for the past 2 weeks, our Enxin Song platform has relied on you. Otherwise, how could the technical and promotional progress be as fast as it is now? Shen Qingqiu just smiled lightly, and everyone's gazes, which were initially teasing, became a few shades more serious. All right. Lu Chen was in a bad mood today. Everyone quiet down. Let's have the meeting. There's quite a lot to discuss today, but the most important thing is only one, Qingqiu, regarding Grandma's bun shop. I'm still waiting for your answer. Everyone realized something was off with the atmosphere. Their eyes unconsciously followed Lu Chen towards Shen Qingqiu. In the quiet room, When Lu Chen repeated this name, everyone immediately perked up and started discussing in the room. Last time, during the discussion, no one knew about this, but it had been so long, who wouldn't know by now? Everyone chatted for a few moments, but then noticed that Shen Qingqiu and Cui Xiaobing were both silent. Lu Chen's eyebrows furrowed even tighter, his fist clenched, revealing his anger. I forgot. Shen Qingqiu suddenly spoke. I forgot to mention this to the person in charge of Grandma's bun shop. Lu Chen's eyebrows knitted into a knot. The others also whispered amongst themselves. Forgot? Before Lu Chen could speak, Yang Xuan was already impatient. How can such an important matter be forgotten? As he spoke, the fountain pen in his hand forcefully jabbed the wooden table a few times. We already said last time, Grandma's bun shop is our competitor, and also our opportunity. Yang Xuan's voice grew heavier, and the others also put down their work. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Yang Xuan looked at Shen Qingqiu with a disappointed expression, as if he hated iron for not becoming steel. If we can acquire Grandma's bun shop, our Nexin song platform will be able to attract a core user base and even directly bring over 2,000 individual members from Grandma's bun shop into our traffic pool. At that time, we can attract more businesses to join, receive school investment, and continue to expand our scale. But on what basis? Cui Xiaobing finally couldn't help but shout. Her shout instantly silenced the entire scene. Lu Chen's eyebrows twitched, but he said nothing. That's right, on what basis? A few people exchanged glances looking towards Lu Chen and Yang Xuan. They're developing much better than us. Why should Grandma's bun shop have to merge into our Nexin song? Cui Xiaobing stood up and looked around at everyone. Shen Qingqiu was about to stand up, but she wasn't as fast as Cui Xiaobing. But she looked at Cui Xiaobing's resolute profile, clenched her fists, secretly cheering her on. Well done, Xiaobing. On what basis? Yang Xuan suddenly laughed again, his eyes darting towards Shen Qingqiu, his tone light. Because this is very easy, isn't it? Yang Xuan looked at her, spread his hands. The corner of his mouth curved into a meaningful smile. Qingqiu, it's been 2 weeks. Everyone has known for a long time who the founder behind Grandma's bun shop is. His name is Mu Chen, right? Shen Qingqiu took a deep breath, trying to suppress the anger in her heart. Isn't he your childhood sweetheart? Yang Xuan spread his hands and laughed, his gaze sweeping over the others. His name is Mu Chen, right? I've heard for a long time that Mu Chen from the Information Technology Department, handsome, smart, and from a decent family. But he just likes someone like you, Shen Qingqiu. I really don't know what he's thinking. In short, Shen Qingqiu, you just need to say the word, and that Mu Chen will definitely agree to everything. The atmosphere immediately lightened up. The faces of several male students showed sneering smiles, still secretly laughing. But no one noticed that Shen Qingqiu had clenched her fists and stood up. Yang Xuan, do you dare to repeat what you just said? Only when this cold voice rang out did everyone simultaneously look towards Shen Qingqiu. Repeat it again? Yang Xuan frowned. Shen Qingqiu, what do you want to do? Am I wrong? That guy always used to follow you around. You just have to say a word for the project. What's so hard about that? Slap, a crisp slap rang out, accompanied by Yang Xuan's unbelievable cry of pain and everyone's astonished gazes. The sound echoed for a long time in the private room. Yang Xuan stared at Shen Qingqiu in disbelief. Shen Qingqiu, are you crazy? Yang Xuan's cheeks swelled up and he snarled furiously, clutching his face. Yes, Shen Qingqiu said, then turned, grabbed her bag, and walked out. Cui Xiaobing beside her also immediately followed her out of the room, speaking as she went. You really are a crazy girl, but really cool. How did I, Cui Xiaobing, end up with such a wonderful friend like you? After Shen Qingqiu angrily slapped Yang Xuan, she immediately led Cui Xiaobing to the girls' dormitory. Because of what just happened, Shen Qingqiu was still angry, so the two of them didn't speak, just walked quietly. But Cui Xiaobing beside her would occasionally swing her small fists, that gesture showing she wished she had been the one who slapped Yang Xuan just now. Suddenly, Cui Xiaobing noticed Shen Qingqiu's silence, and only then did she stop her actions and softly asked, Were you really angry just now? Shen Qingqiu didn't say much, just gently nodded. Cui Xiaobing then murmured indignantly beside her, childhood sweethearts for over a decade, and then slandered as having that kind of relationship. Who wouldn't be angry? If it were me, I'd have slapped him a few more times to vent my anger. Shen Qingqiu suddenly uttered a cold sentence. If I had a knife in my hand just now, I would really have stabbed him. Cui Xiaobing was immediately stunned. You're still more vicious. The two beautiful girls silently looked at each other, and a few seconds later, burst into laughter, covering their mouths. The atmosphere also immediately became lighter. At this moment, Shen Qingqiu suddenly spoke again. Actually, you don't need to worry about me too much. Cui Xiaobing beside her was clearly stunned. I'm not that fragile and weak. After all, it was my own mouth that said I wanted to be strangers, to be normal friends. Mu Chen, of course, has the right to choose his own life. Actually, for the past 2 weeks, I've been reflecting, but the more I thought, the more I regretted. But what's the use of regret? In the past, I was wrong, too unappreciative. But from now on, I won't be foolish anymore. I will keep a good distance from him and won't make things difficult for him because of me again. Kui Xiaobing didn't say a word, just listened silently, her gaze falling on her profile. Kui Xiaobing finally understood why Shen Qingqiu had been so quiet these past 2 weeks. A feeling of bitterness and helplessness welled up in her heart, but deep down, she still felt a bit of injustice for Mu Chen. Don't think so much anymore. Shen Qingqiu wiped away her tears, trying to open her eyes wide. Xiaobing, do you think those people will go and cause trouble for Mu Chen? Probably not, right? Kui Xiaobing was stunned. Her expression also immediately became serious. Lu Chen has that capability. He's the student union president. He's not just at all kinds of ceremonies, happily chatting with school leaders. It's the type that can even go on TV to represent outstanding students and give speeches. As long as he can contact the school's leadership, even if it's just finding some administrative teachers and casually using a bit of power, he could make things difficult for Mo Chen and the others at school. The more Shen Qingqiu thought about it, the more scared she became. Kui Xiaobing slapped her forehead. Just now when I went out, I think I heard Yang Xuan shouting angrily that he wanted to go find the disciplinary committee. The two looked at each other, their faces filled with worry. Why don't you call Mo Chen so they can be prepared? Kui Xiaobing suggested, with a hint of personal interest. Shen Qingqiu hesitated again. Why don't you call Lin Mo? Without a word, Kui Xiaobing took out her phone and dialed the first number. But the phone just said, the number you have dialed is busy. She tried calling several times, but it didn't go through. Kui Xiaobing was so angry she gritted her teeth. That Lin Mo must be talking to his mom again. Beside her, Shen Qingqiu could only shake her head helplessly, but her eyes lit up as she suddenly saw a familiar electric scooter in the distance and a chubby figure. She quickly waved in that direction. Ah, Sister Shen! Wang Pengzi was still a bit dazed. Hurry over! What's wrong? Shen Qingqiu said Lu Chen might be coming after me and the others. After hearing this, Wang Pengzi couldn't help but curse. Sister, which bastard is doing such a despicable thing? Wang Pengzi angrily glared at Shen Qingqiu. Shen Qingqiu stood frozen on the spot. She pursed her lips and said, It's partly my fault. At this, Wang Pengzi was so embarrassed he wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Qingqiu, don't mind him. Anyway, you guys have to be careful. An Xin Song's breakfast promotion activity for the Xin Song platform and the business of our granny's bun shop are in major conflict. Based on what I know about Lu Chen and Yang Xuan, they're definitely plotting to make things difficult for you. You must be careful. Wang Pengzi nodded repeatedly and immediately turned his scooter around and headed straight for the bun shop. Meanwhile, I sat on a chair and waited for a long time, staring at the clock on the wall, fiddling with my phone continuously. At 9 o'clock, I finally couldn't hold back anymore and sent the 3 words, "What are you doing?" Since that time at the movie theater, I hadn't seen Bai Ningbing for 2 weeks. At first, I didn't think much of it, but today, I suddenly realized how lonely it was to be busy at the shop alone. Even with Lin Mo and everyone else around, without Bai Ningbing here, that relentless longing made me feel listless all day. At 10 o'clock, my phone finally dinged. Just got home. 3 short words, which seemed a bit rushed, but at least it was a reply. I instinctively wanted to text more, but I saw the notification at the top of the chat box. The other person is typing. Soon after, a long block of text arrived. I took my mom to the hospital today, but she was very unhappy. She kept feeling it was too expensive and our family is already in debt just to get by. But I told her that Xiaoning is earning money now, and in the end, she couldn't sway me, so we still went to the hospital. We did the first round of tests. Once everything is settled, we can start chemotherapy. She sent another message. Mom asked me where this money came from. I told her it was borrowed from a very, very good friend. Mo Chen, you don't mind, do you? My mom told me to thank you on her behalf. Thank you, Mo Chen. Looking at the 2 thank yous in the message, I was a bit curious. Why say it twice? One was her mother's thanks, and one was her own. Friends help each other, there's no need to be so formal. I thought for a moment and replied tentatively, aren't we more than just friends? I was feeling a bit nervous, but I immediately saw that she was typing a reply. I took a deep breath and quickly typed and sent another message. Get some rest and come back soon. The bun shop can't do without you. Good night. I didn't wait for Bai Ningbing's reply, because those subtle answers are actually always hidden in the details of life, right? At that moment in Bai Ningbing's home, Mother Bai was about to get up for a glass of water. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw a figure curled up on the sofa. She walked a few steps closer and gently patted Bai Ningbing with a touch of pity. My daughter, you're usually so busy, you should rest more when you have the time. Bai Ningbing instinctively flipped her phone over, but Mother Bai caught a glimpse. Who are you talking to? A friend, Bai Ningbing said as she pressed the phone against her thigh. Mother Bai paused. She repeated thoughtfully, a friend? By now, Bai Ningbing had turned her head away, her cheeks flushed red. It's that good friend who lent me 30,000 yuan? A good friend? Mother Bai's voice was full of doubt. Seeing that Mother Bai wanted to ask more, Bai Ningbing quickly used the excuse of going to the hospital tomorrow and urged her to go back to her room to rest. After Mother Bai went back to her room, Bai Ningbing breathed a sigh of relief in the living room. She picked up her phone and opened the chat history. With me seeing the message, "Aren't we more than just friends?" Her heart instantly started pounding. Her 2 fingers flew across the keyboard. She typed and then deleted and then typed again, always feeling too embarrassed. But before she could figure out how to reply, a new message popped up. "Get some rest. Come back soon. The bun shop can't do without you. Good night." Bai Ningbing pouted with a hint of disappointment, and in the end, she could only delete everything she had typed and gently type the 2 words, "Good night." As soon as Mother Bai returned to her room, she recalled the fleeting panic on her daughter's face just now and connecting it to her unusual behavior over the past few days, everything suddenly became clear to her. It's good to have friends. Mother Bai mumbled, a smile appearing in her eyes. Hearing the clear, bell-like laughter from the living room, a voice as sweet as honey, Mother Bai turned her head to look at the lonely little girl in the photo. "Our Xiaoning finally has a friend," she said to herself with satisfaction. "What kind of young man is he, to make Xiaoning so happy?" Mother Bai lay on her side in bed, lost in thought. "He must be a very outstanding young man, Xiaoning. It's been a very, very long time since I've seen you this happy." Mother and daughter, separated by a wall, both tossed and turned, finding it hard to sleep. But the night wind was like a spring breeze, blowing away the darkness that had accumulated over the years. At 10 p.m., I had just put down my phone, feeling much more at ease. I was planning to wait for Lin Mo to go back to the dorm together, but unexpectedly, Wang Pengzi came back with him. "Mo Chen, there's something I must tell you." Wang Pengzi stood anxiously beside the reclining chair, talking non-stop, and finally asked, "So, what should we do now?" I sat up straight and was silent for a moment. "Did Shen Qingqiu tell you this?" Wang Pengzi nodded repeatedly, then added, "Moreover, Sister Shen seems to be a core member of the An Xin song platform." I didn't say anything, just turned my head to look at Lin Mo beside me. Lin Mo scratched his head, hesitating slightly. "I think I heard Chui Xiaobing mention it, that recently they've put a lot of effort into this startup project. I didn't expect to run into us." Took a deep breath, rubbing my temples as I thought, "I can't believe the bun shop just got on track, and we've already run into something like this." Lin Mo thought for a long time, then also frowned and analyzed in a low voice. "If they really want to deal with us, there are many ways. They could just find some dormitory management regulation, treat us as non-compliant outside food and get rid of us. That would be a big problem. Our bun shop's location is already remote. Our biggest market is Jinling University. This dormitory area is crowded, and the students are willing to help with delivery, so we have a market and we save on delivery costs. But once an Xin song for its own development actually blocks us from campus, I'm afraid we won't even be able to get through the school gates in the future. We need to be more vigilant these next few days. Let's just play it by ear and be flexible. I'll prepare a bit in the next 2 days, and I'll also report our project to the school's startup program." I thought and thought, but couldn't come up with a good countermeasure, so I could only comfort them for the time being. "I'll go deliver food with you two for the next few days. But remember, don't tell Bai Ningbing about this for now." With her outwardly soft but inwardly strong personality, she already feels guilty enough for taking the 30,000 yuan from the shop. If she finds out the shop might be in trouble, I'm afraid she'll be running back and forth between the hospital and the shop and won't be able to rest easy about either. Early the next morning, 4 insulated boxes were filled with pre-ordered breakfasts. Because of yesterday's news, the atmosphere for today's delivery run was a bit strange. Let's not even talk about the honest Lin Mo. Even Wang Pengzi was feeling a bit worried. After thinking it over all night, my mind had settled down. I personally led the 2 of them to deliver food to the Tulip apartment complex. As we passed the guardhouse, Wang Pengzi whispered, "We're not going to be stopped, are we?" Lin Mo's face was as tight as a monkey's butt, but luckily, everything was normal. Nothing happened. I casually took out a pack of cigarettes I had prepared, handed it to the security guard, and politely said, "Uncle, have a smoke." There's a saying, when you accept a gift, you feel obligated. When you take something, you soften your stance. During this time, the security guard had long been turning a blind eye. Since he received cigarettes from me every few days, the uncle wasn't too surprised. He refused a few times, then accepted with a grin. Wang Pengzi and Lin Mo watched from the side, stunned, not expecting that the usually refined-looking Mo Chen would be so savvy. Wang Pengzi silently nodded, thinking to himself that he really hadn't followed the wrong person. Lin Mo, however, was a bit depressed, thinking that they had grown up together since they were kids, so why did it feel like every once in a while he would have skills that he could never match? The few of us had just entered the dormitory and were heading straight to the men's dorm area. I suddenly heard a familiar voice from behind, and I stopped in my tracks. Turning around, I saw that figure. "It's so early? Why are you here?" I was waiting for Lin Mo and Wang Pengzi. Shen Qingqiu's smile was a bit forced as she gestured awkwardly with her hands. "I didn't know you would be here today too." My gaze was a little dazed. "Do you need them for something? Didn't Wang Pengzi tell you?" Shen Qingqiu seemed to remember the important matter and no longer had the mind for the incomprehensible tension. In her heart, she asked hurriedly. I nodded. He did. They want to target our bun shop. Shen Qingqiu pursed her lips, looking at me with doubt. Then why did you still dare to come today? I shook my head helplessly. Just because someone wants to cause trouble, does that mean we should stop doing business? Shen Qingqiu was speechless for a moment, but thinking of the main issue made her even more anxious. But I heard that yesterday they already reported it to the disciplinary committee. They plan to use management regulations to ban your food delivery service. Early this morning, teachers from the disciplinary committee and the academic affairs office were already lying in wait here, just waiting for you to walk into the trap. Hearing this news, my brow immediately furrowed. It's a good thing I was already restless yesterday. You guys should hurry back. Shen Qingqiu looked at my contemplative profile and bit her lip gently. It's better to avoid the brunt of it for now. How do we avoid it? I stared at her and smiled helplessly. This can't be avoided. The bun shop is our passion project. So what if it's the disciplinary committee and the academic affairs office? We're not stealing or robbing, we're even running a business for the students. On what grounds should we be punished? Shen Qingqiu was immediately stunned, staring into my eyes. She suddenly felt that after she left, I seemed to have become a different person. The bun shop's business won't stop. I turned my back, shouldered the insulated box, and walked straight towards the dormitory area. At the very least, today's orders, I must deliver them to everyone. Wang Pengzi and Lin Mo from behind also hurriedly followed. That crazy girl, why are they like this? Chui Xiaobing quickly came over from the side. Seeing that we were still heading towards the dormitory, she was extremely anxious. This was the news that Shen Qingqiu had gotten from a teacher late last night. Lu Chen and Yang Xuan really intended to be ruthless. That's why she followed Shen Qingqiu, waiting on this road since 6 in the morning. And sure enough, they ran into Mo Chen and his group. But why did they insist on charging in despite all the advice? Isn't this just deliberately walking into a trap? But Shen Qingqiu beside her suddenly looked up and mumbled, Mo Chen is right. If we can avoid it, then let's not hide anymore. After saying that, the two of them chased after our footsteps, heading towards the men's dormitory. Helpless, Cui Xiaobing had no choice but to follow. Not long after, Lin Mo and I, along with a few others, arrived at the dormitory building. Wang Pengzi shouted in the member group chat, and not long after, 7 or 8 people came down from the buildings one by one. 3 of us immediately got to work. When Shen Qingqiu and the others caught up, Cui Xiaobing was completely stunned. She hadn't expected the bun business to be so prosperous. She watched Lin Mo moving nimbly through the crowd and was in a daze for a moment. It seemed she had never seen him like this before. After a brief moment of surprise, the two of them stood to one side. Their eyes couldn't help but scan their surroundings, and they grew tense. Will the school really intervene? Are they really going to take this poor Lin Mo away? Shen Qingqiu and Cui Xiaobing were both worried and nervous. The busy Lin Mo was also extremely tense, especially when he heard hurried footsteps nearby. He felt as guilty as a thief. Until 7:25, what was bound to happen finally happened. 3 or 4 figures unhurriedly walked into the crowd. The leader, wearing a cadre-style jacket, was a portly middle-aged man who stepped out. Li Shu, from the school's disciplinary committee. He nodded at us as if introducing himself. Just as I was about to say something, I saw this teacher bend down, and grab a bun from the insulated box. Selling buns on school grounds, I can't believe you guys came up with this. If something happens, who will take responsibility? His face darkened, and he shook his head repeatedly. In the watching crowd, many showed expressions of displeasure. First, because this teacher was being so bureaucratic, and second, because they were targeting the bun shop that everyone loved. But because of his status as a teacher, no one dared to speak up for the moment. Just as Teacher Li was about to lecture further, my voice rang out. I can take responsibility. Li Su frowned. How will you take responsibility? I shook my head. Our Granny's bun shop has a legal business license. It's a breakfast diner. It has all the necessary hygiene and business certificates. We are a market entity. I am the founder and also a major shareholder. Of course I can take responsibility. Do you see a problem with that? I took a step forward and looked directly at Li Shu. He clearly didn't expect that I could respond so fluently, and he silently glanced at Lu Chen behind him before reluctantly speaking. Which department? Which year? Please state your student number and full name. I quickly reported my information. Li Shu thought for a moment and then continued to make things difficult. Who gave you permission to sell breakfast on campus? Then who said we can't? I retorted directly. Who made a rule that adult university students are not allowed to start a breakfast business? Li Shu was momentarily at a loss for words. The 2 teachers behind him also looked at each other, flustered, their faces flushed red. Seeing the teachers flustered, the crowd broke into small giggles. What are you laughing at? Li Shu lost all face, and after fumbling for a while without knowing how to retort, he had to say sternly, Come with us to the disciplinary committee. Let the school investigate this matter clearly. I clenched my fists slightly, knowing that arguing now was pointless, so I turned to Lin Mo and said, "Old Lin, pack up, let's take a trip." Lin Mo's face had already turned beet red, but seeing my gaze, he had to resign himself to it, and silently packed up the insulated box. At this moment, Wang Pengzi also heard the news, and ran over from Building 4. "Wang Pengzi," I called out loudly. Wang Pengzi was quick-witted and immediately understood. Taking advantage of the crowd, he quickly grabbed the insulated box, put it on his scooter, and sped away. When Li Su and his group saw this, they immediately became anxious. "I told you to take your things. Why are you running?" I turned back and smiled. "Are the things more important, or are the people more important? Teacher, don't worry. I will clarify this matter with you." Li Su frowned and was about to say something else, but Shen Qingqiu stepped out from the crowd. "Teacher Li, I can vouch for them. Please allow them to take their things back first." Li Su was also startled to see Shen Qingqiu. He gave Lu Chen a meaningful look before nodding in agreement. We followed Li Su to the disciplinary committee together. Meanwhile, young Xuan was laughing and chatting happily with the other teachers, occasionally turning his head to look at us, his eyes full of glee. Just then, a calm voice sounded in my ear. "We meet again, Mo Chen." I turned my head and met Lu Chen's eyes. He bowed slightly with a faint smile on his face. "Sorry, I was the one who reported Granny's bun shop to the disciplinary committee. But you know, I'm the student union president, and I'm also in charge of the Management Assistants Association for the entire student union. Granny's bun shop violated the rule about selling breakfast in the dormitory area, so reporting it to the school is my responsibility. Of course, I believe that your breakfast is fine, but rules are rules. What do you think?" I took a deep breath and suddenly smiled. "That's not wrong. In fact, I should thank you." Lu Chen's eyebrows twitched. "Thank me for what?" I suddenly stopped walking, patted him on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "Thank you, President Lu, for your timely supervision. It's made me determined to make Granny's bun shop even more compliant with the rules." After saying that, I strode away. Lu Chen stood there, stunned, lost in thought. What is this guy up to? Yang Xuan frowned, standing beside them. He approached, eyes narrowed, and whispered, "The Angsan platform has already received the school's first startup support fund, topping the list of startup support. A small bun shop. Does it really think it's something special?" Not long after, we arrived at the Academic Affairs office. "Wait here. I'll go find Director Liu." After Li Su finished giving instructions, he left. I glanced at Shen Qingqiu and Kui Xiaobing, signaling them to leave first. Kui Xiaobing glanced at Lin Mo, a smirk on her face. "I'll stay. Later, old Lin." Shen Qingqiu saw that I didn't react, so she could only add softly, "Then I'll stay with Xiaobing." Lu Chen next to her subtly frowned, almost imperceptibly. Yang Xuan's expression, however, was somewhat gloomy. Grinding his teeth, he called Shen Qingqiu a traitor. About 5 minutes later, Li Su led us into the office at the end of the hallway. "Director Liu, you've brought these people." Li Su knocked on the door. A middle-aged man wearing glasses sat at his desk, currently bowing his head, reviewing documents. Hearing the sound, he turned his head, waving his hand to signal us to stand still. Liu Fei quickly noticed something amiss. "Shen Qingqiu, why are you here?" Everyone's gaze immediately fell on Shen Qingqiu. Kui Xiaobing and Lin Mo both looked over. My gaze, however, was a little complicated. Shen Qingqiu's cheeks flushed from being stared at, and as she was about to explain, Liu Fei saw Lu Chen and suddenly understood. "I heard Teacher Li say you're part of the Angsan Song project, right?" He smiled. Without giving Shen Qingqiu a chance to explain, he turned his head to the main topic. "You students are the ones running that old lady's bun shop." Liu Fei looked at Lin Mo and me. I raised my head, responding softly, "Yes." Liu Fei slowly took off his glasses, rubbed his tired nose bridge, and continued, "Selling buns and soy milk, focusing on deliveries to the dormitories, and even using students to transport and deliver, right?" He glanced at Lu Chen, then walked in front of me, his voice not loud, sounding gentle, yet carrying an undeniable authority. "Yes." I frowned and said, "Director Liu, I don't understand what regulations of the school we have violated." Liu Fei nodded. Indeed, no specific regulations had been violated, but then came a rhetorical question full of hidden meaning. Do you think a big university like Jinling can only be managed by rules? Is it that simple? I didn't understand Liu Fei's meaning and asked coldly, "What do you mean, sir?" Liu Fei smiled again, looked at me, and raised 2 fingers. "If you don't operate within the school, I won't interfere. If you don't do large-scale distribution, I won't want to interfere. If you don't mobilize students for delivery, it's also hard for me to interfere. The school can't be like a cafeteria, checking your ingredients and dishes every day. If one day your food has a problem, how many people in the school will be affected? You let students help you distribute and deliver. Small scale is fine, but if it's large scale, what if theft happens?" Liu Fei casually listed a series of problems, then looked at me and continued. "Have you considered these issues? The public opinion impact it brings? The disruption to the school's management order? Can you take responsibility? Can you solve it?" I didn't answer. Even Liu Chen and those next to him fell into thought. Liu Fei patted my shoulder, then continued. These are things I've considered after the student union reported. After all, you are still young, with entrepreneurial passion, and the school naturally wants to see that. But have you ever thought, once a problem arises, can you truly bear the responsibility as you say? I sank into thought. Although I knew I could guarantee many things, I also understood that the school didn't just need my assurance, but an assurance that could actually be implemented. But such an assurance I currently couldn't provide. The atmosphere in the room suddenly fell silent. Liu Chen suddenly spoke up. Join Angsin Song. Angsin Song is a guaranteed platform, a project co-founded by us and the school. Food will be regularly inspected, deliveries also have dedicated personnel, even school security will cooperate. As long as your bun shop agrees to cooperate with Angsin Song, all these problems can be easily resolved. I looked towards Director Liu. He didn't say anything. This incident will not result in punishment. Before the issue is resolved, the school will strictly monitor the large-scale centralized distribution of Grandma's bun shop in the dormitory area. As for other issues, you can resolve them yourselves. If there's nothing else, I won't keep you any longer. After leaving the disciplinary office, I frowned, suddenly realizing this matter was much more complicated than I had imagined. My mood was very complicated. Do I really have to give up the school market? But if so, how can I help buy Ningbing in a short amount of time? At this moment, Shen Qingqiu called me from behind. Mu Chen, are you free? Shen Qingqiu gently pursed her lips. Don't misunderstand, it's about Grandma's bun shop. Shen Qingqiu talked about Grandma's bun shop. I just occasionally nodded, not saying much. But for some reason, even though we were clearly still talking about the bun shop when it was just the two of us, a complicated atmosphere silently spread. Shen Qingqiu had even stopped talking long ago, but I was completely unaware. A gentle breeze carried the chill of autumn. Fallen leaves covered the paths of Jinling University. In the past, we also walked side by side like this. The road home from school always filled with laughter and playful banter. But today, there was a distance between Shen Qingqiu and me, even an unspeakable sense of unfamiliarity. Qingqiu, thank you. I suddenly stopped and turned around. Shen Qingqiu behind me saw me suddenly turn back and hastily wiped the corner of her eye. Why thank me? Looking at her expression, my heart also tightened, but I still forced a smile. It's for the news you brought yesterday. Shen Qingqiu tried to casually wave her hand. Oh, it's nothing to thank me for. We're friends, aren't we? Shouldn't friends help each other? After speaking, Shen Qingqiu continued to walk, but I quietly stopped. Until she realized there was no reply, she turned back, forcing a smile, and asked, You don't think we're not friends anymore, do you? At this moment, Shen Qingqiu's heart quickened, her mind filled only with the words spoken at the party last time, fearing that scene would repeat itself. Of course we're friends. I smiled and looked at her, but I'm a little puzzled. If you wanted to tell me the news, then why were you avoiding me? Shen Qingqiu's heart trembled slightly, and her steps also faltered. She just stood silently with her back to me, not saying a word. I rubbed my temples, gently sighing. What are you really thinking? Like this? Our positions at this moment seemed to intersect in silence. She had her back to me, no longer moving forward. I faced her, no longer chasing. After a long while, that trembling figure finally stopped. She wiped her tears and turned back, because I don't want to bother you casually anymore. The rustling wind seemed to suddenly stop by my ears. Even the thumping sound of my heart seemed to suddenly disappear. Mu Chen, I'm sorry. After that time you said those words to me, I truly thought a lot. I'm truly sorry for letting you like me, and for making you endure my capriciousness throughout your youth. At this moment, Shen Qingqiu's face was bathed in tears. She bit her lip tightly and continued softly. Just like you said, you already have someone you like. I can't keep holding you back like before, and I certainly can't let the person you like be unhappy, right? After saying these words, Shen Qingqiu wiped her tears, trying to force a tearful smile. So, we're still friends, aren't we? My heart felt like it was blocked by a stone, an indescribable feeling of discomfort. In the end, I could only softly reply with one word, yes. That's good then. Shen Qingqiu took a deep breath, forcing a relieved smile. So everything is clear now. You go pursue your girl, and I will silently support my own guy. As for our childhood sweetheart's love, let it drift into the past, just like I told you 3 weeks ago, and just like you returned it to me 2 weeks ago. Shen Qingqiu's eyes trembled slightly, then she turned her head away again, pretending nothing was wrong. Being ordinary friends, you'll be freer, and I won't make the girl you like sad either. Isn't that great? Very good. I nodded, looking at her. But you don't need to intentionally avoid me. I hope both of us can live better lives for ourselves. Do you understand what I mean? I understand. Shen Qingqiu was stunned, clenching her fists for a long time before relaxing. She forced a faint smile. I'm sorry, I'm just still not used to our current situation. I pursed my lips. I understand. Actually, I'm not entirely used to it either, but sooner or later, we'll get used to it. and both of us will become better, right? As soon as she heard that, Shen Qingqiu clearly knew it meant nothing, but her heart couldn't help but stir. However, the moment my next words were spoken, that hope turned into hopeless disappointment. Cold streaks of rain suddenly fell from the gray sky. I reached out my hand and watched the raindrops hit the ground. It's raining. Shen Qingqiu also looked up at the sky, slightly tilting her chin, letting the rain fall on her face, until streaks of water flowed down her fair cheeks. Yes, it's raining. I hastily took out an umbrella from my bag. Did you bring an umbrella? As soon as the umbrella opened, I still hesitated to ask. Let me take you home. Take me home? Shen Qingqiu instinctively turned her head. Her eyes looked up and met mine under the umbrella, but quickly darted away as if shocked. Biting her lip, she said, "No need." I looked at the couples passing by, sharing an umbrella, leaning on each other, and suddenly understood something. After a moment of silence, I asked, "Then what should we do? With such heavy rain, how will you go? Or how about this? I'll go find old Lin and leave the umbrella for you. He probably hasn't gone far yet." This method came to mind naturally. I pulled up my jacket, ready to rush into the rain, and casually slipped the umbrella into her hand. The movement was practiced as if rehearsed countless times. Shen Qingqiu's eyes were stunned. The last time seemed to be when we were in middle school, also because of the rain, also because of curious classmates. So during the field trip, I gave her my umbrella and ran back to the bus alone in the rain. But this time, would I repeat the old mistake? Shen Qingqiu watched me rush into the rain, seemingly having made up her mind. She hastily grabbed my wrist. "What's wrong?" Before I could even finish asking, an umbrella was placed in my hand, and Shen Qingqiu had already rushed into the rain. Still echoing in the air were her breathless calls. "Mu Chen, you go first. I have an umbrella, mine's in the office. I just need to go back and get it." I was startled, reaching out to pull her back, but only caught a cold patch of rain. The girl had rushed into the heavy rain, her figure quickly swallowed by the curtain of rain. In the small courtyard at 10 a.m., Shen Qingqiu was soaked like a drowned rat under the scrutinizing gaze of passers-by with umbrellas. She stopped, panting. "What's wrong with that person? That girl is so pretty. Didn't she bring an umbrella? Wait, it seems like she's crying." In the corner of the courtyard, couples stood, either sheltering from the rain under eaves or huddled under a single umbrella, enjoying the sweetness in the rain. Shen Qingqiu glimpsed those figures, hastily ran towards an empty spot, vanishing from my sight in an instant. She simply sat under a deserted eave, huddled on the steps, burying her head deep into her knees. She had never known before, but today she suddenly realized that only by running in the rain could one truly know how heavy the rain was. Looking at the people huddled under one umbrella, clearly half-soaked but unable to stop the corners of their mouths from curling up, the young couples, Shen Qingqiu stared blankly for a long time. "Mu Chen, I didn't lie to you. I actually used to have an umbrella but not anymore. I'm sorry, truly sorry. I wasn't avoiding you, I was just scared. Scared that after you liked someone else, my presence would make it so that we couldn't be friends anymore. I liked you, but I was afraid this feeling would hurt you again. I truly just want you to live well. Thank you for your dedication over the past decade or so, but from now on, I won't let you be sad because of me again." I hastily ran back from the rain, listening to Lin Mo and the others talk about the bun shop. It turned out that before we even arrived, the school's supervision had already begun. The school official directly issued a strict order prohibiting centralized distribution or floor-by-floor delivery in the dormitory area. If discovered, items will be confiscated immediately and disciplinary action will be announced. This should be considered a warning. After all, Director Liu saw that our bun shop was doing good business, so he was already lenient. The few of us discussed and finally decided to still continue delivering within the school, just needing to change the method. First, we can no longer ask students to help with deliveries. Instead, we will deliver to the rooms ourselves. That way, the school can't find fault. This is legitimate takeout food. Looking at what those two said, don't use insulated boxes anymore. The target is too big. Just use plastic bags. Fatty Wang sighed after hearing this. "Well then, this way, our delivery efficiency and time cost will increase significantly." I shook my head, patting his shoulder. "This is also a last resort. It's just that you guys will have a harder time later." Fatty Wang didn't feel comforted after hearing this, but instead, his eyes widened slightly in anger. "Mu Chen, if you consider us brothers, then don't say such polite words." I blinked, deliberately sighing. I was originally going to propose increasing the delivery fee for you guys, but it seems you'll have to forget it now. No, Fatty Wang's face fell after hearing this. Mu Chen, even real brothers, have to keep things clear, to rectify this delivery aspect. The few of us were busy, all morning organizing things. Until almost noon did it become my turn to rest a bit. I took out my phone, looking at the girl pinned to the top of my contacts. Looking at these steamers, there should have been a beautiful figure, wearing an apron, busy non-stop, next to this table. Ningbing had asked for 2 days off to go home. But after this incident, these 2 days felt like 2 years. Although the bun shop was still busy every day, it always felt like something was missing. My heart felt suffocated, and for some reason, I typed out a message. Xiaoning, do you know? I suddenly feel that you are like the mascot of the shop. As soon as you left, it feels like a lot of things have become troublesome. Are you free today? I want to visit you. After eating, I immediately took a taxi to Jinling First Hospital, watching the street scenery rapidly pass by the window and thinking about meeting that shy girl soon. My mood lightened considerably. I followed the room number Xiaoning sent, carrying a fruit basket through the bustling lobby to the fourth floor. Thinking I might meet Bai Ningbing's mother, my heart felt a little nervous. I stood before the door, my steps hesitant, took a deep breath, and then gently pushed the door open. Who are you looking for? A soft voice rang out. I looked in the direction of the sound, only to see a woman, beautiful yet gaunt, sitting on the second bed by the window. Sitting on the second bed by the window. Are you looking for the girl on the bed next to this one? The mother and daughter just arrived today. They seem to have been called away by the doctor just now. You can sit here and wait for a bit. I met her gaze, stunned for a moment. My first reaction was to think she was Bai Ningbing's mother, but listening to her tone, it seemed not. Out of respect for an elder, I also didn't feel it was appropriate to ask directly. I could only patiently observe and deduce. Hello, Mom. My name is Mu Chen. I'm a fourth-year student at Jinling University. Indeed, you're Ningbing's classmate. The crow's feet at the corners of her eyes held a hint of a smile. Do you have a girlfriend yet? Not yet. For now, it can't be considered that way. I subconsciously glanced at that pink thermos. So, you're about to have one? She raised an eyebrow. Is it the girl on the bed next to this one? She looks truly beautiful. You have good taste. Ningbing is quite beautiful, Mom. I smiled, feeling a bit embarrassed, but then I remembered she was just a stranger, so I felt a little more at ease. Hearing these words, a joyful smile appeared on her face. Just a few words like that, and the awkward atmosphere gradually lessened. Occasionally, she would cough a few times, large drops of sweat beading on her forehead. At first, I was just being polite, but after hearing it often, I couldn't help but softly ask a question. Are you feeling all right, Mom? As I asked, I gently supported her, wanting to make her cough more comfortably. She panted, a smile of both resignation and peace on her face. It's nothing. I have lung cancer. It's always like this. My heart was deeply shaken. My eyes unconsciously swept around the hospital room, realizing that the other patients also seemed to be in similar conditions. She wiped the sweat from her forehead with some difficulty, leaned back against her pillow, and softly sighed. A hospital is a place that hides truths that many people don't see. I silently nodded, my gaze sweeping across the scene in the hospital room, feeling a bit uncomfortable myself. In this room, there were 4 patients lying down, but only one had family by their side to care for them. The others all lay silently on their beds. Even if family members came to bring things, they would put them down and leave in a hurry. Being sick is truly a great challenge, not only challenging oneself, but also challenging the entire family. One round of chemotherapy costs a lot of money, but wanting to be cured is harder than reaching heaven. Between money and life, how many people can easily make a choice? At this moment, I suddenly thought of Bai Ningbing. Wasn't she also quietly struggling like this? Just then, my phone vibrated twice. It was Bai Ningbing calling. It was only then that I knew she was on the rooftop. I quickly turned my head towards the unfamiliar auntie. Auntie, then he'll go first, she smiled. Let's talk again next time. Take this pear and eat it, young man. My hanging hand also reached out, but in my hand was a fruit knife and a freshly peeled pear. Her gaze paused for a moment, just about to say something. Please have some, Mom. This is good for your lungs. Thank you too, young man. Her beautiful crow's feet crinkled with a smile as she watched my hasty retreating figure, her eyes filled with solace. Not long after, a nurse hurried in, glancing at the bed by the window. Bed number 19. It's been disinfected and the sheets changed. You can come back now. Only then did she support her ailing body, slowly standing up and returning to her bed. On the rooftop, I looked at Bai Ningbing and couldn't help but ask, "Where is Auntie?" Bai Ningbing looked at me in confusion. She's in the ward. My face instantly flushed red, so the auntie in the ward just now was most likely Bai Ningbing's mother. Bai Ningbing saw my strange expression, and her heart inexplicably skipped a beat. Though her heart was full of curiosity, she ultimately didn't ask further. Let's go for a walk. The two of us simply walked around the hospital rooftop. Suddenly, Bai Ningbing tilted her head and looked at me. This place is really nice, isn't it? I unconsciously nodded. You know, back then, when my mother and I came to the hospital, it always felt very stifling. At that time, Mom didn't have this illness, but one of us was always struggling with minor or major illnesses. She turned her head to look at me. It seems people will always get sick, but have no money to treat it. My heart felt like it was pricked by a needle. Unable to utter a word, I only saw Bai Ningbing's lips curl into a complex smile. So do you know, I remember the smell of the hospital very clearly. I was young then, but every time I smelled this disinfectant, I knew Mom was about to be sad again. I always remember Mom standing in the hallway, making calls to borrow money. Only by standing here does my mood get a little better, because this place is truly wonderful, isn't it? My gaze looked down from above, overlooking more than half of Jinling City. After a long silence, I murmured, "Yes, it is. Do you still remember? I once told you a secret belonging to my world." Bai Ningbing lightly pursed her lips. "This place is the secret world of mine." I unconsciously smiled as if a burden had been lifted. There was an urge to open my arms wide towards this and shout out to the world that belonged to her. But before I could speak, Bai Ningbing suddenly snapped back to reality, looking at me seriously. "Mu Chen, why do you look unhappy?" I looked at her and said softly, "The shop has a small problem." Bai Ningbing nodded gently. I know, my heart was initially stunned, but I quickly understood. She probably deduced something from the member group and guessed something. I hesitated for a moment, but still told her the whole story. Bai Ningbing's expression was very calm, just like when she usually wipes tables at the shop, peaceful and beautiful. Bai Ningbing murmured with her head down, crinkling the corner of her white hoodie. "There's nothing we can do about this, don't worry about it. You, Wang Bao, and old Lin will handle it well." After a long silence, I suddenly spoke. "Actually, there's one more thing." Bai Ningbing froze for a moment, and quietly looked at me. She seemed to have sensed something, but quietly waited for me to speak. "Today, I met Shen Qingqiu." Bai Ningbing was stunned. And then, her reaction was a little unexpected for me. I talked to her about us, all my thoughts about childhood sweethearts. You should know I talked to her once 2 weeks ago. Last time I talked to her, I'm not sure if I said something harsh, so I've always felt that recently, our relationship has been very strange. I just want to be normal friends with her, but that tangled feeling has only made things more awkward between us. I really don't want to keep being this awkward anymore. Just then, the sky began to drizzle again, cool raindrops falling on Bai Ningbing's cheek. A long while later, I sighed with relief, looking at her. "Do you understand what I mean?" Bai Ningbing looked into the distance and said softly, "Do you remember my answer? Whether the movie ends or not, I don't care." Hearing her words, I always felt as if I had grasped something, yet it was like a wisp of smoke silently slipping through my fingers. Mu Chen, the past is, after all, a story between two people. Where a love of over a decade should end, and where it should begin anew, how could it ever be that simple? Bai Ningbing looked at me, blinking her eyes. "Actually, many people admire you two, this kind of love from childhood to adulthood. Are you too stubborn about wanting an outcome?" We moved from the rooftop to take shelter under the eaves. The air was silent for a long time amidst the sound of rain. The two of us sat there quietly, on the steps, pondering our thoughts. Bai Ningbing slightly bowed her head, but her gaze rested on me, then she quietly repeated again. "That's a story between two people, and we are a different story. Perhaps sometimes you overthink things?" Only silence remained in the air. "We are a different story." I slowly pondered this sentence. I just want everything to be a little clearer. Bai Ningbing looked at me and continued softly, "You want a clear state? A state where you don't want to sink deep into it like before, right?" I looked into her beautiful apricot-shaped eyes and nodded gently. "But the movie isn't over yet. How can there be an ending?" Bai Ningbing withdrew her gaze and reached out her hand to catch the raindrops. "Do you perhaps think that the ending of one story must be replaced by another? In that case, neither you nor I will be happy, but I truly hope you can be happy, just as I hope our story can continue beautifully, no matter what the outcome." Bai Ningbing's words were like a pair of gentle hands, patiently smoothing out every wrinkle in my heart, untangling every knot. I thought silently, looking at her delicate cheek. My gaze also followed hers, looking towards the world in the rain. Gradually, my expression also relaxed with my thoughts. So, was I truly too stubborn about nothing? The rain stopped, the wind blew through, the ripples in my heart's lake also gradually settled because of this certainty. Shen Qingqiu hugged her drenched body. After 2 hours, she finally called Cui Xiaobing. Cui Xiaobing hurriedly brought clothes from the tulip apartment, rushing over and finally found her in the most secluded corner of the park, huddled on the steps, hugging her knees. "You crazy girl, you've really lost it." Cui Xiaobing saw Shen Qingqiu at that moment. Her eyes instantly welled up. The girl who once shone like a princess now felt as wronged as an ugly duckling. They had known each other for 4 years. This was the first time Cui Xiaobing had seen such a miserable Shen Qingqiu. "Xiaobing, you're here." Seeing Cui Xiaobing, Shen Qingqiu's tear-stained face then lifted from her bent knees, forcing out a surprised smile. "You crazy girl, what on earth are you doing? Don't you know how to care for yourself?" Cui Xiaobing helped her wipe while muttering. "I'm sorry, Xiaobing. I wasn't feeling well earlier. But I'm drenched. I can't go home. I could only bother you." Cui Xiaobing's actions froze after hearing that, her eyes fixed on Shen Qingqiu for a long time, saying nothing. "What's wrong?" Shen Qingqiu reluctantly blinked, forcing a smile towards Cui Xiaobing. "It's nothing. It's just that these words aren't like what you usually say at all." Shen Qingqiu's hand paused slightly as she wiped her hair, looking at herself in the mirror like a drowned chicken, sinking into a long silence. In a flash, the two of them had returned to the dorm. Shen Qingqiu took a hot bath, but by evening, she had a high fever of 39.5 degrees Celsius, her forehead so hot you could fry an egg on it, unable to bring the fever down. But fortunately, even without her childhood sweetheart, Shen Qingqiu still had Kui Xiaobing, who was willing to scold her while rushing to buy medicine, a kind-hearted best friend. From 7 to 9 o'clock, Shen Qingqiu lay helplessly on the bed, only able to watch Kui Xiaobing busy herself beside her, changing the cold compress on her forehead, giving her fever reducers on time, and even going far to buy the plainest porridge. At this time, Shen Qingqiu had a high fever. Her vision began to blur. In a daze, she looked at Kui Xiaobing, even seemed to see me. Kui Xiaobing saw that her temperature wouldn't go down, no longer grumbling, her heart filled only with worry. When she took out the thermometer again, Shen Qingqiu gently took Kui Xiaobing's wrist. Xiaobing, thank you. Why are you suddenly saying that? Kui Xiaobing looked at her curiously. Shen Qingqiu looked at the girl looking up by the bed and chuckled softly. Actually, I should always be thanking you. The two of them just looked at each other like that. After a long while, Kui Xiaobing broke the silence. What's wrong with this crazy girl lately? Kui Xiaobing originally wanted to ask Shen Qingqiu what had happened today, but swallowed the words she was about to say. Perhaps everything had been foreshadowed 2 weeks ago. Shen Qingqiu didn't answer, just stayed silent for a moment, then winked at Kui Xiaobing. Can we sleep together tonight? Kui Xiaobing was slightly stunned. She didn't answer, just quietly made room on the bed. In the pitch-dark night on the small bed, two beautiful figures wearing thin pajamas, cuddled close, playing silly girl games. A long while later, Kui Xiaobing stopped. The gasping sounds in the air gradually subsided, both of them lost in their own thoughts. Xiaobing, was I really stubborn before? In the dark night, Kui Xiaobing's figure froze. After a moment of hesitation, Kui Xiaobing softly said, Best friends are still best friends, but honestly, Shen Qingqiu was silent for a moment, then said, Actually, I've realized it too. Realized what? Shen Qingqiu gently turned over, her back facing Kui Xiaobing, not letting Kui Xiaobing see her face. I realized that before, I never had to stand in the rain because I always had an umbrella. But then, I myself lost the person who sheltered me with an umbrella. After Kui Xiaobing heard that, she was speechless for a long time. Although she couldn't clearly see Shen Qingqiu's face, she could clearly hear the choked sobs in her voice. A long while later, Kui Xiaobing softly sighed. About Mu Chen, have you really thought it through? Shen Qingqiu quietly clenched the bedsheet. I like Mu Chen, it's a kind of feeling that doesn't need reconfirmation. Kui Xiaobing rubbed her aching temples, but he already has someone he likes. Shen Qingqiu next to her trembled slightly, her hands clenching the bedsheet tightly. I know, so I won't bother him anymore. The girl Mu Chen likes is named Bai Ningbing. I've met her. Honestly, just one look is enough to see that she is truly a very, very good girl. Compared to me, who for over a decade didn't realize his feelings, that girl truly deserves him more. Kui Xiaobing next to her had already sat up. Those last words made her feel choked up. Even breathing became a little difficult. Relying on the faint light from outside the window, Kui Xiaobing finally saw clearly Shen Qingqiu's turned-away face. No choked sobs, no trace of sadness on her face, but on her long eyelashes, in the dark night, clear tears sparkling. The National Day holiday allowed many people's lives a short period of rest. For 2 or 3 consecutive days, Wang Bao, several others, and I were ceaselessly busy, barely managing to deliver all the food orders in the member groups. Every day, our clothes were so wet you could wring them out. Everyone worked hard. I looked at the delivery brothers, still unable to come up with a solution to the problem. Finally, I still took the initiative to seek out the student affairs office. Director Liu didn't seem surprised to see me. He even seemed to have anticipated my arrival. He leisurely poured me a cup of tea, then smiled and looked at me, waiting for me to speak and persuade him. Director Liu, Grandma Chen's bun shop is an excellent project, and now it needs Jinling University, the market, to help us expand. If such a project succeeds, isn't that also what you want to see? Since gaining the attention of the Student Affairs Office, I had worked tirelessly for several days to complete a comprehensive startup plan just to prove our worth to the school. But now the approval is only one last step away, or rather, it only lacks Director Lia's signature. Signing isn't difficult. Grandma Chen's bun shop is indeed a good project. I will definitely approve it for you. But you must understand, even if this bun shop is on the investment list, it cannot become a core project that the school prioritizes for support. Our resource support will definitely be biased. The school leaders also have their own considerations. My opinion alone cannot decide. Director Lia's words were very skillful, but I still heard his implied meaning. Whose core startup project this ultimately was? The answer was very clear. It belonged to the Annexian Song platform, jointly founded by the school and the student union. Seeing that I was still pondering, Director Liu continued to advise me. Don't you see? Recently, the school has begun to control food delivery platforms like Meituan and Ele. They are no longer allowed into the dormitory area. After hearing these words, I was silent for a long time. Of course, I understood. Director Liu didn't want to make things difficult for us. He even wanted to support our potential project in his heart. But Nexon Song, after all, had the student union and the school backing it. It was the school's internal star project, so the leaders would naturally value it more. At this moment, an idea suddenly flashed in my mind. I looked up at Director Liu. Director Liu doesn't allow deliveries, but promotion should be allowed, right? This doesn't violate school management regulations. As long as you report and ask for permission beforehand, then of course there's no problem. I looked at his calm expression and continued to ask. So if the bun shop succeeds and becomes a star project that everyone talks about enthusiastically, will there be a possibility of receiving resource support from the school? Director Liu, opposite me, said nothing, but the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curve into a smile. The school, of course, will not easily overlook any project that has appeal. Oh, I've already approved your project application. Take this and do well. Long while later, Director Liu looked at me, still stunned, and spoke impatiently. Why are you still standing there stunned? I'm not going to provide you with food and lodging. I looked at him and bowed my head slightly. Thank you, Director Liu. A few days passed quickly. Food delivery orders entered a peak period again. In the shop, Lin Mo and Wang Bao were spinning with busyness. Even Bai Ningbing managed to come back from the hospital to help. Until closing time in the evening, the people in the shop finally had time to rest. Lin Mo wiped his sweat and shook his head with a sigh. If we keep delivering orders like this, if this continues, we really won't be able to last, Wang Bao suggested at this moment. How about we reduce the number of orders and do a limited number each day? Zunia next to them interjected, but if everyone thinks we're playing scarcity marketing, the students who support us will definitely not be happy. Hearing her words, everyone fell silent. Even Bai Ningbing bowed her head in worry. Just then, I suddenly walked out quickly from the kitchen. Everyone, snap out of it. I have a new plan. Come here and listen. As soon as they heard there was a new plan, everyone immediately brightened up. What plan? Tell us quickly. After I sat down, Bai Ningbing next to me gently asked me, what did Director Liu's side say? I nodded, recounting that day's conversation with Director Liu to everyone. Wang Bao clapped his thigh after hearing it, excitedly saying, then we still have hope. It seems the school isn't a rigid block of steel after all. Lin Mo also nodded along. That's right. As long as we prove our worth, we will definitely move the school. Bai Ningbing pursed her lips, clenching her hands. Mu Chen, what exactly will we do? I looked at everyone. We can make use of the more than 2,000 people in the 6-member groups, organize some simple raffle and sharing activities to attract more people to participate. Thinking back to when we first formed the groups, 2 or 3 days were enough to fill several groups. If we fully open up this time using activities to attract users, the speed of expansion will definitely exceed imagination. Wang Bao was the first to clap his thigh and cheer, but Bai Ningbing hesitated slightly and asked, what specific activities will we organize? Everyone started thinking again. Activities must definitely have rewards, but what can our rewards be? Are we supposed to give away 100 buns? This was clearly unrealistic. Lin Mo then spoke. So, are we supposed to give cash? Everyone shook their heads after hearing that. After all, giving cash doesn't reflect the unique characteristics of our bun shop. I also frowned slightly. For a short while, I couldn't think of any good ideas. Mu Chen, I have an idea. Just then, the pitiful Exunian next to me suddenly spoke up bravely, her face flushing red. My idea is, since we're already member groups, why don't we create a real VIP system? Later, it can be changed so that only VIP members can enjoy the home delivery service, while other regular members can only pick up at the school gate. This way, it not only solves our current problem of difficult deliveries, but can also significantly increase the enthusiasm of members to participate. After Exu Neon finished speaking, she sat down with a flushed face, then quietly added, I'm just offering a suggestion. If it's not complete, then pretend I didn't say anything. Unexpectedly, everyone heard it and found the plan feasible. I also nodded in agreement and immediately went to get the member information. Looking at the list of over 2,000 people in the document, everyone's eyes lit up. This is the most precious treasure of our grandma's bun shop. All current members, as long as you invite 10 new members to the group, will be upgraded to VIP. Not only will you continue to enjoy home delivery service, but you'll also get a free cup of soy milk every week. Seeing everyone nod in agreement, I thought for a moment and then assigned this plan to Xu Nian and Wang Pang to manage. After everyone dispersed, only Bai Ningbing and I were left in the shop. Bai Ningbing noticed I seemed distracted, so she came closer and whispered, Mu Chen, do you have any other ideas? I always feel that just relying on the number of members to attract the school's attention isn't quite enough. Bai Ningbing gently took a small stool and sat down next to me. Then how can we make the bun shop truly get the school's attention? Bai Ningbing looked outside the shop, where Wang Peng and the others were preparing to leave. Her eyes suddenly lit up. Actually, I have an idea. I looked at Bai Ningbing doubtfully. She continued, our goal is to get the school to notice us, right? So shouldn't we actually mobilize the power of more people? I was a bit stunned. Aren't we already leveraging the increasing number of members to attract the school's attention? Bai Ningbing tilted her head, her gaze resting on the people outside the shop. What I mean by mobilizing the power of more people is like Lan Mo and Wang Peng to have more people participate in the bun shop's operations. Meeting Bai Ningbing's gaze, the vague idea in my mind suddenly became clear. I understood. You mean to make Grandma's bun shop? Have more founders? Bai Ningbing shook her head. Not exactly founders. Maybe we can call them partners. I took a deep breath, my eyes gleaming. If Grandma's bun shop no longer represents just a few of us, but the shared entrepreneurial dream of tens, hundreds, or even thousands of students, would the school still secretly suppress Grandma's bun shop for the sake of the so-called an Exin song? Bai Ningbing understood my meaning, her heart pounding. Is it to make every student become our fundraising partner? But wouldn't our shares be diluted then? I looked at her and smiled faintly. We don't have to give away the entire Grandma's bun shop to others. The fundraising project could be a new branch, right? What if we set aside a portion of the profits each month to share with everyone? That way, we don't have to dilute our shares, nor do we have to hand over the shop, and we can still easily turn a large number of members into our fundraising partners. Besides, who says fundraising has to involve money? We can crowdfund new members. Any old member, as long as they invite enough new people, can choose to become a partner of the bun shop. As soon as I got back to the dorm, I immediately bent over my desk lamp, hurriedly drafting a plan for the bun shop. When I showed the plan to Lin Mo, he shot up from his bed in surprise. How on earth did you come up with these plans? Lin Mo had been dealing with customers these past few days, so he could tell at a glance how amazing this plan was. If this is really implemented, it will definitely make the old customers go crazy. I shook my head again. This is just the first step to attract members. Once it succeeds, I will bind the interests of the bun shop tightly with all its members. At that time, even if the school wants to kick us out, they probably won't be able to. Hearing this, Lin Mo excitedly and urgently asked how to do it specifically, so I gave him an example. For example, you're a VIP as long as you can invite 50 new people to register as members. Then for every single yuan that those 50 people spend at the bun shop, you will receive a 5% commission. Lin Mo immediately gasped. Doesn't this mean we're turning consumers into our salespeople? That's right. I want to turn Grandma's bun shop into the personal business of everyone at Jinling University. Lin Mo clenched his fists in excitement. If we can really open up the market, then what's that an X-In song? Early the next morning, I quickly took the promotional plan for Grandma's bun shop to the administration office to register. This time, Director Liu didn't hesitate much. He waved his hand and approved it immediately. Little Moo, keep up the good work. The school recently has a policy to support startups, and Grandma's bun shop is on the prospective list. If you do well, there's hope. Director Lia's attitude, I understood it perfectly, but I didn't think too much about it. As soon as I left the office, I ran straight to the machine shop to find Mr. Li and order a batch of materials. Early on a weekend morning a few days later, the university gate was already crowded with people. Hey, what's that tent for? Is it another student union activity? Doesn't seem like it. You guys smell that. The smell of these buns is so fragrant. Small groups of students were immediately drawn over. Under the tent, a few male students were clumsily setting up the frame. A girl in a loose white hoodie heard the chatter and shyly looked up. Hello students, would you like to learn about our activity? The male students who walked over were immediately stunned, and even the female students next to them fell silent. Bai Ningbing's face turned red from being stared at, and she instinctively brushed back a few strands of hair at her temples. We are Grandma's Bun Shop, a graduate student startup project, mainly selling breakfast foods like buns and soy milk. We are currently expanding our membership and upgrading our services, so if any of you are interested in learning more or supporting us, please come over and take a look. Usually when handing out flyers on the street, 7 out of 10 people can't be bothered to even glance at them. But this appearance-driven world is truly generous. Quite a few male and female students blinked and instinctively took the flyers. They looked for a moment before realizing, Grandma's Bun Shop, isn't this the shop that delivers food to Building 4 every day? Brother, hey, have you tried it? I have. Last time I went to Building 4 to play games with Xiao Liu, I got half a bun from him. The taste was amazing. Hearing everyone's lively discussion, a happy smile appeared on Bai Ningbing's face. Today it's 50% off, 1 yuan for a special meat bun. Hearing about the discount, the eyes of the male student who had just spoken lit up. Say no more, scanning the code to pay right away. A special meat bun, give me one. In just a blink of an eye, more than a dozen people had gathered around to buy breakfast. The bun shop was instantly packed. Bai Ningbing had truly become the brightest spot in the crowd, Some people even bravely ran up to ask for a photo together, then happily posted it on their social media to show off. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. The newly created members group was growing at a speed of dozens of people per minute. In the front were Ningbing and Shu Neon, two beautiful girls promoting the big sales plan. Linmo and I, having just set up the tent in the back, were stunned by this lively scene. Linmo leaned over and said, "At this rate, won't our membership surpass 3,000 people soon?" I looked at him and just smiled faintly. 3,000 people? You're thinking too small. Today alone, it won't stop at 5,000. With that, I pulled out a stack of flyers and tossed them into his arms. "Let's go. Hand out flyers with me." Hearing this, Linmo's face immediately turned as red as a monkey's butt, but he didn't dawdle, immediately following me out to the school gate. Don't miss out as you pass by. Grandma's Bun Shop's first big promotion. Sign up for a VIP membership and we'll deliver food right to your door. Hey, do you want to become our partner? This is a quality project that's already profitable. We welcome all students with dreams to join us. Not long after, thousands of people had gathered in front of us. I saw that the time was right and immediately upgraded the 50% off promotion to a lottery draw. Now, just by joining the members group, you can enter the draw. The prize is one special meat bun. This early in the morning, many people hadn't eaten breakfast yet, so they casually joined in. The important thing was that the winning rate was very high, and those who had never tried it before lit up after the first bite. As a result, after half a day, the scene was unimaginably busy. Registering information, handing out flyers, Ningbing was so tired she was drenched in sweat. My heart ached watching her, and I went over to tell her to rest a bit. But Ningbing just looked up and said, "It's okay," then lowered her head and continued working. "Don't you have to take your aunt to the hospital for a checkup at 2 p.m.? I looked at her and reminded her in a low voice. "Go now. I'll take care of things here. Don't worry." Seeing that she was still hesitating, I put my arms under hers and lifted her soft body up. This action made Ningbing cry out in embarrassment. Linmo and the others nearby burst out laughing at the sight. "Go on, don't worry, I'm here." After seeing Ningbing off, I plopped down where she had just been sitting, taking over her work. We stayed busy until almost evening when a familiar figure appeared with an air of surprise suddenly at our stall. "Muchen, is this your project? It looks pretty impressive." The evening was the peak time for foot traffic, and the few of us were so busy we didn't have time to rest. Hearing this voice, I immediately smiled. "What wind brings Miss Kui Xiaobing here?" I teased playfully, handing Kui Xiaobing a bottle of water. My eyes unconsciously swept the surroundings again. The figure I was hoping for didn't seem to be around, but instead, I saw Linmo sitting at the counter, stealing glances in this direction. What other wind could it be? Of course, it's the east wind that brings success. To Boss Mu startup, Kui Xiaobing winked and smiled like a fox. Boss Mu wouldn't be so stingy, would he? "Your famous special meat buns? I've only tasted them a few times." I shook my head helplessly. "You're too late. Today's stock sold out long ago. Next time, I'll bring some to you myself." Kui Xiaobing noticed, my eyes looking around. "Stop looking, Qinkyu isn't coming. I don't know what that crazy girl thinks about all day." She glanced at me, then sighed wearily, but she brought it on herself. We looked at each other knowingly and both gave a helpless laugh. The gentle evening breeze blew past, carrying a familiar scent. The surrounding atmosphere immediately became quiet. Next, I brought out 2 chairs and sat down behind the stall with Kui Xiaobing to chat. Occasionally looking at Kui Xiaobing next to me, a feeling welled up inside me. Because I knew Shen Qingqiu, I became close with Kui Xiaobing. During our 4 years of university, the 4 of us were truly an unbreakable group. Whether we were hanging out or eating together, none of us could be missing. Even with some regrets and wounds that are hard to heal, the remaining memories are still beautiful. 4 years of university passed in a flash. "How has your life been lately?" Kui Xiaobing suddenly broke the silence next to me, asking softly. "Are things good on your end?" Kui Xiaobing didn't answer directly, just waved her hand with a slight complaint. "Aren't we still working on that Exin song thing?" After hearing that, I immediately put on a snarky expression. "What? Is your startup project having a tough time?" "Of course, it's not as good as Boss Mu's project, this project that's booming." I gave her an unfriendly look. "Don't give me that empty talk." Only then did Kui Xiaobing start speaking the truth. Although the school provides support, the students don't like using it. Relying just on our own school to build a large delivery platform is just too much. Kui Xiaobing said a lot, and I gradually understood about an Exin song and some of their internal situation. I still occasionally heard her, whether intentionally or unintentionally, mention Shen Qingqiu, but I didn't point it out, just treating it as old friends catching up. Before leaving, Kui Xiaobing suddenly lowered her voice. "You know that day Qingqiu slapped that guy Yang Xuan." "What?" I was stunned when I heard that, thinking I'd misheard. Qingqiu slapped Yang Xuan really hard. What on earth happened? I really couldn't suppress the curiosity in my heart, so I asked another question. As Kui Xiaobing recounted the story clearly, my brows furrowed tighter and tighter, but by the end I felt a sense of satisfaction. Kui Xiaobing raised her eyebrows smugly. It was a great hit. My expression then was just like yours now. It was so satisfying. It wasn't enough for me to just clench my fist. I gently shook my head. If I had been there, I would have absolutely made him regret saying that. Xiaobing snorted, then turned to head back to the dorm. Lin Mo, you big idiot. I'm leaving. Lin Mo, having just finished his work, scrambled out of the tent. But by the time he chased after her, Xiaobing had already grabbed her small bag and disappeared from sight. All right, that's enough. Stop looking. I patted Lin Mo's shoulder and said with a laugh, she's already long gone. If you really want to talk, then go chase after her. But Lin Mo averted his gaze. Chase after what? Of course, to chase after Xiaobing. I glared at him. What are you talking about? A difficult woman like that. If you want to chase her, go chase her yourself. After saying this, Lin Mo lowered his head, his face beat red, and walked away, leaving me alone to sigh helplessly. This fool. Sooner or later, you'll regret it. In the evening, Director Liu returned from the school leadership's office and saw an additional document on his desk. He picked it up and examined it carefully. As a result, before he could even warm his seat, he was called to a meeting to discuss startup projects. As he was leaving, he hesitated slightly, but in the end, he still put the document in his notebook. The meeting room was already full of people, all discussing something animatedly. Seeing Director Liu enter, no one stopped. After Director Liu sat down, he got straight to the point. The 3 slots for the television interview must be finalized this week. Jinling TV also needs to know about our projects in advance. An older senior teacher also spoke up. An Exin song is a key project supported by the school. It must take 1 slot. As soon as he finished speaking, no one in the room objected. After all, this was a key project approved by the school leadership, and it was certain to receive venture capital investment in the future. Soon, the second project was also decided. As for the final project, I propose we still give it to the grandma's bun shop. Director Liu fiddled with the file in his hand and spoke slowly. This time, everyone's opinions were not quite unanimous. Most of the teachers shook their heads in refusal. Out of over 100 projects, giving a slot to a bun shop, is that reasonable? I feel it's still a bit lacking. But Director Liu said nothing, suddenly stood up and threw the file in his hand towards everyone in the room. This is the recent development plan for Grandma's bun shop. Everyone, take a look, quickly. This file was quickly passed among the teachers, and after reading the contents, many showed expressions of surprise. After a while, voices began to fill the meeting room. Partnership fundraising. This system is a bit interesting. As the teachers nodded in agreement one by one, the final slot went to Grandma's bun shop. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Bai Ningbing's mother had just stood up with her daughter's help. At that moment, hurried footsteps were heard from outside the door. The person arriving was the head of surgery, department head Yu, the attending physician, and a group of interns. Ah, it's time for the checkup, Bai Ningbing reminded softly, then quickly made way for the doctor to examine her. Department head Yu greeted Bai Ningbing briefly, then took out a pile of high-tech electronic medical equipment and began to conduct various tests. At this time, Bai Ningbing's mother's face was a little pale, but she still tried her best to cooperate and complete all the tests. After a long while, Department head Yu finally put down his stethoscope and notes, but he frowned, saying nothing. Doctor, how is it? Bai Ningbing couldn't help but take a few steps forward and asked nervously in a low voice. Department head Yu turned his head, ignoring her, and just stared at Bai Ningbing's mother. After the first round of chemotherapy, you didn't rest well, did you? Bai Ningbing's heart skipped a beat, filled with worry. Instinctively, she wanted to explain, but seeing her mother just lower her head silently without a word, and then recalling the smell of grease she sometimes smelled when she got home, Bai Ningbing suddenly understood something. The department head sighed. Mom, you should know that. Mid-stage cancer still has a hope of being cured. But besides chemotherapy, restoring the body's resistance is also extremely important. If you can't ensure proper rest, the effectiveness of the chemotherapy will also be greatly reduced. One course of treatment costs 30,000 yuan, and for any ordinary family, this is not a small amount of money. These words echoed in the quiet hospital room, and Bai Ningbing's mother's head silently drooped. Department head Yu also realized he had said a bit too much, so he didn't give any more instructions. After one more check, Department head Yu led the group of interns away. Before leaving, he couldn't help but remind Xiaoning, you should take more care of your mother. Thank you, doctor. Bai Ningbing nodded gently. After seeing Department head Yu off, she turned and returned to the hospital room, just in time to meet Bai Ningbing's mother's gaze. Both of their gazes were filled with complexity, and Bai Ningbing bit her lip and sighed. She wanted to say something, but the words wouldn't come out. How can the family burden be left for you, a little girl, to carry? Bai Ningbing's mother pursed her lips, feeling both helpless and ashamed. Bai Ningbing also bit her lip, and after a long moment she spoke softly. Mom, I'm grown up now. Bai Ningbing's mother gently took her daughter's hand. Seeing the thin frame under the white hoodie, she sighed with a heartache. No matter how big Xiao Ningbing gets, you're still mommy's treasure. You're too thin. Bai Ningbing squeezed her mother's hand again and said softly, Mom, I can really earn money now. I can earn a lot of money. How much money can you earn? Bai Ningbing's mother asked with a smile. Over 10,000 yuan. That much in 1 month? Bai Ningbing's mother's eyes were filled with shock and astonishment. She knew Bai Ningbing could earn money now, but she never expected it to be so much. More than 10,000 yuan a month. This amount was even more than what her mother earned, selling skewers on the street. Bai Ningbing gently leaned into her mother's embrace, her gaze accidentally sweeping over a grease stain on her mother's sleeve cuff. So, from now on, please rest well, okay? At this, Bai Ningbing's mother became suspicious. Where did the money come from? I earned it. Bai Ningbing replied softly and seriously. Grandma's bun shop has been transferred to us. We've opened the shop and are doing takeaways, earning nearly 100,000 yuan a month. Bai Ningbing's mother's heart was in turmoil, but she quickly thought of something. It's that friend, isn't it? Bai Ningbing hummed softly in agreement, her cheeks immediately flushing red, and on her mother's pale face, a look of astonishment appeared. That boy is really that capable? Hearing these words, Bai Ningbing blinked. We are taking it one step at a time, earning every penny from selling steamed buns. No matter what, this money is what Grandma deserves. Or at least, Mother, you should keep it for her. After all, this is her lifelong dedication and skill. Bai Ningbing's mother calmed down, gently nodded, and taking Bai Ningbing's hand, she smiled. But your friend is so willing to help, you must remember that in your heart. Bai Ningbing suddenly looked up at her mother and pleaded softly. Mom, you have to promise me you're not allowed to hawk anymore. Bai Ningbing's mother wanted to say something, but seeing Bai Ningbing's frailness, with a hidden stubbornness in her eyes, she had no choice but to nod in agreement. Then she smiled and said, Next time you have a chance, remember to invite him over to our home. And also, visit your friend when you have time. Mom, there are doctors and nurses here. It's fine. Hearing these words, Bai Ningbing's face had long since turned crimson, and she kept her head bowed. Just then, a nurse hurried in, breaking the silence. Bai Ningbing's mother finally shifted her meaningful gaze away. On the other side, at the school gate, the bun shop's activity was still ongoing. It was already 2 p.m., but students still crowded around the stall. Many people wanted to come and learn about this investment model, what exactly this cooperative system was. Where did this trash come from? Camping here for days and still not settled? This sour, harsh voice caused the bustling stall to suddenly fall silent. Many people turned their heads to look, and then, following the sound of footsteps, everyone successively made way. Only a few well-dressed young men were seen, striding forward arrogantly. I was sitting in the rest tent when I was suddenly pulled back to reality by a commotion. Seeing Yang Xuan leading the way, I frowned. I immediately stood up, ready to see what was happening. At this moment, Yang Xuan had already led a few freshmen and sophomores to the activity stall. What exactly are you guys doing? Linmo stood in front of the stall, intending to put on a strong front to deal with them. But he wasn't that kind of person at all. Instead, his face flushed, red with effort. What was he doing? Yang Xuan, the student union president, stood in the middle, raising his eyebrows. Next to him, someone who looked like a freshman. That freshman stepped forward and kicked the sign. What are you guys? Grandma's bun shop, never heard of it. Who gave you permission to set up a stall here? Linmo was so angry his face turned pale, and for a moment he didn't know how to respond. He was just about to step forward to argue, when Wang Pao and I pulled him back from behind. I rushed forward, pointed at him, and sneered. The freshman who was so arrogant just now secretly glanced at Yang Xuan behind him. Xiao Kao, come back. Yang Xuan frowned and shook his head, ordering him to step back. Then he slowly walked forward. Mu Chen, what are you guys up to? Who are you? I gave him a cold glance. Yang Xuan's face immediately darkened. Mu Chen, is playing these flashy tricks interesting? Shouldn't I be asking you that question? I looked at him coldly. Coming here beating around the bush to cause trouble? Wasn't that you guys? When I released my aura, the freshman behind me fearfully retreated a few steps. Yang Xuan angrily clenched his fist, pointing forcefully at me. Anyway, today you guys have to retreat. This area has been requisitioned by the propaganda department of the student union. We need to promote the school's project. You have half an hour. Quickly clear the area. Yang Xuan saw that he couldn't intimidate me with his aura, so he started to use tactics. He directly threw a document with an official seal in front of me. I casually picked up the A4 paper, glanced at it, and my eyebrows immediately furrowed. What's wrong? Brother Chen, Wang Pao rushed over and whispered beside me. That's a school document. I shook my head, and Wang Pao next to me also looked helpless. So what now? Are we really going to give way to them? I narrowed my eyes and took a deep breath. Give way, my ass. Just follow my lead later. Don't those bastards like to cause trouble? We can touch that sly old fox Lu Chen, but this Yang Xuan, I've wanted to deal with him for a long time. Wang Pao saw a cruel glint flash in my eyes and immediately understood, nodding vigorously. Seeing us whispering, Yang Xuan grew a little impatient. Hey, have you two seen it clearly? I slowly raised my head, a gentle smile on my lips. I've seen it clearly. Yang Xuan crossed his arms, his face full of smugness. So, are you moving or not? Move, I smirked. Lin Mo and the others behind me all angrily clenched their fists, their faces vexed as if they'd swallowed a fly, staring at Yang Xuan. Everyone clearly understood in their hearts these guys were always playing tricks behind their backs, and this time they'd come right to their doorstep. If they tell us to move, we move. Is there no backbone left? As if I didn't see their gazes, I just turned my head and gently instructed them. Later, beat them up thoroughly. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned, looking at me with utter surprise. That blockhead who was just yelling was Ko Shen, notorious as a thief in Building 4. Last year, he was even kicked out by his roommate for this, but his family had connections, so he was warned a few times but was still fine. Wang Pao beside me immediately chimed in, continuing my words. We only accept cash later, place it somewhere conspicuous. Lin Mo and the others looked at each other, seemingly having a tacit understanding. There's too much stuff, and only half an hour. We don't have enough people. Please give us a hand. Saying this, I turned and smiled at Yang Xuan's group. Would you mind giving us a hand? That blockhead and a few others immediately cursed, only Yang Xuan didn't care. Thinking that he could embarrass us, he grinned and waved his hand for his subordinates to help. Ko Shen and those few people only then reluctantly walked over. Where should we take it? Aren't we not allowed to keep it at the school gate? Just move it somewhere else, Wang Pao and the crowd said with a strange smile. Stack it aside for now, we'll call a car to pick it up later. No one paid any attention to Wang Pao and the strange smile on his face. That blockhead and some student union members saw the tent full of goods and couldn't help but feel jealous. For the past few days, letting them sell at the school gate, they must have earned a lot. They earned several thousand yuan every day, not a small amount. They should have been driven away sooner. Xiaokaio, what are you thinking about? Some student union members started slowly moving the items, but someone glanced at Ko Shen, feeling that his state wasn't right. Unexpectedly, the friend who was moving a table next to him gave him a look. What did you go do last night? Did you go stealing again? All right, I'll move this table myself. Ko Shen clapped his hands, suddenly idle, not knowing what to do. Suddenly a hand patted his shoulder, making him jump and turn his head. What's up? A cold glint flashed in my eyes, but on the surface, I was still smiling. Classmate, seeing you so idle, I thought, you could help me watch my stuff for a bit. Our car has arrived. I need to go meet it. Ko Shen nudged his chin towards the boxes on the ground, which were all storage boxes, their lids not quite closed, making Ko Shen feel itchy in his heart. But his mouth indifferently asked, What's in here? Nothing, just a few small items. I waved my hand, deliberately speaking vaguely. Without waiting for Ko Shen to ask more, I turned and quickly walked away. At this moment, Ko Shen stood in place, seeing everyone around him busy. Even Yang Xuan was working. Several of our people had already left, even the students standing by watching slowly dispersed. Ko Shen's gaze finally couldn't help but fall upon the boxes on the ground. He touched the box, his heart beating faster and faster, and his hands also began to tremble slightly. Didn't they say it was just small items? Taking a look shouldn't be a problem, right? Ko Shen muttered to himself while furtively looking around. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he directly opened the first box. When he saw the box filled with stacks of red cash, Ko Shen suddenly swallowed. Why is it all money? Did this shabby bun shop really earn so much? After just a glance, he quickly slammed the box shut. His gaze quickly scanned all four directions. After confirming that no one had discovered his little action, he let out a sigh of relief. He reached into the box again, his fingertips feeling the texture of the banknotes. Ko Shen felt his heart wanting to leap out of his throat. Where did this shabby bun shop get so much cash? Did they really earn so much money? Envy and greed immediately clouded his eyes. He saw no one around and directly snatched the money. His actions were as quick as lightning, done in just a few seconds, taking the money and stuffing it into his pocket. Just as Ko Shen thought no one knew, a hand suddenly grabbed his wrist. What are you doing? On Wang Pao's familiar face was now an expression full of ferocity. Ko Shen's heart pounded. He quickly turned his head, his voice timid as he defended himself. I was just looking at the stuff. Then what is that in your hand? You scoundrel, a student union member stealing money, using the school's reputation to drive us away, and then engaging in petty theft behind our backs. Come here and see. The school's student union openly stealing money. The school gate was already crowded with people, and this shout immediately attracted everyone's attention. Yang Xuan, also tired out by me, was panting. Seeing that something else had happened, he immediately dropped his stuff and led his people to rush over. People from Grandma's bun shop, what do you want to do? He charged forward aggressively, wanting to pull Wang Pao away. But his hand hadn't even touched Wang Pao's shoulder when it was firmly grasped by a hand like an iron clamp, pulling him back. Mu Chen, what the hell do you want? What am I doing? I clenched my fist and sneered. This old man has put up with you for too long. As soon as I finished speaking, I grabbed his collar and landed a heavy punch on his face. This sudden scene made people on both sides explode. Everyone at the school gate was still bewildered. A person carrying a plastic bag, a beautiful older sister suddenly cried out, ouch, falling flat on the ground, the buns in her bag scattering all over the ground. She loudly screamed with indignation. Jinling University Student Union robbing money and hitting people? Is there no law anymore? Is anyone going to do anything? This shout completely chaoticized the surrounding crowd. Damn it, this student union is too awful. How difficult is it for people to start a small business? What kind of trouble is this student union stirring up? Didn't you hear? The important thing is, they also stole money. Immediately, the scene became completely chaotic like a pot of porridge. Mu Chen, are you out of your damn mind? Daring to hit people? Yang Xuan, grabbed by the collar and punched by me, was dazed. Half of his face immediately swelled up. Before he could collect himself, my second punch loomed large before his eyes. Stop hitting him! Are you guys thugs? Several student union members were all anxious, rushing forward, both scared and angry. But just as they were about to intervene, they were immediately blocked by our people. A scrawny guy wearing glasses was now grabbed by the collar by Wang Pao. Why are you running? I am your opponent. With Wang Pao's physique, how could these weak student cadres possibly resist? He just pushed lightly, and the opponent immediately fell flat on his face. Old Niu, Old Yang, quickly go find someone. Cao Shen was terrified, immediately turned his head and tried to run. He ended up crashing into a solid wall of flesh. You can't go! Lin Mo adjusted his glasses, his face flushed, but this time not from shyness, but from unprecedented rage. He immediately grabbed Kao Shen, and with a disagreement, the two immediately started fighting. Honestly, at first we were all good students, but recently these people had made us too frustrated. First, they caused trouble with inspections, then all sorts of provocations, and now they even came to our doorstep to drive us away. We truly couldn't bear it any longer, and in the very middle of the crowd, heart-wrenching screams continuously echoed. Mu Chen, you're crazy. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Mu Chen, let's talk things out slowly. Stop fighting, okay? We don't have such great enmity, do we? Yang Xuan was initially stubborn, but with every punch to his face, the immense force made his head buzz. At this moment, Yang Xuan was completely terrified. Now you know to regret it, huh? I coldly snorted, and while grabbing his collar, I punched him again. When you called me a bootlicker, why didn't you think about today? Our business was doing well, and you guys, holding feathers as if they were official orders, ruined everything. My anger had not yet subsided. Taking advantage of their theft, I beat this pampered young master Yang Xuan until he had no strength to fight back. In just about 5 minutes, Yang Xuan's face was swollen like a pig's head, almost unrecognizable. Mu Chen, I was wrong. I was really wrong. All the mistakes are mine. At this moment, everyone also almost stopped fighting. Lin Mo hurriedly ran over to pull me back. That's enough, old Mo. If you keep hitting him, something serious will happen. I nodded, only then releasing Yang Xuan. He immediately felt his legs turn to jelly, almost collapsing to the ground. Fortunately, Kao Shen and a few others, also, with faces swollen like pigs' heads, supported him. The student union members looked at us cautiously. At this moment, hurried footsteps came from afar. It seemed like security guards were arriving. Hearing that someone was coming, Yang Xuan regained his courage. Mu Chen, this matter isn't over yet. Someone next to him, beaten, his face bruised, also shouted, You dare to hit people? Don't expect to have peace in school ever again. Everyone, tell me, is this reasonable? Yang Xuan still wanted to rally the crowd, but unexpectedly, no one paid him any attention. That's right, what's going on here? Just then, a middle-aged man wearing a leather jacket rushed in. Fighting in broad daylight, do you still consider yourselves students? Yang Xuan saw the reinforcements arrive. A glimmer of joy flashed in his eyes, and just as he was about to speak, I acted first. Section Chief Wang, I accuse Yang Xuan and Kao Shen and their accomplices of broad daylight theft, and when discovered, they attacked first. As soon as I spoke, Yang Xuan's head buzzed, completely stunned. Section Chief Wang, leading the security guards, his gaze coldly swept over us. Yang Xuan's face next to him turned pale. He hurriedly moved closer, whispering, wanting to flatter. Section Chief, I am Yang Xuan from the Student Union. We met during an activity last time. Do you still remember? But before he could finish speaking, Wang Pao darted forward like an arrow, quickly pulling Kao Shen's hand out of his pocket. If you don't believe me, sir, see for yourself. The stolen money is still in Kao Shen's pocket. Under countless watching eyes, the scene suddenly fell silent. The Student Union members, whose faces were bruised and battered, all stared dumbfounded. Yang Xuan's face was uglier than if he had eaten excrement. Department Head Wang waved his hand expressionlessly. Both sides, everyone follow me to the security office. He glanced at everyone, and after speaking, he turned and led the way. Yang Xuan behind him only reacted at this moment. It's over. This time, not only did he suffer an unjustified beating, he's probably going to lose out without being able to say a word. The security office couldn't handle this matter, so Department Head Wang dismissed the others first. Then he took me and Yang Xuan straight to the Student Union office. I waited outside for about 15 minutes and saw Yang Xuan come out with a face as dark as a brick. He led me into the meeting room. I honestly stood before the table. As a result, Director Liu just glanced at me. You dare to gather and fight and still pretend to be a good student? We didn't fight, really didn't fight. Then the injuries on Yang Xuan and their faces, did they appear by themselves? I didn't hit them. You still dare to talk back to my face, saying you didn't fight? We don't call that fighting. We call it punishing evil and eliminating traitors. Punishing what evil? Eliminating what traitors? I immediately straightened my back. The student union is a chaotic bunch. They caused trouble in the crowd and even stole money. My action here was purely to vent the anger of our fellow students. These words made Director Liu so angry that he fumed and glared. But looking at me grinning, he felt like he was punching cotton, soft and powerless. He could only watch helplessly. After all, he couldn't actually hit someone. Seeing that Director Liu was no longer maintaining that attitude this time, I also breathed a sigh of relief. You are right, we were indeed wrong. Then why didn't you admit it earlier? Now I know I was wrong. Director Liu was both angry and amused by my antics. I cleared my throat. Weren't we afraid of your punishment just now? Afraid of being punished, yet you still dared to act? He glared at me. Honestly confess, what exactly happened? So, I immediately embellished the story and recounted the origin of the incident. Director Liu opposite me pinched the bridge of his nose, thinking for a long time. Too lazy to argue with this kid. Anyway, regarding this matter, let's not blame each other, let's just let it go. Next, Director Liu changed the subject. Recently, the school wants to cooperate with Jinling TV to promote our school's startup projects, but the TV station only has 3 interview slots, and one of them is for your bun shop. Hearing this, my eyes lit up. I hadn't expected that Grandma's bun shop, which the school had virtually ignored, could actually receive an interview slot. Thank you, Director Liu. I tried my best to suppress my excitement, only reluctantly uttering these words of thanks. Don't thank me, thank yourselves. Director Liu waved his hand. This so-called partner investment, that system is indeed very interesting. The co-creation project strategy really made you guys stand out among a pile of projects. Restraining my wildly beating heart, I inquired, could it be that the school leadership has already noticed our project? Almost certainly. Do you remember what I told you before? If you want the school to support your resources, you must demonstrate your strength. Now, I've given you the opportunity. During the TV interview, you guys must perform well to bring glory to the school. Although there was still a bit of unease in my heart, I still clenched my fists and swore to Director Liu. Next, the two of us were just drinking tea and discussing the project. As for that silly fight, it was simply dismissed. At this moment, Yang Xuan, who was waiting anxiously outside, finally couldn't hold back anymore. He secretly peeked in through the glass panel on the door, seeing me and the director chatting happily. His expression darkened again. He punched the wall hard. He originally thought I was a pushover, which is why he dared to, while the bun shop was promoting, use the student union's name to try and kick us out. Who would have thought that tricky guy, Ko Chen, would ruin his plans? The more Yang Xuan thought about it, the angrier he got, and he punched the wall hard again. But just then, the door suddenly opened. He took a few steps back in fear, but when he saw my smiling face, he rushed forward a few steps. His eyes looked at me as if they were spitting fire. What? Haven't you been beaten enough? Yang Xuan's face immediately flushed red with anger, but when he glanced at my clenched fist, he flinched inwardly. It was clear this guy was psychologically scarred by my combo attack from earlier. He sneered contemptuously. I couldn't be bothered to even glance at him and turned to walk out. Mu Chen, don't get cocky with me. Suddenly, Yang Xuan's voice came from behind. Let me tell you, this isn't over between us. Hearing this, I stopped walking. The smile on my face vanished, and I turned around, approaching him step by step. What? You want to risk your life? As soon as I said that, Yang Xuan's pig-like face immediately turned pale, and his body even started to tremble. Just as he was about to make a move, someone grabbed his wrist. The person who arrived was none other than the student union president, Lu Chen. Haven't you caused enough trouble? Be quiet. Lu Chen frowned and glared at Yang Xuan, then turned to look at me for a long time. You've gone a bit too far. Heh. I gave a faint smile, completely ignoring him. Is it because of what happened with Shen Qingqiu that day? If it's about that, I apologize to you on Yang Xuan's behalf, but in the future, I hope you won't resort to such tactics again. And Tam Tong and Grandma's bun shop, let's compete fairly. I looked at Lu Chen and smiled coldly, a sarcastic grin on my face. Lu Chen didn't seem to mind and asked instead, I heard you guys also got a slot for a TV interview? Yang Xuan behind him was immediately stunned, looking utterly incredulous. The news travels fast, huh? I raised an eyebrow. So what? Don't have that attitude. In the end, it was us and Tam Tong who helped you out. Lu Chen calmly shook his head. If Tam Tong wasn't competing with you, you probably wouldn't have caught the Youth League Committee's attention so quickly. Besides, Shen Qingqiu is also part of Tam Tong. If it weren't for her, how could you so easily attract Director Li's attention? What do you mean? I frowned. Nothing in particular. Lu Chen's eyes darted around as if he had seen through something, but he fell silent. He just stepped forward and gently patted my shoulder. At the upcoming graduation meeting, let's compete fairly. After saying this, Lu Chen glanced at Yang Xuan. Although Yang Xuan still looked unconvinced, he could only clench his fists and slink away. Watching their departing figures, recalling Lu Chen's vague words from earlier, I had a bad feeling in my gut. By the time I returned to the bun shop, it was already dark. What I didn't expect was that the shop lights were on and no one had left. Everyone had stayed. Seeing me return, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Old Mu, are you okay? Mu Chen, the school didn't give you a hard time, did they? This time we fought. We won't get punished again, will we? With a murmur, everyone gathered around, asking questions non-stop. I was answering them one by one. A person in a white hoodie, quietly grabbing the corner of my shirt, squeezed through the crowd. Why did you come back? The surroundings suddenly fell silent. Everyone sensed the tense atmosphere and smartly made way. I slowly walked over to Bai Ningbing. Seeing her pout, she suddenly looked up and punched me. Why did you get into a fight? At this moment, in Bai Ningbing's eyes, there was still lingering panic, filled with grievance and anger. I pressed my lips together, wanting to explain. But being stared at by her like that, I was at a loss for words. After hesitating for a long time, I finally took a deep breath. I just don't like Yang Xuan, so I wanted to hit him. I braced myself, expecting to be scolded. What I got instead were a few sobs. Bai Ningbing had lowered her head by now. Under the dim yellow light, I seemed to see droplets of tears as big as peas slide down her cheeks. She was still crying, and I was startled. The spot where she had just punched me suddenly felt heavy. Lin Mo and the others saw the situation and knew they shouldn't be a third wheel. One by one, they quietly slipped away. Soon, only Bai Ningbing and I were left in the shop. Looking at the girl silently crying in front of me, my heart was in a tangled mess. Please stop crying, okay? I bent down, carefully looking at her pitiful face. What's wrong, really? I sighed, my voice carrying a hint of helpless coaxing. I just sat carefully beside her, comforting her for a long time. After a long while, Bai Ningbing's body finally stopped trembling. She slightly raised her chin. Mu Chen, can you promise me? Don't get into fights anymore. That choked-up voice made my heart melt. This was the first time I'd seen Bai Ningbing like this, and I felt both guilty and helpless. Okay, no more fighting. I'll listen to you. So can our little Ning stop crying, okay? Bai Ningbing didn't answer, just silently wiped the tear tracks from her face. Seeing me like a guilty puppy, squatting in front of her, her lips finally couldn't help but break into a smile. Little Ning is smiling. It's all right now. What do you mean? It's all right. Bai Ningbing subsided. Anger flared up again, and the smile on her face vanished. Tell me honestly, why did you fight with them? I thought for a moment, looked into her eyes, and answered seriously. Because we were being bullied. Bullied? Bai Ningbing muttered, her voice suddenly growing quieter. But you still can't fight. But they were bullying us to our faces. What else could I do but fight back? I cautiously observed Bai Ningbing's reaction and continued. If I endure it this time, they'll be even more outrageous next time. It can only get more and more brutal. If I don't show them what I'm made of, they'll really treat us like pushovers. They'll keep bullying us in the future. Tell me, should I have fought back? That's just twisted logic. Bai Ningbing pouted and muttered, How is it twisted logic? This is the truth. What else can you do if you don't fight back? You can't just call the police every time someone bullies you, can you? Shouldn't you go to the Youth League Committee? Bai Ningbing retorted angrily while wiping her tears. The Youth League Committee can't handle everything. Some problems you have to solve yourself. Ningbing stared at me blankly. Seeing that Bai Ningbing was clearly wavering, I quickly struck while the iron was hot to persuade her. So, do you want to see me get bullied by others? No. Bai Ningbing's lips moved. She lowered her head and said softly, Then you tell me Yang Xuan's group bullies us like this. Not just me, but also old Lin, Wang Peng, and even you. They rely on their power and influence, and bully our shop like a dog barking in its own yard. Tell me, should I fight back? Bai Ningbing now didn't know how to argue back. Just thinking about how terribly the shop had been bullied during this time, she couldn't help but clench her small fists. But can fighting really solve the problem? I shook my head. Fighting itself can't, but the threat it creates can. In the future, when that bastard Yang Xuan wants to cause trouble, he'll have to consider whether his bones are tough enough. Bai Ningbing lowered her head and said nothing more. Seeing her like this, my tone softened. I've made you worry, my little Ningbing, so I promise you. I raised my right hand, looking serious. In the future, even if I have to teach them a lesson, I guarantee that not every time will I use fighting to solve it. Bai Ningbing blushed, and after a moment she said softly, Never mind, I don't understand these things anyway. You figure it out yourself. Let me see, are you hurt? After saying that, she came over and gently rolled up my sleeve. As soon as she saw the red marks on it, her eyes widened. It's nothing, just minor scratches. Today, that kid Yang Xuan was pinned to the ground and beaten by me. He basically had no chance to fight back. But the next second, I saw Bai Ningbing pouting again, the rims of her eyes immediately turning red. Does it hurt? She carefully touched my wound and quietly wiped her own face. It doesn't hurt. I collected myself. It really didn't hurt at all. Wait there, I'll go get the first aid kit for you. Bai Ningbing quickly turned around, rummaging through the cabinet for medicine with her head down, while secretly wiping her tears. She looked more distressed than if she had been injured herself. I'm really okay. I looked at the beautiful face right in front of me as she carefully applied medicine for me with a cotton swab. My heart fluttered with her every move. Bai Ningbing didn't notice my gaze, just focused intently on applying the medicine, occasionally wiping away her undried tears. Fight less next time. If you absolutely have to fight, then I have to be there with you. The next afternoon, not only had Yang Xuan's face not gone down, but on the contrary, after one night, it was even more ridiculously swollen than yesterday. As soon as he entered the private room, the entire room fell dead silent. There was no helping it. This distinguished appearance of Yang Xuan was just too eye-catching. His head was covered in large bumps, just like an enchanted toad. Who could see this and not laugh? The private room was silent for less than 2 seconds, before a burst of giggles erupted. Very quickly, everyone burst out laughing. What's so funny? Is it that funny? I got gloriously injured for the project's sake. Yang Xuan was furious, his face turning pale with anger, grinding his teeth as his eyes swept across the room, his gaze like a dagger stabbing at Shen Qingqiu and Kui Xiaobing. For the project? Kui Xiaobing showed him no mercy, immediately speaking up sarcastically. Oh, for the project? Why didn't you go take care of business instead of giving yourself horns on your head? What are you trying to do, standing so tall and mighty? As soon as these words were out, the others couldn't hold it in anymore. The entire meeting room was filled with roaring laughter. Shen Qingqiu, who was beside them, had already heard about yesterday's incident and was still feeling a bit conflicted. But upon seeing the 2 symmetrical bumps on Yang Xuan's head, the corners of her mouth twitched as she suppressed her laughter. Shen Qingqiu, Kui Xiaobing, Yang Xuan was so angry he exploded on the spot, jumping up and pointing at their noses as he cursed. It's all because you two sided with an outsider and helped that bastard Mu Chen. Who are you calling a bastard? Shen Qingqiu's expression immediately turned cold, her fierce eyes glaring at him. All of you, shut up. You're all on the same team. Do you have to make such an ugly scene? Just then, Lu Chen slammed his hand on the table, finally putting a stop to this farce. Oh, Lu, I didn't want this either. But Yang Xuan still couldn't hold back, his gloomy eyes sweeping over Shen Qingqiu and Kui Xiaobing. If it weren't for these two behind our backs secretly tipping off Grandma's bun shop, we would have shut down that crappy shop long ago. Wouldn't Tam Tong's online rate still be this low right now? Before Shen Qingqiu could speak, Kui Xiaobing beat her to it with a sarcastic remark. You use dirty tricks yourself, but you won't let us tell our friends? Seeing the tension rising again, Lu Chen could only shake his head and try to mediate. The trouble Grandma's bun shop ran into was all orchestrated by the school. It has nothing to do with us. Hearing this, Shen Qingqiu suddenly stood up. President Lu, if you guys hadn't been adding fuel to the fire behind the scenes, would the school have gone to investigate? This direct question left Lu Chen speechless and in an awkward position. Shen Qingqiu, what exactly are you trying to do? Lu Chen stared at her, letting out a sigh with a complicated look in his eyes. But Shen Qingqiu didn't answer immediately. Her gaze slowly swept across the entire room. Everyone's heart jumped into their throat. Kui Xiaobing beside her was Yang Xuan frowned even more tightly now, a bad premonition rising within him. After a long silence in the meeting room, Shen Qingqiu finally looked towards Lu Chen. I think it's time for me and Xiaobing to withdraw from the An Tam Tong project. The scene immediately fell into a deathly silence. The others were so scared, their scalps tingled. Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly stood up and shouted, "Don't be rash!" Except for Yang Xuan, whose expression became even uglier, everyone else couldn't sit still, and followed Lu Chen in trying to persuade the two of them. You're all doing so well. Why suddenly talk about quitting? Yang Xuan, it's all your fault. Mu Chen is their friend after all. Hurry up and apologize to them. Kui Xiaobing's eyes swept over everyone, and she sneered inwardly. She naturally knew that these people didn't genuinely want them to stay. After all, bringing the An Tam Tong platform from 0 to 1, making it operational online and constantly improving it, if it weren't for their contributions, this project would probably still be just a pile of scrap paper. Moreover, they were the only 2 technical people on the project team. In other words, the 2 of them now held the lifeline of the entire project. Everyone tried their best to persuade them for a long time, but Shen Qingqiu didn't listen to a single word, just stubbornly shaking her head. Finally, Lu Chen stared at her and asked, Qingqiu, do you really have to leave? This is a decision that I and Xiaobing have discussed over the past few days. Shen Qingqiu gently patted Kui Xiaobing's shoulder. Or you can have Yang Xuan get lost. Between us two and him, it's either us or him. Hearing this, Yang Xuan's face changed drastically. Shen Qingqiu, don't go too far. Lu Chen also shook his head. Yang Xuan is one of the original initiators of the project. He can't leave. Shen Qingqiu just shrugged calmly. Fine then, we'll go. But before we leave, there are a few things to make clear. This project has your contributions, but it also has my and Xiaobing's hard work. What do you mean? Yang Xuan's fists clenched so tightly they crackled, his face dark as he glared at Shen Qingqiu. You're already leaving and you still want a share of the benefits? Why not? Without us, could this platform even have gone online? Shen Qingqiu retorted without showing any weakness. I don't want much. You can have the Antam Tong platform, but all the technical documents and back-end data, I will keep a copy for myself. Lu Chen immediately shook his head. But doesn't that mean you can create another Antam Tong anytime? So what? The technology is the technology. It belongs to me, so of course I have to take it with me. As for your marketing and branding plans, that's what belongs to you. Lu Chen stared at her, and after a long silence, he finally nodded in agreement. Then, Shen Qingqiu told Cui Xiaobing to send the backup data to Lu Chen. We're leaving. Shen Qingqiu signaled Cui Xiaobing with her eyes, and the two walked out of the private room without looking back. Old Lu, are you just going to let them leave like that? Yang Xuan asked with a clenched fist and a gloomy face. What else can we do? Lu Chen took a deep breath, slammed the table hard, and grabbed Yang Xuan with one hand. Use your brain when you work from now on. Seeing Lu Chen's anger, Yang Xuan turned pale with fear and obediently nodded, not daring to say another word. Outside the cafeteria gate, Cui Xiaobing happily linked arms with Shen Qingqiu, commenting on the scene just now. Cui Xiaobing had a refreshed expression. Our days of being wronged are finally over, huh? My blood boils just looking at that Yang Xuan. And Lu Chen is a hypocrite too. We worked so hard to build the platform, only to withdraw ourselves in the end. It's so frustrating to think about. Shen Qingqiu let out a soft laugh. Isn't it good to consider it a valuable experience? At least we went from 0 to 1 and built a complete platform. Cui Xiaobing beside her didn't argue. She secretly glanced at Shen Qingqiu. You crazy girl, have you? Had any crooked thoughts recently? New thoughts? Nope. Shen Qingqiu shrugged and said with a blink. The technical work on this project is almost done anyway. We've learned all the experience we needed to. If we stayed, there wouldn't be any more room for us to grow, right? Cui Xiaobing didn't believe her at all. You're really not thinking about something else? For example, us making our own food delivery platform. Shen Qingqiu felt like her thoughts were about to be seen through and quickly waved her hands in denial. Really? I'm not. Cui Xiaobing retracted her meaningful gaze. But I think your idea is actually not bad. Shen Qingqiu's heart beat faster as she asked nervously, How is it not bad? We can totally do it on our own. Cui Xiaobing shook her arm. How about we make a new platform? Stop joking. We only know the technical side. We don't know anything else. Suddenly, Cui Xiaobing looked at her, her eyes sparkling as she spoke. We can cooperate with Grandma's bun shop and develop an exclusive food delivery platform for them. Wouldn't that be a win-win? Just then, a voice came from behind them, interrupting their conversation. Qingqiu, wait a moment. The person who came was Lu Chen again. Cui Xiaobing grumbled in dissatisfaction, frowning slightly as she asked, President Lu, is there something else? Shen Qingqiu looked at him politely and asked. Lu Chen glanced at Cui Xiaobing. I know you've withdrawn, but there's something I still need your help with. Recently, the school has been collaborating with Jinling TV station to promote a few startup projects, and Tam Tong is one of them, which is great. Shen Qingqiu and Cui Xiaobing looked at each other without saying another word. But the problem is, the Tam Tong project needs to send a representative to be interviewed by the TV station. Lu Chen paused and then continued. Previously, when the Schools League Committee asked me to confirm the person, I already submitted your name. After hearing this, Shen Qingqiu was completely stunned. She frowned. Lu Chen continued to explain. You have good looks, which will be beneficial for promoting the project and publicizing the school. This was also the initial advice that Director Liu gave me. Shen Qingqiu looked at Lu Chen. So you mean you want me to help? An Xin song again, right? Lu Chen said slowly. I know you've already withdrawn, so logically, this matter no longer concerns you. But the application has been submitted, and the project needs you now. Could you, for Director Liu and the time we've worked together these past few days, help one last time? Lu Chen saw that Shen Qingqiu was still hesitating, and quickly added, Helping an Xin song with the interview isn't for free. We will pay you according to the standard rate. Shen Qingqiu thought for a moment and then nodded in agreement. After all, it was something she had been through. If there's a beginning, there must be an end. Consider it giving herself some closure. The television interview was decided. Everyone in the shop was overjoyed. Suddenly, Wang Pong spoke up. So who's going to the TV station for the interview? As soon as he said this, everyone laughed and looked at me. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. I immediately felt that something was wrong. Why is everyone looking at me? Wang Pang chuckled. Brother Chen, you go on TV this opportunity. Besides you, who can represent our bun shop? No one at the scene objected. Even Grandma looked at me with a satisfied expression. Mu Chen, for the bun shop to have come this far, your contribution is the greatest. Grandma, I can't. I'm naturally not fond of appearing in public. Thinking about having to face the cameras and so many viewers, my scalp already tingled. I waved my hand, calming the chattering crowd, and spoke my mind. Everyone suddenly became a little confused. If Brother Chen doesn't go, then who will? Wang Pang scratched his head, reflexively glancing at Lin Mo, then shook his head again. Then he turned to look at himself in the mirror and shook his head even more vigorously, like a rattle drum. Everyone's eyes swept across the room, looking at me looking at them. All they could do was smile helplessly, waving their hands and shaking their heads. So who will go to the TV station? Suddenly, I heard Bai Ningbing's voice. The moment I instinctively looked towards her, the light etched the outline of that shy girl's side profile, so beautiful it stirred the heart. Bai Ningbing was talking to Grandma beside her. Only after a moment did she notice my gaze. Mu Chen, what's wrong? Hearing her call, everyone else also fell silent, all turning to look at Bai Ningbing. Xiao Ning, I think you're a strong candidate. I stroked my chin, looking at Bai Ningbing carefully. I can't do it. Why can't you? You're the second in command of Grandma's bun shop, the famous Bun Shishi of our school, and the famous sister Xiao Ning in the members group. After saying that, I even secretly winked at Grandma. Bai Ningbing still wanted to refuse, but Grandma understood my meaning. She also thought Xiao Ning was the most suitable person to be on TV. Such a beautiful face, let everyone see it. Always busy in the kitchen, Grandma feels sorry for you. Hearing everyone cheer, with even Grandma starting to support the idea, Bai Ningbing began to waver. Can I really do it? You can, you definitely can. Don't worry, it's just an exclusive interview. When the time comes, you just have to go to the TV station, say whatever comes to mind. Just introduce all the delicious items from our shop. The audience doesn't care what you say, just seeing your face is enough for us to become famous. Bai Ningbing clutched the hem of her clothes, speechless. I stood beside her, winking to ask if she could do it. Bai Ningbing just gave a soft hum, as quiet as a mosquito's buzz. Everyone immediately clapped happily. After a brief cheer, everyone got busy again, preparing the materials needed for the TV appearance. Bai Ningbing also quickly adapted to the camera, going from initial awkwardness and clumsiness to being confident and calm. On the day of the interview, before 8 o'clock, the bun shop was already packed with people. Everyone was staring at the closed door, full of anticipation. I stood by listening to their excited chatter, guessing what Bai Ningbing would look like after putting on makeup. I suddenly felt a bit of sourness in my heart, but my eyes were still glued to the door that had been closed for over an hour. To be honest, I was also very much looking forward to it. After all, I had never seen her wear makeup before. Another 10 minutes passed, and the door finally creaked open. Lin Mo was the first to react, his gaze fixed on it. Everyone else also looked over. But the person who came out was Shu Nian, with a strange expression. You guys better behave for me later. Shu Nian glanced at our group, pursing her lips mysteriously. Everyone looked at me, I looked at them, our heads full of question marks. Only a slender white high-heeled shoe was seen, carefully stepping out as the door slowly opened. Bai Ningbing, clutching her skirt, timidly stepped out. Only then could everyone see clearly. Today she was wearing a long, form-fitting, off-the-shoulder dress. Compared to the daring dress, her makeup was incredibly delicate and elegant. Just these simple modifications had transformed a girl next door into a Hong Kong-style star with her own filter. At that moment, everyone's heartbeat seemed to stop. Their eyes were glued to Bai Ningbing, all of them staring in a daze. My arms, crossed in front of my chest, had dropped at some point without me noticing. I stared foolishly at this unfamiliar Bai Ningbing, speechless for a long time. Bai Ningbing was already nervous and being stared at like this by everyone, her face flushed red, wishing she could find a hole to hide in. Do I look ugly? No, I shook my head vigorously. Xiao Ning, you're breathtakingly beautiful. You know what? You're truly, truly beautiful today. Bai Ningbing's hand clutching her skirt loosened slightly, but her eyes still timidly looked at everyone. You're not lying to me, are you? Even Wang Pang, who was usually a sweet talker, was at a loss for words today. Sister Ningbing, you're truly too beautiful today. Lin Mo beside her kept scratching his head, his face as red as a monkey's bottom. You really look like a fairy descended to earth. In the crowd, the wrinkled face of Grandma beamed with a smile. She walked over and took her hand. Our Xiaoning was always meant to be this beautiful. Receiving everyone's approval, Bai Ningbing finally breathed a sigh of relief. Under my smiling gaze, she walked to the mirror. The moment she saw herself in the mirror, her eyes were filled with bewilderment. Is this really me? It is you. My gentle voice seemed to seep right into her heart. Bai Ningbing suddenly turned her head to look at me, and I suddenly smiled. Come on, let me take a picture of you. Hearing this, Bai Ningbing was stunned. Why take a picture? Don't you want Auntie to see how beautiful you look too? With that, I picked up my phone. Strike a pose. Bai Ningbing pursed her lips. A little flustered, she just instinctively made a V sign with her fingers. Seeing the bus was about to arrive, I put Bai Ningbing on the bus, then hurried to the hospital, because today was anti-base chemotherapy day. Just as I left, right at the school gate, a figure that captivated countless passers-by, along with Kui Xiaobing, also rushed over. "We're here. Hurry and find a seat." Li Shu, sitting at the front, saw Shen Qingqiu get on the bus and nodded to the driver, signaling that they could depart. Shen Qingqiu nodded to Li Xu. Her eyes started searching the bus, wanting to find a seat as well as looking for someone. There weren't many people on the bus besides a few school league teachers. There were only 2 students, one male and one female. They were both leaning back in their seats, resting with their eyes closed. Shen Qingqiu seemed to breathe a sigh of relief inwardly, but unexpectedly felt a little disappointed. "Hurry and sit down, the bus is about to leave." Li Shu at the front saw she was still spacing out, frowned and turned back to call her. Shen Qingqiu quickly responded and walked forward. Just then, Bai Ningbing was about to adjust her posture and looked up. The atmosphere immediately froze. Those charming peach blossom eyes and those clear almond eyes met. "We meet again." Shen Qingqiu parted her lips, greeting her politely. "Yes, we meet again." Bai Ningbing tucked her hair back and also replied politely. The driver in front looked in the rearview mirror and urged them to sit down quickly. In her haste, Shen Qingqiu pointed to the empty seat next to Bai Ningbing. "Can I sit here?" "Of course you can." Bai Ningbing nodded slightly. "Thanks." As soon as Shen Qingqiu sat down, the driver stepped on the gas and took off. The two sat next to each other, making small talk. "I didn't expect that the representative sent by the student union would be you." Shen Qingqiu smiled, shook her head, and explained. "Actually, I've already withdrawn from that project. Xiaobing and I are not on the same side as Lu Chen. You know Kui Xiaobing, right?" "Mm-hmm." Bai Ningbing nodded, replying softly. "You two are good friends, right? Lin Mo, Mu Chen, and the girl named Kui Xiaobing." But Shen Qingqiu didn't respond to that. She just said softly, "I thought Mu Chen would come himself. For him to let you come, that's really nice." "Nice? How so?" "I know that guy too well." Shen Qingqiu looked out the window and muttered under her breath. "He's willing to let you represent Grandma's bun shop in public, which shows that you have a very important place in his heart." Luckily, the journey wasn't long. It only took about 20 minutes to get to Jinling TV station. Li Su led the 3 of them into the TV station. Soon, someone came to greet them and take them to the broadcast room. The 3 thought that after they arrived, the show would start broadcasting live. They didn't expect the show had already started, and the 3 were invited to wait in the guest area. Looking at the complex scene, they were a bit surprised. "So this is how a TV station records a program," Bai Ningbing whispered softly. Looking up, she met Shen Qingqiu's gaze and immediately lowered her head shyly. "This is my first time in a place like this." "It's okay, me too." Liu Han next to them also spoke up worriedly. "Don't they all say online that before going on a show, you get a script to familiarize yourself with the content? Why don't we have anything?" Bai Ningbing and Shen Qingqiu looked at each other, not knowing how to answer. Looking at the busy staff, they had no time to pay attention to the 3 of them at all. Bai Ningbing hesitated for a moment and gently guessed. "Reality TV shows and variety shows are the ones that need prior communication, right? Ours is considered an interview with ordinary people. The TV station probably wants to capture our most authentic state." Shen Qingqiu subconsciously nodded in agreement, but Liu Han sighed. "I wonder what the host will ask later. We're going on TV after all." All 3 of them felt uneasy. Fortunately, the show's intro ended quickly, and the host invited the 3 of them onto the stage one by one. They were extremely nervous at first, but unexpectedly, the host used just a few sentences to liven up the atmosphere. So the camera switched to the hospital. Mother Bai had just finished chemotherapy, slowly walking out of the treatment room. That middle-aged face now looked even more pale and haggard. I hurried forward to support her, but my eyes couldn't help but rest on her. I realized that after only 2 chemotherapy sessions, her hair had thinned out a lot. At first, I wanted to joke with the auntie, in the next bed like last time, but now my smile was a bit strained. Mother Bai seemed to see through my thoughts. A weak, forced smile appeared on her lips. "What's wrong? Do you think Auntie looks very ugly now?" No, Auntie, you're very beautiful." I knew she was teasing me, so I shook my head and said with a smile while supporting her, "Honestly, among all the elders I've met, you're the one who has maintained the best condition. If people saw you on the street, they might think you and Xiaoning are sisters." Hearing this, Mother Bai finally couldn't help but laugh. "Let's hurry." She seemed to suddenly remember something and urged me to take her back to the ward. "Auntie, is something urgent?" I didn't react in time. "Isn't Ningbing going on TV?" "This is the first time our Xiaoning has been on television." I suddenly slapped my forehead. "That's right." I quickly supported her and walked faster. Just because I was so focused on waiting outside for her chemo to finish, I almost forgot about this. At this moment in our shop, the space in front of the TV was filled with people, just waiting for the program to start. And in the corner, Lin Mo was stealthily making a phone call. You idiot, Lin. King Q is on TV. Do you hear me? You must record the whole thing for me. Don't miss a single second. If you miss anything, see how I deal with you. On our graduation day, I'm going to project the video of King Q on TV on a big screen. You better remember, if even 1 second is missing, I'll immediately delete you from my WeChat friends list. Lin Mo coaxed miserably. My little goddess, can you hang up first? You dare hang up on me. If I don't hang up, how can I record the video for you? Hearing this, Kui Xiaobing reluctantly hung up. As soon as the call ended, Lin Mo saw there was still some time before the show started, thought for a bit, and still called my parents. At this moment, less than 300 kilometers away in Yuncheng, a couple was arguing, suddenly interrupted by a phone call. Shen Man was stunned when she saw the caller ID. After a few pleasantries, a look of surprise gradually appeared on her face. Mu Feng on the sofa realized something was wrong and hurried over. Okay. Xiaolin, Auntie will turn on the TV right away. Thank you, Auntie knows. Shen Man hung up the phone and immediately turned to urge her husband to change the channel. Mu Feng was baffled, thinking to himself, do we have to change the channel after a phone call? Is there a live mahjong tournament today? But as an experienced, henpecked husband, he still obediently sat down on the sofa and asked, which channel should I change to? Shen Man hurriedly threw the remote. Change to the Jinling channel, quick! Mu Feng shook his head. What's so good about watching a local channel? They show those cheesy, nonsensical dramas every day. But what surprised him was that it wasn't a cheesy drama on TV, but an interview show with a rather relaxed and serious atmosphere. The couple watched for a while before realizing this was an interview about university student entrepreneurship. There's nothing good to watch. Mu Feng pouted and reached for the remote to change the channel. Watch carefully, Shen Man glared. This has something to do with your son. Mu Feng froze. What does it have to do with him? Xiaolin called just now and said, your son started an entrepreneurial project with them, and today they were chosen to represent the University of Jinling on television. Mu Feng instinctively shook his head, but the next second he was stunned. You mean his project is going to be on TV? Shen Man couldn't be bothered with him anymore, and suddenly pointed at the TV excitedly, shouting, Look, isn't that King Q? Mu Feng quickly turned his gaze to the TV. It really is. Your son has been close with Lin Mo since childhood, and now King Q is here too. Could this project be something the three of them did together? Shen Man said as she picked up her phone. I'm calling Mrs. Wang right now to ask if she knows about this. Mu Feng wanted her to wait. I have a feeling something isn't right about this. But it was too late as he raised his hand. The phone was already dialing. Hello, Mrs. Wang. Your daughter is on TV. Did you know? What? Wang Yulian heard this news and rushed home. At that time, Shen Lizhong was reading a book, and being disturbed by her like this, he reluctantly rubbed the bridge of his nose. Oh dear, what is it now? Shen Lizhong, your daughter is on TV? What? Shen Lizhong was also stunned. The couple hastily fumbled to turn on the TV. Time ticked by, second by second. In the broadcast room, the three had been sitting for an hour. Another interview segment had just ended. Just then, the host suddenly spoke up. Student Shen Qingqiu. Actually, I've always had a question. As a girl, why did you choose to join an Xian song in the first place, and in such a large project take on a technical role? Doing this kind of work, don't you find it very hard? Shen Qingqiu's eyes looked a bit dazed. This was the second time she had been asked this question. This time, a feeling suddenly swelled up in her heart that she couldn't suppress. Because of someone. The host's professional smile froze. At this moment, Shen Qingqiu lowered her eyes slightly. The host's eyes flickered, and he asked curiously, what does it mean to be a complete person? It's stepping out of one's own castle, seeing the real world outside, and understanding how to live for oneself and how to protect one's past. The host sighed softly in admiration. Student Shen Qingqiu, you have a truly beautiful youth that captivates people's hearts. Shen Qingqiu just hummed in response, but it was also filled with regret. The host realized that the topic was straying a bit. He smiled at the camera and seamlessly brought the topic back. Looking at Shen Qingqiu, he smiled and encouraged her. Perhaps you are the next female entrepreneurship icon. If so, then past experiences will also become a lesson, right? Shen Qingqiu was silent for a moment, but then she seriously retorted, regret is still regret, it has never been a lesson. The host gripped his microphone, speechless for the first time all evening. Even the audience in front of their TVs couldn't help but laugh helplessly. A positive energy interview show, why did it suddenly take on the tone of angsty youth literature? Whose youth doesn't have some regrets? There's always a person, a thing, or a love that makes one sad. After interviewing Shen Qingqiu, although the topic had strayed a bit, at least it touched the tear-jerking spot for a portion of the audience. The host didn't mind too much. Seeing there were still more than 10 minutes left, he changed the topic to Bai Ningbing. Student Bai, I'm also very curious. What strength has helped you get to where you are today? Bai Ningbing had just shifted her gaze from Shen Qingqiu, seemingly lost in thought. After hearing the question, she replied softly, "It's also because of one person." The host was stunned. Bai Ningbing nodded slightly. "He is my only good friend and the person I trust the most." Shen Qingqiu, beside her, took a deep breath, her eyes looking a little lost. The host exclaimed in admiration, "I heard that Grandma's Bun Shop has become one of the most famous startup projects at Jinling University. Your team must have many members, right? To have earned the trust of all of you, he must be a very capable person." Seeing that the program's time was almost up, the host prepared to wrap up the show perfectly, though he hesitated a little internally. In the end, he still handed the microphone to Bai Ningbing. "Student Bai, if you could, would you like to say something on the show to the person you are most grateful to?" The atmosphere seemed to freeze. Bai Ningbing took the microphone, looked into the camera, smiled, and said, "Thank you." The television station's interview finally came to an end. As they were about to leave, the host stopped Bai Ningbing again. "This Grandma's Bun Shop project, I think it has more potential for development than the other two projects, but you're not the one who calls the shots for this project, are you?" Bai Ningbing was stunned, then she nodded slightly. "I want to meet the friend you mentioned," the host said as he handed her a business card. "Take this for now. If he's interested, have him contact me." On the school bus back, Li Su seemed to be in a very good mood, standing at the front of the bus, lighting cigarettes for a few teachers. Not long after, the bus became quiet. Bai Ningbing sat in a window seat, holding the business card, lost in thought. She suddenly turned her head to look at Shen Qingqiu and asked in a low voice, "How do you feel today?" Shen Qingqiu, beside her, heard the sound and was clearly taken aback. It was okay, but she paused, feeling that this answer was too perfunctory, and hurriedly added, "The TV station is much smaller than I imagined. Yeah, I thought it would be like the news studio with lots of professional equipment and large data screens. I didn't expect it to be quite so simple, right?" The moment the two looked at each other, they couldn't help but chuckle. The laughter gradually died down. The bus was silent for a long time. Shen Qingqiu suddenly turned her head and said, "The person you thanked today was Mu Chen, right?" Bai Ningbing was stunned, lowering her head and pursing her lips. "Mm-hmm. Yes." Then she added softly, "Then the person you mentioned today was also him, right?" Shen Qingqiu just hummed lightly and said nothing more. The atmosphere fell silent once again. After a long moment, Shen Qingqiu suddenly turned her head back again. "Actually, the first time I met you, I already knew why Mu Chen liked you." Bai Ningbing looked at her in confusion, her heart skipping a beat. "You must know, right? He really likes you. The kind of like where he'd specifically tell me his childhood friend should keep a proper distance from now on. The kind of like where he absolutely can't hurt you." Bai Ningbing beside her just watched her quietly, without saying a word. But at this moment, Shen Qingqiu's chin unconsciously lowered. "Are you two together already?" Bai Ningbing froze, her cheeks immediately flushing red. Not yet. "So you're about to be together then." Shen Qingqiu tried to suppress the inexplicable sourness in her heart and quickly wiped away the tear from the corner of her eye. "Then let me wish you two happiness in advance." Bai Ningbing looked at her profile, her lips parting as if to say something, but just then, the bus arrived at the stop. By the time they got off the bus, there was already a large crowd waiting outside. "Qingqiu, you crazy girl!" Cui Xiaobing was waving frantically in the crowd, and the moment she saw Shen Qingqiu get off the bus, she rushed over. "Xiaobing!" Shen Qingqiu smiled and hugged her back. "Why are you all here?" On the other side, Lin Mo and Fatty Wang from the bun shop had also come. Bai Ningbing was both surprised and happy. She looked left and right but couldn't find any sign of me, only then remembering that I was probably at the hospital now. Next came a series of customary praises and encouragements. All three projects received praise from Director Liu. Director Liu scanned the scene, also wondering why on such an important occasion I wasn't present, but he wasn't close with Bai Ningbing and the others. He suddenly waved at Shen Qingqiu. "Qingqiu, don't rush off. I have some good news I want you to take to Grandma's Bun Shop." Shen Qingqiu had been planning to slip away, but after hearing his words, she froze on the spot. "Really?" Director Liu smiled and shook his head. "Absolutely true. Principal Zhou has personally made the decision to include Grandma's Bun Shop on the list of key supported projects. The school's restrictions on Grandma's Bun Shop will also be lifted soon. You go back and tell that kid Mu Chen, tell him to do a good job. Don't let everyone down." An excited Shen Qingqiu thanked him repeatedly. As soon as Director Liu left, the thought of having to see me made her heart feel strange. After thinking for a moment, she still decided to first tell the good news to Bai Ningbing. But when she turned around, she found that Bai Ningbing was long gone. "Qingqiu, what's wrong with you?" At this moment, Cui Xiaobing leaned in close and asked curiously. "Nothing." She changed the subject, suddenly grabbing Kui Xiaobing's arm. You have to come with me to Grandma's bun shop. Bai Ningbing, on the other hand, was surrounded by her grandmother and neighbors as soon as she got back to the shop, all of them complimenting how beautiful she looked on TV. They were so excited it was as if they had been on TV themselves. Bai Ningbing could only smile helplessly. Only after waiting for them all to disperse did she finally get some peace and quiet. Then she put on an apron and started getting busy in the back kitchen. Bai Ningbing remained quietly by herself for a long time, until at some point, she realized it was no longer noisy outside the shop. Where did everyone go? She wiped her hands and walked out. The moment she lifted the curtain, she saw a smiling face, Mu Chen. Bai Ningbing looked up at the familiar face right in front of her and laughed happily. But as her gaze shifted downwards, she asked doubtfully, "What are you holding in your hand?" Fatty Wang beside them couldn't hold it in any longer and said in a low voice, "Brother Chen has prepared a huge surprise for you." A surprise? Bai Ningbing's heart pounded. Although she couldn't guess what it was, her heart was inexplicably filled with anticipation. I turned back and glared at the foolishly grinning Fatty Wang. It's not really a surprise, it's just something we should have done a long time ago. At this moment, our faces were very close, so close that Bai Ningbing could even feel my breath. What is it exactly? Bai Ningbing asked shyly, her face red. I just shrugged. It'll give you a chance to guess. Bai Ningbing shook her head. I really can't guess. You're so silly. After speaking, my hand slowly came out from behind my back. The surroundings immediately fell silent. Everyone's eyes were focused on my hand. Bai Ningbing's gaze was even more locked on. Look at this. I held something that looked like a certificate in my hand and looked at Bai Ningbing as I spoke. What is this? The moment Bai Ningbing saw the certificate, she felt an inexplicable pang of disappointment. But after she got a clear look at what it was, she snatched it into her hands and examined it carefully. Grandma's Bun Shop Comedy led business license. Bai Ningbing looked at me blankly. I took a few steps forward, pointed to a spot on the business license and said, "Look further down." Legal representative, Ms. Bai Ningbing. Seeing no reaction from her, I waved my hand in front of her face until she snapped out of it. Then I spoke seriously. "It's for you, Ms. Bai Ningbing." By now, the rims of Bai Ningbing's eyes had turned red. She clutched the business license in her hand, her eyes fixed on me. Why? Why what? You know very well. This shop was always open for you. Bai Ningbing looked at her name on the business license and muttered, "But how can I?" I chuckled. This is my decision. Besides, no one objected. Chairwoman Bai Ningbing, accept reality. At this moment, Bai Ningbing's mind was spinning. How did I become the chairwoman? You are the legal representative, so naturally, you're also the chairwoman of the bun shop in charge of all the power. After speaking, I turned and shouted, I am the CEO. Old Lin is the vice president. Fatty is the marketing director. Shu Neon is the logistics director. The others are marketing managers. Today, our grandma's bun shop Kamowa Limited is officially established. Does anyone have any objections? Everyone cheered and laughed in unison. I turned to look at Bai Ningbing and said with a smile, Chairwoman Bai, how about a few words? But Bai Ningbing completely ignored me, hugging the business license as she turned and went back to the kitchen. She carefully wrapped the business license by herself, wiped it clean, and listened to the excited cheers outside. Looking at the surprise gift in her hands, her heart was filled with joy, yet also an inexplicable sense of loss. After that, Bai Ningbing's life returned to its usual rhythm. But my surprise had actually just begun. I watched Bai Ningbing busy in the back kitchen. Linmo popped his head out from the side. Everything's ready? I nodded at him and glanced around at everyone. Then what are you all standing around for? Everyone exchanged knowing glances and quickly swarmed out of the shop. Looking at the bun shop in the small alley, Kui Xiaobing remarked, So old Moose shop is opened in a place like this. Shen Qingqiu beside her said nothing, just gazing at the familiar sign, her footsteps unconsciously tensing up. Is anyone there? Seeing no response for a while, Kui Xiaobing called out in a low voice. There seemed to be some movement inside, but no one came out. She was about to call out again when Shen Qingqiu beside her pulled her back, peeking quietly into the shop, an ominous premonition rising in her heart. Just as Kui Xiaobing was about to turn her head, she heard a series of hurried footsteps. A familiar figure was seen, running over, panting. Why are you guys here? Kui Xiaobing snorted. Why can we come? Linmo, you're not doing something sneaky in there, are you? She sized him up with a suspicious gaze. Linmo blushed and quickly waved his hands. Nothing. What could possibly be happening? He quickly changed the subject. You still haven't said, what are you doing here? Shen Qingqiu said with a smile. I have some good news to tell you. Linmo cleared his throat. You're here to find old Mu, right? Shen Qingqiu paused for a moment, then hummed in agreement. Facing the pressing gazes of the two, Linmo swallowed hard. Old Mu, he's really busy right now. I was holding a string of photos at this moment, but I felt a little like giving up. These were all my memories with Bai Ningbing. I had strung them together with rope and decorated it with all sorts of small, colorful lights. Is doing this really okay? Looking at the photo wall lit with colorful lights, I started muttering to myself. This idea of confessing came so suddenly, but it also came so late. In these 4 years, I've seen many friends confess their feelings, and I always laughed at them for being cheesy and lame. But now that it's my first time doing this, it seems I'm also quite clumsy. Why are the lights off? Behind the kitchen curtain, Bai Ningbing also noticed something was off. She slowly walked out. Mu Chen, is there a power outage? Hearing the sound, Bai Ningbing lifted the curtain. The next second, the shy girl just stood there, stunned. What appeared before her eyes was a scene like this. In a hidden corner near the kitchen's fabric curtain, which was now cleaned up neatly, was no longer empty, but instead was exquisitely decorated. It was a photo wall with colored lights emitting a dim yellow glow tied onto ropes, and a photo hung at every interval. The dim yellow light shone on those photos, creating a particularly tranquil atmosphere. What is this? Bai Ningbing looked at the young man standing in the corner, who was quietly looking at her. A small gift from life. Do you like it? Bai Ningbing's eyes trembled slightly. She said nothing, but gently took off the water-stained rubber gloves and walked over step by step. She stood before the photo wall, slightly reaching out towards a photo, gently stroking her own image on the picture, feeling a bit dreamy. When was this taken? The second day we met. That day on the big bridge in Shancheng, after eating hot pot, the wind was very cool. I stood beside her, looking at her profile, and the tension I originally felt gradually eased at this moment. How come I didn't know at all? Bai Ningbing's gaze lowered slightly and was drawn to another photo. What about this one? Why am I smiling so happily? That was the day Grandma's bun shop opened. I answered with a smile. Have you forgotten? When we pulled down the signboard cover, you were smiling like a little fool. You're the fool! Bai Ningbing's little face flushed slightly, pouting her cheeks in a feigned anger. At this moment, my heart was also restless with an impulse to pull her into my arms. But Bai Ningbing's attention shifted away. When did you secretly take this one? I glanced at it and said with a smile, Xiaoning is prettiest when she's working. Don't even mention it. I took a lot of pictures, but I only chose the most beautiful one to hang up. Bai Ningbing dazedly asked about the moment of each photo. My voice also rang out by her ear time and time again. Why are they all of me? Bai Ningbing's hand suddenly paused as she turned to look at my face, which was right next to hers. From her name on the business license just now, to the photo wall before them, the private atmosphere between the two of them was quietly changing. The temperature in the air seemed to be rising. I looked at her seriously. Who else could there be? Because in my world, there is only you. Bai Ningbing's cheeks were already flushed, and her breathing had become more rapid. She didn't know what to say at this moment. I like you. The air suddenly fell silent. Bai Ningbing's words caught in her throat. Her heartbeat seemed to stop for that one instant. Her eyes looked straight into mine, wanting to say something, but she could only swallow hard. Mu Chen, what did you just say? Looking at Bai Ningbing's blushing face, the tension in my heart suddenly vanished. I like you, Bai Ningbing. The air was silent for a long time. Bai Ningbing's breathing gradually stabilized. Why did you suddenly say that? Suddenly? It's just that I suddenly thought of something and wanted to tell you. I like you, Bai. Bai Ningbing, do you remember that time we watched a movie together on that rainy night? I told you the secret of my world, the raindrops connecting under the light, like a sky full of white snow. Now I want to know one of your secrets too. What secret? Bai Ningbing clutched the hem of her shirt and asked in confusion. Do you like me? My chest heaved slightly, even though I already had an answer in my heart. At this very moment, my palms were still sweating, afraid of hearing that one-in-a-million answer. I like you too. The voice, like a sound from heaven, rang out, gently dispelling the silence. Bai Ningbing looked at my stunned self and gathered all her courage to say those words. She blinked, took a few steps forward, lifted her chin, looked at me and said softly, I said I like you, Mu Chen. I lowered my head and smiled. Then, can Miss Bai Ningbing be my girlfriend? Yes. Bai Ningbing lowered her head. An unconcealable smile appeared at the corner of her lips. Today, the shy girl was at the most beautiful moment of her life. Unprecedented ripples also arose in the lake of my mind. In both of their hearts, everything felt like an ethereal dream. The photo wall recorded every little bit of the past month, and until today, it felt a bit dreamlike. Little ears, I like you. I couldn't hold back any longer. One arm wrapped around and pulled Bai Ningbing tightly into my embrace. She instinctively wanted to back away, but the young man's strength allowed no resistance, holding her tightly. In front of the bun shop, the girl in the wine-red long dress was leaning against the wall, a single door away, lost in thought. The words from inside the house traveled straight into Shen Qingqiu's ears without any obstruction. She always used to feel that. Her hearing wasn't very good, but at this moment, every word felt like a needle piercing her heart. Qingqiu, are you okay? Kui Xiaobing and Lin Mo beside her were both cautious, not even daring to speak loudly. Although her smile was very forced and her face lacked some of its usual color, Shen Qingqiu still turned her head and said with a smile, "I'm fine. What's wrong?" Kui Xiaobing shook her head, not wanting to further hurt Shen Qingqiu's most vulnerable spot. "How about we leave first? After all, Mu Chen, She didn't finish her sentence, just clenching her fists as she looked at Shen Qingqiu. "After all? What?" Shen Qingqiu wiped the corner of her eye and turned back with a smile. "What's there to cry about? Even if you're flirting and falling in love, you still have business to attend to, right? The message director Liu asked me to bring, I still haven't delivered it." Lin Mo stammered. "So we still have to wait for old Mu?" Shen Qingqiu didn't turn her head and just said one word, "Wait." Lin Mo wanted to persuade her further, but was stopped by Kui Xiaobing. Let her muster up her courage. This time, let her face it properly. Lin Mo nodded and said no more. As dusk fell, everything in the bun shop became quiet. Only then did Lin Mo text Fatty Wang and the others who were outside to come back. The moment they saw the two of us in the shop, the atmosphere suddenly became strange. Each person's face held a peculiar, hidden smile. Fatty Wang winked and pretended to ask, "From now on, should we call her sister Ningbing or the lady boss?" Hearing this, Bai Ningbing blushed, lowered her head, and secretly went into the back kitchen. I glared at everyone angrily and was about to turn and follow her, but my gaze accidentally swept past the shop's entrance. "Why are you all here? Are we not allowed to come?" As soon as the words were spoken, Shen Qingqiu and the others walked in. I was still immersed in the sweetness of our mutual feelings, but the moment I saw the lipstick mark before me, my heart felt like it was pierced by a needle. Everyone noticed the strange atmosphere, and they all looked at each other with peculiar glances before cleverly dispersing. But just at this moment, the curtain to the back kitchen was gently lifted. Bai Ningbing had just stepped out and came face to face with Shen Qingqiu's familiar face. She instinctively wanted to lower her head and leave, but on second thought, her footsteps suddenly stopped. "You're here." Bai Ningbing looked at Shen Qingqiu and greeted her faintly. But the situation before me sent a chill down my spine. So the sound at the shop entrance just now was Shen Qingqiu's footsteps? Did she hear everything that was said just now? Thinking of this, I felt it hard to breathe. "You two know each other?" After a long moment, I looked at them and asked softly. Bai Ningbing didn't say much. She just nodded lightly. "Yes, we've known each other for a very long time." I was suddenly dazed. Although I had anticipated this scene as Shen Qingqiu's behavior grew stranger, I had anticipated this scene. But when this scene actually happened, I was still completely stunned, not knowing how to react. At this moment, Shen Qingqiu spoke up. "I am a loyal fan of the bun shop after all." "Xiaoning, of course I know her." Seeing how polite and restrained they were, the tense string in my heart finally loosened a little. "Did you come for something today?" Shen Qingqiu glanced at Bai Ningbing and said, "Bai Ningbing left in a bit of a hurry just now. There was something I originally intended to tell her. Director Liu just told me that the school's leadership saw our interview and has a very good impression of Granny's buns. Therefore, from now on, the school will treat Granny's buns as a key support project." My heart suddenly tightened. I only heard Shen Qingqiu continue, "The school's supervision and restrictions on the bun shop on campus will also be gradually relaxed." "Really?" Bai Ningbing's eyes widened in surprise. Shen Qingqiu smiled and nodded. "Director Liu told me personally." I breathed a sigh of relief. "Then that's great." But seeing them interact, Shen Qingqiu only felt a tightness in her chest. "The message has been delivered, so I'll be leaving now," she said, then turned to leave. Kui Xiaobing behind her gave me a hesitant look, but ultimately said nothing and prepared to follow. At this moment, Bai Ningbing winked at me. "Aren't you going to see them off?" I clenched my palms. Hearing the footsteps fading away, I finally looked at Bai Ningbing and said softly, "You go." Bai Ningbing was slightly stunned, but she quickly seemed to understand something and gently walked out of the shop. The three of us didn't follow, just watched the two girls stop in the alley. "You're leaving right away?" "So what?" Shen Qingqiu turned her head with a smile on her face. "It's time to go." Bai Ningbing looked up at her and said sincerely, "Thank you for always helping us." Shen Qingqiu paused, then waved her hand. "We're friends, after all. It's what I should do." At this moment, Shen Qingqiu's eyes were already welling up with tears. She took a deep breath, looking at Bai Ningbing's slightly stiff back. "Actually, I saw everything." "What?" Bai Ningbing avoided her gaze. "It's nothing." Shen Qingqiu tried to suppress her unsteady breath and forced a smile. "I just wanted to wish you two happiness." Bai Ningbing pressed her lips together, looking at her wordlessly. "What a coincidence, right?" Shen Qingqiu feigned a sigh and said with a smile, "I just asked you how things were progressing between you and Mu Chen, and in the blink of an eye, he's already confessed to you." "That Mu Chen, how did he suddenly become so enlightened?" Bai Ningbing didn't know how to respond and could only say softly, "Thank you. What is there to thank me for? After all, Mu Chen and I are good friends." Shen Qingqiu said halfway, her voice suddenly stopped, then she looked at Bai Ningbing and smiled. This is good too. From now on, I won't have to intentionally avoid you two anymore. Bai Ningbing was stunned. You don't know? Shen Qingqiu tried to pretend to be at ease, laughing as she spoke. That Mu Chen, when he first started to like you, he once warned me, don't you dare hurt the person he likes. It made me never dare to appear in front of you two. Bai Ningbing's heart suddenly tightened, as if she could see her trembling eyelashes. But now, it's finally okay. Shen Qingqiu looked at Bai Ningbing, her smile carrying a hint of strain. You two are finally together. I'm also finally free from that Mu Chen's nagging. Bai Ningbing had no idea how to respond and could only stare blankly at Shen Qingqiu. A long silence filled the air. Shen Qingqiu gathered her last bit of strength and turned to look at Bai Ningbing. Well, still be friends from now on, right? Bai Ningbing let out a soft then added in a low voice, you two are the best of friends. 5 minutes later, I finally couldn't hold back and stepped out of the shop, standing beside Bai Ningbing, watching Shen Qingqiu's retreating figure. Hearing my footsteps, Shen Qingqiu's steps faltered. She turned her head and said with a smile, Mu Chen, I've kept my promise to you. I didn't make the person you like upset. From now on, you must be very happy. As soon as she finished speaking, Shen Qingqiu lowered her head, took Kui Xiaobing's hand, and walked past the two of us. Perhaps this is fate. You can clearly see the other person's heart wanting to get closer, but not everyone can truly intersect in an ever-approaching future. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Ever since I clarified my relationship with Bai Ningbing, my life has been like it's on cheat mode. The troubles at school are gone. More specifically, the business at the bun shop is booming more and more. 5,000 buns a day aren't enough to sell. While I was thinking about the plan to open a branch of the bun shop, Bai Ningbing suddenly said she had to go to the Youth League office this afternoon. The support project matter must have been decided. I nodded in agreement with a smile and decided to visit Aunt Bai at the hospital this afternoon. After lunch, Bai Ningbing left in a hurry. Over here, as I was preparing to go to the hospital, a call came from my father, Mu Feng. As soon as I answered, he scolded me relentlessly, then demanded that I take better care of Shen Qingqiu at school. But our current relationship is very awkward, so I had to reluctantly refuse. On the other end of the line, my father immediately got angry. You smelly brat, Uncle Shen is sitting right next to me. Don't you go too far? How could I not understand his hidden meaning? But whenever Shen Qingqiu was mentioned, I get a headache. Dad, let us handle our own affairs. Just thinking of Uncle Shen Lizhong's kind face, my tone involuntarily softened. Qingqiu and I are still friends now. Besides, she's much stronger than everyone thinks. After saying that, I quickly found an excuse to hang up. My father, Mu Feng, heard the dial tone on the phone and swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. As soon as he turned his head, he saw Shen Lizhong looking out the window worriedly. The worry on his face deepened by several degrees. Scene changed to the Youth League committee office. Director Liu was talking to Bai Ningbing. A knock suddenly sounded at the door and Bai Ningbing involuntarily looked over. The girl at the door seemed to have become a lot thinner since the last time they met. The moment Shen Qingqiu pushed the door open and entered, she didn't expect Bai Ningbing to be here too. Their gazes met in midair. For a moment, they both suppressed the complicated emotions in their hearts. Director Liu didn't notice at all the strangeness between the two and just casually glanced at the door. What are you doing standing at the door? Come in. Shen Qingqiu tossed her long hair and strode in, handing a document to Director Liu. The atmosphere immediately froze. The only sound in the room was Director Liu's rustling as he flipped through the papers. After a long while, Director Liu finally looked up at Shen Qingqiu and asked with some curiosity, why did you think of this? Withdrawing from Song, are you planning to go solo? Shen Qingqiu's expression was serious. After all, for Song, I've also put in a lot of effort. I really don't want to give up like this. I still want to continue. Director, rest assured, these techniques are just the most basic framework. I've already discussed it with the Song project team. I guarantee there will be no conflicts. Director Lia's gaze swept over Shen Qingqiu's face, remaining silent for a long time. Have you considered that by doing this, you'll become competitors with Song? I've thought about it. Let's be competitors. Shen Qingqiu nodded decisively. If you're so sure, then I won't try to persuade you further. Director Liu rubbed his temples, his face full of helplessness. This startup proposal of yours, I'll have to review it again. If there are no major issues, it can be added to the project list of the Youth League Committee and the school. Xiaoning, the approval for your project is also almost complete. I will contact you about what comes next. Do you two have anything else? Director Lia's gaze swept over Bai Ningbing and Shen Qingqiu. This was clearly a hint to see them out. The two of them naturally understood, respectfully said goodbye, and closed the door as they left. In the hallway, they glanced at each other, both forcing a polite and stiff smile. The quiet air was filled with an indescribable awkwardness. Shen Qingqiu turned her head away first, pretending to laugh nonchalantly. Have you and Mu Chen been doing well lately? Bai Ningbing just gave a soft, Mom. What about you? Are you okay? Mom, I'm also doing quite well. Bai Ningbing's gaze rested on her cheek. You seem to have lost a lot of weight. Shen Qingqiu turned her face away and forced a strained smile. I've been a bit tired lately. Bai Ningbing lowered her eyes, her gaze shifting elsewhere. For a moment, neither of them spoke, but she seemed to suddenly remember something. Are you planning to do a project by yourself? Shen Qingqiu was clearly stunned for a moment. I'm planning to make a delivery program. Like Angst's song before. The competition must be fierce, right? Bai Ningbing cleared her throat and asked carefully. The competition is definitely not small. Shen Qingqiu pressed her lips together. But after working for so long, I finally understand. Something you've poured your heart and soul into. You really can't just give it up. I just suddenly really want to continue doing this. Bai Ningbing nodded, listening quietly. Shen Qingqiu also seemed to be completely lost in her own thoughts. Over the past month, I've summed up quite a bit of experience and lessons. This Angst's song food delivery platform, its core positioning was actually wrong from the start. If you want to be a multi-category platform, how can you possibly compete with those two giants? Even with the school's support, once it steps outside the campus, it's bound to fail. Therefore, I want to create a platform for delivery in a niche field, create a highlight so everyone knows if you want to buy something, you have to use the Hongli app to enjoy the best service. Speaking of this, Shen Qingqiu's gaze suddenly fell upon Bai Ningbing. But what's more important is getting back up after you fall, right? Bai Ningbing looked intently at this girl in the red dress. She suddenly felt in her heart that she was truly stunningly beautiful, breathtakingly beautiful. Shen Qingqiu seemed to sense Bai Ningbing's gaze and lowered her head slightly embarrassed, forcing a smile. Nothing is settled yet. I've made a fool of myself in front of you. It's okay, I believe you will definitely succeed. Bai Ningbing gently shook her head, an encouraging smile on her face. Shen Qingqiu was clearly stunned. Thank you. Bai Ningbing smiled and shook her head again. Aren't we friends? There's no need for thanks between friends. Before Shen Qingqiu could recover, Bai Ningbing's gaze suddenly swept over the clock on the wall, and her expression immediately became a little anxious. What's wrong? Shen Qingqiu asked hurriedly. I have something urgent, I have to go first. Bai Ningbing explained apologetically. My mother is having chemotherapy at the hospital today. I have to get over there to be with her. After a simple farewell, Bai Ningbing turned and left in a hurry. Shen Qingqiu kept watching her retreating back, a thoughtful look in her eyes. Just then, a phone suddenly rang, interrupting her train of thought. Shen Qingqiu hurriedly answered the phone. Qingqiu, where are you? Mom? I'm at school. Is something wrong? Your father and I have taken special leave. We're planning to come to Jinling to visit you in a few days. Shen Qingqiu's raised foot suddenly stopped. She stood stunned, holding the phone. You all are planning to come to Jinling? The other end of the line asked back. What? Are your parents not allowed to come? Wang Yulian's voice on the other end was full of complaint. A grown daughter can't be kept at home. You're all grown up and don't tell your parents anything. Last time, if your Aunt Shen Man hadn't called me, your father and I wouldn't have even known about something as big as you being on TV. Shen Qingqiu helplessly pressed her lips together and quickly changed the subject. Oh, Mom, I've just been so busy lately. I'm really fine. You and Dad really don't need to make the long trip here. You've been in university for 4 years and your father and I have only visited you a few times. And now you won't even let us visit? Wang Yulian on the other end would not take no for an answer. Sensing that Shen Qingqiu wanted to persuade her further, she immediately changed the subject. That's right, this time when your father and I come, we're also bringing a mission from Uncle Mu and Aunt Shen. Well, visit Xiao Chen while we're there. Remember to tell Mu Chen to find some time for us to have a meal together. Shen Qingqiu fell silent after hearing this. After a long moment, she said in a low voice, Mom, let's just forget it. What's wrong with our two families having a meal together? You two have been childhood sweethearts since you were little. It's only natural to ask Xiao Chen out for a meal. Wang Yulian on the other end directly interrupted her. We're making a difficult trip to Jinling. You won't even allow us one meeting? How do you expect us to explain to your Aunt Shen and Uncle Mu when we get back? Giving Shen Qingqiu no chance to say more, Wang Yulian made the decision directly. Tomorrow or the day after, we'll be in Jinling. After saying that, she hung up. Wang Yulian rubbed her aching temples and let out a soft sigh. Shen Lizhang beside her also put down the newspaper in his hands. His gaze had long been distant. What did Qingqiu say? Wang Yulian shook her head. I think those two are really fighting. They grew up together since they were little. How could they not end up together as adults? Remember that year you and old Mu even arranged their marriage more than 10 years ago? Shen Lizhang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Sigh. The kids are all grown up. How can things from the past go according to our wishes? Bai Ningbing came out of the Youth League Committee office and arrived at the hospital around noon. Although I had been coming to the hospital to help every day for the past half-month, she still wasn't completely at ease with me and her aunt being together. Just as Bai Ningbing was about to push open the door to the hospital room, she heard laughter coming from inside. Her footsteps involuntarily slowed down. Auntie, this chicken soup of mine is very nutritious. You should drink some more. Xiaomu, this soup is absolutely delicious. Even my cooking isn't as good as yours. This silly boy. Just as Aunt Bai was about to drink the soup, the corner of her eye caught sight of Bai Ningbing at the door. The corners of her mouth curved up as she called out helplessly, "Xiao Ning, still eavesdropping?" I instinctively turned my head, and my gaze met hers perfectly. The corners of both our mouths couldn't help but curve upwards. "Mom, I went to school this morning to do some things, so I'm late." Bai Ningbing quickly entered the room, put her things down, and rolled up her sleeves to start cleaning. But as soon as she looked down, she noticed the bedsheets and duvet covers seemed freshly changed. The floor was also wiped clean, not a speck of dust in sight. "Why are you so worried about me?" I chuckled as I looked at Bai Ningbing, my gaze seeing right through her thoughts. I handed over the peeled apple and shook my head. "I'm very professional when it comes to taking care of people." Bai Ningbing lowered her eyes, a questioning tone in her voice. "Who else have you taken care of?" My hand paused and I didn't say anything. But an image from high school appeared in my mind. That time, before the graduation exam, Shen Qingqiu insisted on learning to ride an electric scooter and ended up falling and breaking her leg. It made me have to wait on her at the hospital, and it took a whole month for her to recover. Bai Ningbing tactfully didn't ask any further and turned to chat softly with her mother. "Mom, how did the chemo feel today?" "Same as usual. What else could it be? The shop has been busy again lately. I really couldn't get away. It's okay, if you have work, just go do it. You don't need to be by my side all the time. The doctor also said, if I don't have any major reactions, I don't need to be hospitalized." "Mom, I'm sorry." Mother Bai reached out and stroked her head. "Silly girl, what is there to be sorry about? I am the mother, you're the daughter, you have to have your own life." The mother and daughter chatted warmly. I tactfully stood to one side, not interrupting, just occasionally glancing at Bai Ningbing, mouth involuntarily curving into a smile. Bai Ningbing was at the hospital for only half an hour, before being called back by a phone call from the shop. I stayed there, watching her hastily departing back. Mother Bai on the hospital bed retracted her gaze, looked at me, and suddenly smiled. "Xiaoning, this child has been like this since she was little. She looks easy to bully, but deep down, she's very stubborn." I absently peeled an apple. "This personality, I wonder if it's good or bad." Bai Ningbing's mother shook her head, a sigh escaping with her words. She looked at me with complex eyes as if there was something she wanted to say. I immediately understood and quickly spoke up. "I think it's good as it is." Only then did Bai Ningbing's mother say no more, only nodding slightly. Today was rarely this peaceful. Because Bai Ningbing's mother had just finished chemotherapy, doctors and nurses would occasionally come to check her condition, so I stayed and didn't leave, chatting with her to ease her boredom. As dusk approached, I went out to buy food and returned. Just as I reached the door of the ward, I saw several rough-looking men yelling around Bai Ningbing's mother's hospital bed. I paused, then crept closer and heard Bai Ningbing's mother, who was usually gentle, roaring furiously. Her father gave so much money back then. "Haven't you Bai family members had enough yet?" "By what right?" The leading middle-aged man frowned and shook his head. "Young Xiaoyun, don't try to fool me. That money originally belonged to our Bai family. Later, you brought that little troublemaker with you, and didn't you borrow money from the old lady many times? Now that you have money, it's time to pay back this debt." "That's right." Behind him, a young man in loafers spoke arrogantly with his arms crossed. "That damn old woman, by what right did she secretly give you money?" "Before, we saw Bai Ningbing was still young and still in school, so we let it go. Now she's about to graduate from university. She can earn money now, so it's time for her to pay off the Bai family's debt." Bai Ningbing's mother was livid, her face pale, but the three men still wouldn't let up. "Auntie, what's going on?" My good mood vanished in an instant. I couldn't stand it anymore. I strode straight towards them. I walked quickly and hurriedly, bumping forcefully into the middle of the three of them. A young man with dyed hair couldn't dodge in time and was almost pushed to the ground by me. "Are you blind?" The scrawny young man with dyed hair was about to get angry, but when he met my icy gaze, he immediately flinched, swallowing his curses. I remained expressionless, pretending I had just noticed them, walked to the bedside cabinet, and slammed the metal lunchbox in my hand onto it with a loud thud, making the entire ward fall silent instantly. All eyes collectively turned towards me. Even Bai Ningbing's mother was stunned. I coldly swept my gaze over these three uninvited guests. The middle-aged man's eyes sharpened, stopping the young man behind him, who was about to explode. He narrowed his eyes at me and asked, "Who is this?" Bai Ningbing's mother struggled to sit up. "This is Ningbing's friend. This matter has nothing to do with him." He turned his head to look at me, shaking his head at me. He explained to me in a low voice, "This was Ningbing's uncle from Shancheng. Let's leave it at this for today." He looked at me profoundly. "Next time, when there are no outsiders, we'll talk properly." After saying that, he led his two nephews away. After they left, Bai Ningbing's mother hesitated for a long time before speaking slowly. I said nothing, just sat beside her, silently listening. The matter was actually very simple. Bai Ningbing's uncle and third uncle of the Bai family, because of Uncle Bai, turned against each other over the car accident insurance money that year. Bai Ningbing's mother then took little Bai Ningbing and left Jinling, essentially cutting off contact with the Bai family. But blood ties cannot be severed. The Bai family's grandmother doted on her granddaughter, and over the years had secretly visited Jinling several times, helping the mother and daughter countless times. Bai Ningbing's uncle and third uncle took the huge compensation, and also knew that the mother and daughter had no money, so they didn't completely cut them off, they just pretended not to see them. For some reason, the news of Bai Ningbing appearing on Jinling TV this time somehow spread back to their hometown of Shancheng, causing the Bai family members to become restless again. Rumors spread outside that she had struck it rich, which was why she was on TV. Regardless of whether this was true or not, it had already become an excuse. Originally, due to the grandmother's support, they had accumulated years of resentment, which now completely erupted. Bai Ningbing's mother had also completely not expected the Bai family members, whom she hadn't seen for many years, to shamelessly come knocking on her door like this. They kept chattering, saying that, since the mother and daughter hadn't taken care of the grandmother, they shouldn't have received that allowance, and now they had to calculate the principal and interest clearly. Seeing my silence, Bai Ningbing's mother shook her head apologetically. She said softly, "Xiao Mu, this has nothing to do with you. Just pretend you didn't see anything today. Absolutely don't tell Xiao Ning." I came back to my senses knowing she had misunderstood and quickly explained, "Auntie, that's not what I meant. I just feel that this matter cannot be allowed to continue with them acting so recklessly." Bai Ningbing's mother was dumbfounded, looking at me for a long time, speechless. She sighed, "These past few days, these things have been enough to trouble you." I shook my head again. If I didn't know, then fine, it's a family matter after all, and I originally have no reason to interfere. But now that I know, I can't just pretend not to see it. "Auntie, do you think it's better for Ningbing to face it, or for me to resolve it?" Bai Ningbing's mother thought for a very long time, her face full of helplessness. I immediately stood up. "If anything happens, just call me anytime, Auntie. I've left the food here. Remember to eat it while it's hot, Auntie. I still have something to do, so I'll be going now. Ningbing should be here in a bit." Bai Ningbing's mother watched my retreating back, sighing heavily, her face etched with helplessness. Sitting in the taxi, I rubbed my temples, thinking about something. But just then, Shen Qingqiu's phone call came in. I hesitated slightly, but still answered. Her voice came from the other end of the line. "Mu Chen, are you free tomorrow?" I asked back, "What's happening tomorrow?" I was stunned. She hesitated and said, "It's like this. My parents have arrived in Jinling, and they want to invite you to dinner with us." Shen Qingqiu's voice sounded a little tense. Without waiting for my answer, she quickly added, "I know you're very busy now with the shop doing so well. You probably don't have time. But I've already booked the restaurant. It's tomorrow night from 7 o'clock to 8:30, an hour and a half at most. It really won't take up too much of your time." I was silent for a long time, not because I was thinking, but because I was a little lost in thought. Ever since we two went from best friends to regular friends, this was the first time she had actively asked me for help. In her tactful tone, for some reason, there was a hint of inferiority. I came back to my senses, thought for a moment. The time really wasn't an issue, so I agreed. The other end of the line clearly paused. Shen Qingqiu seemed to bite her lip, then asked softly, "On base side, do you need me to help explain?" Hearing her words, I felt a bit conflicted, and quickly refused. "No need, really no need." Shen Qingqiu on the other end of the line was still a bit hesitant. "You can really do it yourself." I hummed in affirmation. "It's fine if Bai Ningbing knows." She asked again, "So, will you come?" I replied in a deep voice, "Yes, I'll come." As soon as I finished speaking, Shen Qingqiu hung up. I let go of my hand, my gaze once again fixed outside the window, watching the hurried traffic and pedestrians, my vision gradually blurring. I don't know how much time passed until the taxi driver turned his head and called out in surprise, "Buddy, we're here, please get out." Only then did I snap back to reality, quickly paid and got out of the car. Walking a short distance to the bun shop, my mind was still a little distracted. Bai Ningbing seemed to have just left the hospital, while Lin Mo was in the shop. He saw that I was restless and came closer to ask, "Old Mu, what's wrong?" I turned my head and told Lin Mo, "Qingqiu's parents have arrived in Jinling. We're going to have dinner together tomorrow. Auntie and uncle are here." Lin Mo instinctively nodded, "Mom." He responded without hesitation, as if that's how friends naturally should be. Only then did I take a deep breath, feeling my chest tighten even more. Early the next morning, I was standing at the counter making buns, helping to pat the wrappers. Suddenly, a familiar scent wafted nearby. I turned my head and saw Bai Ningbing blinking at me. She pursed her lips tightly, hesitated, then looked up and asked softly, "Why are you so distracted this early in the morning? Lately, you've been running back and forth between the hospital and the bun shop. You must be very tired, right?" "It's okay, don't go today. I can manage by myself." A pang of sorrow suddenly rose in my heart. After thinking for a moment, I still decided to be honest with her. "Qingqiu's parents are here tonight, and they want to invite me to dinner. Xiao Ning, do you mind?" Bai Ningbing blinked. Of course not. She's your friend, and auntie and uncle are elders, right? Although I had anticipated she would say that, but seeing that there were truly no ripples in her eyes, my heart felt unusually warm. I couldn't help but raise my hand, gently brushing a strand of her hair back, and whispered close to her ear, "Okay, then I'll go quickly and come back quickly, someone's watching." Ningbing looked up and shot me an annoyed glance, her gaze then darting to Shunian, who was secretly smiling in the distance. I looked at her embarrassed expression, and my mood instantly improved quite a bit. I sighed with relief, quickly grabbed the wrist of this shy girl, hurried forward and pulled up the kitchen curtain. It's okay, they can't see us. Shunian and Lin Mo, who were busy, looked at each other, suppressing their laughter. Lin Mo's face turned red. In the evening, I simply tidied myself up a bit, then rushed to the location based on the address in the message. A Chinese restaurant near the university. I didn't wait long at the door when a taxi slowly drove up from afar and stopped. I quickly composed myself and stepped forward. "Uncle Shen?" Shen Lizhong heard my voice, frowned, and instinctively looked towards me. He sized me up from head to toe. "It's been over a year, Mu Chen. You've grown up, kid." I smiled without saying anything, secretly thinking that I hadn't changed at all. As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Lizhong extended his right hand towards me. I awkwardly reached out my hand and firmly shook Shen Lizhong's hand. Shen Lizhong smiled and said with emotion, "You've truly matured." We were still talking when the car door behind him also opened. First, a small, exquisite women's leather shoe emerged, followed by a tall, graceful figure. A long silk dress clung to her body like flowing water. Shen Qingyu saw me as soon as she got out of the car. Her gaze lingered on me for a second, then, reflexively, dropped slightly. Aunt Wang, dressed simply, stepped out from the other side of the car, looked at us two and shook her head. "Why are you just standing there? You both go to Jinling University. Why do you act more like strangers now than when we visited?"